What's going on, buddy boyos? We are live. Welcome back to SNI Sunday Night Incel, episode 45. Hello, my friends. Hello, buddy boyos. Welcome back. Shout out to the Cope Gang for being in here, being involved, being active. Shout out to the Mystery Gang for being in here, solving the mysteries. What's going on, my dudes? What is going on, my buddy boyos? Welcome back to another shit show of a stream we have going here for the SNI weekend chat. Random ass shit going on here. I am back home, so we have memes, and we're ready to do shit today, right? Ready to have shit going on. Oh god, yesterday was such a fun stream. We had a troll. We had a we had a troll. We had a fucking I don't know, a lot of discussions about nostalgia shit, a little bit of politics, a little bit of fucking incel shit. It is what it is. Let's see. Let's read some comments real quick. We have Cope. All right, sounds good to me. 16 minutes early. Yeah, dude. Gotta start early. We have Damn Mystery is the ain't face and late or late in LMS rather. Yeah, I'm never really all that late. I'm always been a big fan of being early. What is the name of a country that is landlocked in North Central Africa, bordered by Libya to the north? Bordered by Libya to the north and Sudan to the east. What is the name of the country that is? Are you asking the question to me or are you asking the question to somebody else? I'm trying to figure out. Should I read up? Like, should I read up on that or what? The problem is if I read that, let's see. Ah, yes. Could it be Chad? It will prove save yourself, black man. Libya is for liberals. For the liberals, read up. Yeah, I'm trying to go back up the chain here of like comments. We had a lot of comments up here. Oh my god, there's so many fucking comments. Is it even worth reading some of these? I don't know. Is shit. Confirmed. Okay. What's going on, guys? Let's see. We got a lot of comments. 13 watchers so far. Sunday streams always start off kind of slow, so it's what it is. But what are you gonna do, right? Let the chat be known. The country's name is Chad. Just Space Max, bro. Leave this prison planet behind and goes to another galaxy. Yes. Have you gotten your jab, mystery Tyrone? If they make me get the jab, I might have to get it. But otherwise, I'm not really in a rush to do it. No jab, no job. No jab, no food. I haven't read a useful book in years. Over for lazy souls. What is down, my dudes? I don't know. Everything's down, right? I love to rot with an afternoon black pill stream. Yep. What it do, boyos? What's up, dude? What's up, Ali? We have memes. I actually have an article. I gotta find the article real quick. It's a pretty not really. Is it black pill? I don't fucking know. It's some sort of pill. Let me how can I get this to my computer? Let me do this. This is I can just type in the URL. Let me find get my shit up here. Let me that's not what I want. X out of that. We're good on that. Yeah, here we go. Later. I don't want to fucking do this. There's a lot of data here. I'm not sure how accurate this data is either. This is the problem, but it's from a website called Business of Apps. Basically tells you all the app revenue and stuff like that. And let me see. Is this the one I'm looking for? Hold on. This one I'm looking for. Let me scroll back up on my regular page. Tinder revenue and user statistics. I guess that's got to be it, right? You have content menu. I got to look through this. I'm not even looking at the chat, so you're gonna have to bear with me here. Yeah, there we go. This is half the data I want to look at. We'll look over this one here at some point. I'll put this in the queue to look over. All right, we're back on the reading the stream here. Let's see. Don't take the jab. Oh, jobs are already making a mandatory roll up your sleeves. Are you aware that what Mike Lindell is up to? Mike Lindell, the My Pillow guy? Isn't that dude out of his fucking mind? He fucking crazy or some shit? I'm down bad. Don't take the jab. COVID 2030. Yeah, they're never gonna end this fucking shit, dude. Ever. Black pill with a flat circle. Of course. The new war on terror. No jab ever. Mike Lindell is making heat-seeking smart pillows nukes for the Great War. Sweet Jesus Christ, the invisible enemy. Mike Lindell's a lunatic. That dude's fucking weird. The future is grim. Ah, yes, of course. He is. Women having harems is more promoted than being swingers. There seems to be an agenda with the polygamy stuff being promoted. Yeah. Like the problem is this stuff's always kind of been around. It's just never maybe we never really realized it because internet has really exposed a lot of behaviors that we thought were like secrets now have all become like out in the open now. So we're being more and more exposed to the truth, and it's like, whoa, this is a horrible. I find the word jab is so annoying. Being a swinger seems to be the more stable, either that, one man, or multiple lives. I salute you from the woods, mystery. What's up, dude? Here's a jab to your face for calling the vaccine a jab. Chad 2055. God. They invent a new strain every month. Best scam ever. Take a new jab every month. Yeah, it's an easy way to make money. It's a pharmaceutical shit. I live in a poor country and girls still care most about looks. Dang. There is no hope. ER15, yep. All right, let's start doing memes real quick. Let me find my folder real quick. Folder's up and running. Got a folder. Let's do the share screen. I don't think I need audio for this. I'm not going to share. I'll share audio just in case, but I'll just mute my screen at some point. Okay, so we have that open. Let's come back over here. Hide that little box. Let's mute the audio screen for the audio, and then we can do let's do some memes, dude. Do some fucking memes. This was going to be the thumbnail, but I figured it's probably too. I don't want to like have this company fucking contact me and say to remove this thumbnail from their fucking thing. So I had there's like a second, then I got rid of it. So here we go. We have Copium Investments. Yes. Are you coping so fucking hard? You have a surplus? Well, you know where to take your money to, guys. Copium Investments. Apparently they deal in like real estate or some shit like that. So I don't know how it works, but yeah. Mister, I'm down for a discussion on LTV. I can't stay on long though. Maybe an hour. Got family. When do you have to do family stuff? Because I'm probably gonna be doing memes for like an hour, so we can do it some other time. I have a It's up to you, really, actually. So, whatever you think. If you're able to be on after like an hour here, then I'll go ahead and engage the discussion on that. If you got to leave in like a half hour after I do this meme shit, is what it is. I'll take 100 shares, sir. Yes. Copium Investments. All right, there we go. Today's video sponsor is Copium Investments. Yes, here we have the Pepe here. 29 years old. You're just a young man here. Look at the hair. 30 years old. All of a sudden, their hairline receding. Look old as fuck. All of a sudden, when you hit 30 years old, it's like everything just like you get more jaded. The eyeballs fucking start like cataract and shit like that. Comes start filling in. It's over, dude. The age pill. The obvious age pill here. Oh yeah, here's the I gotta find the meme I want to do. Hold on. That one makes sense, but I want to do this one here first. Just two memes of the same variety I want to do. Here we have the yeah, poor Pepe. My God. Over 29 cells. Wait a second. thoughts on the white pill. What even is the white pill? Is it like is it like the realization of the realization that nothing matters, therefore you should do something else, something or what? Damn, Pepe is not aging like wine. Yeah, I'm aging like fucking dog shit. No, you age like a fine, like a fine wine. My god. Actually, I probably will age pretty well because my parents look really young for their age. Like they look like they're in their 30s and they're like 50 something, which is insane. So if that get passed down to me, I'll age like fucking god, basically. Like Jesus Christ. Anyway, back to memes. Here we have the meme here. Ah, yes. We have our blue-haired feminist of various hair colors. And I've actually seen these type of chicks out in public all the time. It's kind of weird. They're always fat. They're always overweight. They're extremely fucking hostile and shit like that. But here we have, let's see, aposematism. Hope I said that right. Aposematism, perhaps most commonly known in the context of warning coloration, describes a family of anti-predator adaptations where a warning signal is associated with the unprofitability of a prey item being to potential predators. It is one form of advertising signal, with many other existing, such as bright colors, flowers, which lure pollinators. The warning signal may take the form of conspicuous colors, sounds, odors, or the perceivable characteristics. Aposematic signals are beneficial for both the predator and prey, both of which avoid potential harm. The tendency to become highly noticeable and distinct from harmless organisms is the antithesis of crypsis, or avoidance of detection. Aposematism has been such a successful adaptation that harmless organisms have repeatedly evolved to mimic aposematic species, a pattern known as Bayesian mimicry. Another related pattern of Müllerian mimicry, where aposematic species come to resemble one another. Ah, yes. So, when these chicks have their crazy ass fucking hair on, boys, it's a warning sign. Don't go with the crazy ass art hoe. Don't go for that crazy ass a liberal chick who's like fucking insane. That guy has every fucking SJW shit in the fucking thing. Okay, it's a warning sign. Don't touch them. They're poisonous. They're toxic. They're a cancer on society. Don't do it. Ah, yes. Those animals are cool. The foids are crap. Ah, yes. More rotting. Let's see. The frog dart is here in my country. The animal rules. The art hose is just a seed pit with rainforest toxin signs. You have been warned. Oh God, the art hoe. Jesus. The end is nigh. Oh God. Remember, mystery. 8:30 is when you reach your prime. Apparently, turn that in like a few months actually. So it's happening. But yeah, avoid these women at all costs. Here's another version of that picture. Basically, I mean, just look at this fucking chick. Like, aposematism, how nature says stay away. Yep. Crazy ass hair. Even her eyes, like, are just fucking devoid of life. She's like a fucking, like, robot. She has this, like, I noticed that, like, all these chicks have the same, like, what do they call these folds here next to the fucking nose and shit like that. The exacting folds. The same, like, a bitch fucking puckered lip thing they always do. She just looks miserable. I don't know. Sweet mother of God. Look at this frog. Like the exact same thing as this frog has dark eyes. She has dark eyes. Red fucking lipstick. Got red back here. Got the fucking blue hair. Yellow fucking fingernails. Fucking what the fuck is these fucking these goddamn what do they call these fucking things? Earrings. The fuck is this shit? Holy shit. That is fucking okay, that's some next level shit. We're still using Big Red and Meme in 2021. I guess she's still around, dog. Better not. Is this the hottest co-op stream on a Sunday afternoon? Probably. I'm the only one that really streams nowadays, other than Face, who streams every once in a while, and then Incel has streamed only twice really the whole fucking time. So yeah. Life begins at 100. Oh my god. There's that pie sound again. What is that, Mr. What? If you want for things to get back to normal, support forced inoculations. Yes. Blue-haired women also have scary nails, like a knife almost. Yeah. Very fucking weird. Let's see. Let's keep going with the memes, though. Let's go down the whole meme list here. Yes. Here we have our I love these little spoofs people do of like Joe Biden. It's pretty funny. Here we go. We have our yes, Jolene Biden. Sweet mother of God. Jolene, God. It's like I've shown this one before, but I'm going to do it again. Fuck it, we'll do this one again. Some women have a higher body count because they are afraid to say no when they're put in a situation that involves sexual pressure from a man, but I don't think that slut shamers are ready for that conversation yet. If you're so weak that you can't say no in a situation where it's like okay, like I've even heard Destiny talk about this shit as well. If you show up at a dude's house and you expect not to get railed, I don't know what to tell you. Like, it's one thing if he offers it, if he's like obviously if he's like insinuating it at like a dinner you guys are having and you say no there. But if you like go through all the motions and you end up at the dude's house and obviously when what his intentions are, I don't know, like your eyes like trying to like. Basically, I guess it could kind of come down to like, oh, well, I don't want to be perceived as like being easy or a slut, so I'm gonna come with other reasons why I'm not gonna fuck him. But yeah, it's probably not deniability. This is just funny though. It's just so funny, dude. Just fucked. Yeah. The cope. Let's see. Next meme. Next, what the fuck? This is a small ass fucking picture. Fucking picture for ants. I gotta fucking give me a sec here. This one's really teeny. Here we are. All right, this looks better. Thank God for the zoom function. Here we are. Genderologist. As a society, we don't teach women to be accountable for their actions while simultaneously teaching men to tolerate their poor behavior. It's why so many women hold childish, myopic views on men relationships, and why so many men simp to appease them or turn MGTOW to avoid them. Yes, very true. The real black pill, though, is that can women be accountable for their actions, though? Do they even have the capability of actually taking responsibility for their own actions? That's the real black pill. Can they actually do it? I'm not saying all women can, but I'm talking about on average. Can the average woman ever say they were wrong without blaming X, Y, and Z, or without prefacing it by saying, well, I'm wrong, or by having a fucking explanation behind it. Like, I'm wrong, but X, Y, and Z is why I'm wrong. Or before I say I'm wrong, I'm gonna preface this by saying all this other shit that you did, but then I was wrong over here. It's like, okay, yeah. Are they even capable of it? That's the real black pill right there. Are they even capable of it? Here we are. We have men logic. If I want to go somewhere, I take walk here, walk here, walk here. Well, I'm done. Look at that. Look how easy this is. Hey, look, this is the easiest way to do it. women logic. Okay, in order to get from A to B, I gotta fucking do the fucking monkey bars, do a flip, fucking do the fucking little ring things, monkey bar thing again, what they call it, like fucking shit here, the pull up bar thing, do a fucking handstand on a platform, get a jetpack fly over a burning car. It's like, yeah, why would you do all this work when you can just do this? Ah, yes. Very simple. Here, let's read some comments real quick. Let's see. Destiny-based comment. If you invite someone to your house and not sleep with them, you're a piece of shit. Yeah, basically. Try using the I didn't think I would have to pay for it if she keeps the kid. We're going to make it, bruh. Oh, God, that guy. Take the cyanide pill. Not me. Any void who comes to my house gets pumped, period. Yeah. There's no getting jack for your safe. Truth pill for motivation, depression. I literally hear Floyd's getting mad that men want to remain single. What the fuck? They already got so many options. Leave them alone. Yeah, it was pretty funny. Floyd is so devoid of self-realization that they believe that men are the ones who have pushed the patriarchy upon them. When in point of fact, Floyds are themselves agentless entities that need men and the patriarchy. Yeah. Like I think I talked about this like 2 weeks ago or something like that, or a week ago. And I said basically like people will like take a system and like dismantle it and like deconstruct it and say, look, this is how this thing works, and we didn't need it anyway. Only to figure out later that system actually meant a lot. And it was there for a reason, only for them to like reconstruct the very system they just took apart. It's like, yeah, okay, so like we hate patriarchy, get rid of it. Okay, we got rid of it. Things fall apart. Oh my God, why are things falling apart? Well, there's no structure anymore, and the new system sucks ass. Oh well, let's just go back to the old system, and it worked. Okay, and we just reconstruct the very same system we just fucking destroyed. We're just like, okay, then why did we waste our fucking time even deconstructing it rather than like trying to reform it to some extent? Our gym gods, you even gave man, let's hope. Don't be sad, cunts. We're all gonna make it, bruh. Ah, yes. Men, they literally rejected anyway. It's true. Yeah. There's a reason for fathers to be the one who selected the husband, because even when you raise them with morals and stuff, they are retarded. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, it really is. It's funny how like all these old systems that like, oh, we should be allowed to make our own choices and make our own decisions. Okay, that I might agree with you in principle, but in reality, I probably would be like, okay, well, no, I don't think people. I remember having absolutely retarded beliefs when I was like in like 21, 19, and like, okay, there's no way I'd be able to like without parental guidance, I would have made it as far as I have. Like, come on. Young people are extremely impulsive or fucking stupid, and we make optimal decisions. I think that parents should be far more involved in the lives of their young adult children than they ever have been. Like a fuck choice when those choices destroy society to some extent. Yeah. If one person becomes a fucking crackhead, okay, that's not really a problem. When we have a whole fucking town of crackheads, that's when the shit becomes fucking bad. They are a contradiction. They don't like patriarchy, but they like to be dominated. Yeah, very true. Over for non-Olympians though. Yo, what's up, Squid? If you knew you would get away with it, I'm not answering that question. Women rather have an authoritarian regime to submit to a man. What the fuck? Yeah. How can a nation exist without patriarchy? There has never been a matriarchal country. Yep. Or at least a civilization. The conscious mind desires agency. The conscious mind desires security. The female cannot have both, and yet imposes that paradox on males to make truth in society. Boy, oh boy, my favorite wine about women cope. Ah, yes. The funny thing is women hate men more than ever now that the patriarchy is gone. Yep. They would rather sink on a ship as long as they can wear the captain's hat. Yeah, but what if the parents are retarded also? Well, then that kid's fucked in, right? Younger women make stupid decisions that males just are rebels. Males are just rebels, yeah. Anthropologist John Bamberger argued that the historical record contains no primary sources in the society in which women dominated. Yep, believe it. Right, the worst part is that they want to force men to sink with them. Ah, yes. Okay, let's go to the next picture here. Yes, well, we're all going to make it according to this picture here. We're all going to make it. This picture right here is life fuel for for incels here. He goes right from his desk chair to bed and takes 0 breaks from screens. Look at this chick. She's so into that shit. They're all like, whoa. What a Chad. What an absolute Chad. This is what women really want. Ah, yes, here we have the chicken pill. Here we are. The virgin farm raised versus the Chad free range. Ah, yes. The greatest debate of all time. This is what we all came for anyway. Meat tastes like gross rubber, animal cruelty. Poor chickens suffer from depression and never even see sunlight. Comb is discolored and never. Chicken are fed processed corn and soy. Chickens are pumped full of chemicals and growth hormones. Ah, yes, but the Chad free range chicken. Ah, yes. Meat is lean and tasty. The way chickens were meant to be farmed. Chickens full of vitamin D due to sunbathing every day like they're supposed to. Comb with a variant red color and always erect. Ah, yes. Chickens are fed organic feed and get protein from insects they hunt and catch. Chickens are completely organic. Ah, yes. Truly. Truly. Be like the Chad free range. Don't be the virgin farm raised chicken. Don't be the virgin farm raised. Become the Chad free range. Oh shit, here we go. Over when you realize Gen-Z is farm raised. Ah, yes, true. I think feminism was invented so women could have some self-respect while signaling to Chads how they actually want to be treated. Women aren't objects except for you, Chad. Basically, just take everything a women say and just invert it. Like, just say, okay, well, women are objects. No, you just invert that and say, okay, they are objects. Okay, except for you, Chad. Well, they do mean that part, but yeah. Really, I've actually heard people say that feminism was definitely more developed for uglier women who needed some other sort of like way to like affirm their another way to get Chad. So instead of like just being the the hot chick, okay, well I may not be hot, but I can do X, Y, and Z. So they come with other reasons to attract Chad, even though like Chad's just looking for looks like everybody else is at the end of the day. So definitely been a big meme of like a feminist being uglier than the average woman, because like what does Stacey need a feminism for? I mean, she benefits off of it probably more than the average woman does, because Sims and shit like that. But at the end of the day, like Stacey doesn't really need feminism. She'll thrive in any system. It doesn't matter. Yeah, here we have the Coomer pill. Oh fuck. I'm gonna honk. I'm gonna honk, boyos. I'm gonna honk. Ah, yes, the Coomer. The honkler. Escape the plantation, boyos. Yep. Yearn for the end of the world cope. Ah, yes. At the most, you had matriarchal rule bloodlines against Egypt and Lesbos, but those societies were still male controlled because men can smash multiple women, while a woman can only bear one child. Ah, I see. Generally speaking, of course, yeah. After the collapse, there will be no rules, no compassion, no mercy, no point of going back. I heard even Chads are getting rejected only for the Terra Chads are inevitable. When's Mister gonna get into the real meat potatoes that we all know he missed? Yes, he has missed the JQ. Ah, yes, the Jack question, the Jack Nickelback question, right? Oh God, the JQ. Ah, yeah, the Star People question. Ironically, I respected women before I encountered feminists on the internet. Literally, the "Who radicalized you" meme. Yeah. Matrilineal tracing is easy because the mother to child is obvious, far less for the father. Patriarchal rule is easy because humans default to it anyway. Feminism was a scheme for low-value women to get better deal. Yeah, effectively. Yeah. What collapse? Yeah. The quantum Chad, a Chad is so hypothetical that we don't even have the mathematics to prove it. I'm coming. Oh god, arg. I'm gonna stream. I'm gonna stream. Get Donovan Sharp on the next stream. I don't even know him that well at all. Actually, am I kidding me? Over if you get mogged in 4 dimensions. The Jesuits. Ah yes. Oy vey. Oh no. Oy vey. 40% of men, 90% of women reproduce humanity fast. Oh yes. Let's do it again. Let's keep the memes going here. I have like so many pictures here, so let's keep going. Oh, let's keep going. Fuck it. Okay, here we go. Ah yes, here we have the ER meme. We have the supreme gentleman, sophisticated, beautiful, civilized, intelligent. So much to talk about. 11 out of 10. Magnificent guy, awesome, BMW, respectful of women. The supreme gentleman. Truly the man of the hour. The most interesting man to face the planet. I like how they just covered up. You can totally see the outline of ER's face right here. But it's like, whatever, dude, right here. That's what we all came for. Boy. That's what I'm talking about, boyos. Skip that meme for now. I might come back to it later. I might do this meme. Fuck, let's do it. Nobody get triggered here. This is all in good fun. The myth of consensual wage labor. I consent. I consent. I don't. Isn't there somebody you forgot to ask? It's like, oh shit. We forgot to ask him. Ah, yes, here we have the this is from the Olympics, I believe. And they all look like men, but only one's a man here. Oh, let's see. Here we are. Ah, yes, the winner. And you can just look at the copium. Like look at the disdain on the chick's face. She's like, "Oh my fucking god, are you serious?" And she's like, "Well." I mean, holy shit, just looking up like, yeah, whatever. How many women do you actually think are feminists? I think women are just going with the status quo. Yeah, to some extent. I wouldn't. I would percentage wise might even be like as low as like maybe 40%, 30%. Yeah, how many women say they're feminists but don't actually follow any of the feminist doctrine, quote unquote. You know what I mean? Like some people would just say there's something just to like get along, depending on the group they're in. Got a laughing face here. Our STEM degree that expensive. Most STEM cells get covered by the government because they need more engineers. Women are running Sparta. We're running Sparta while the men were often away fighting. Gorgos, King of Sparta was asked by a woman in Attica, something along the lines. Jack, you don't know. The summer in Europe is horrible. Floods everywhere. Yeah. Why are Spartan women the only women in the world who could rule men? Gorgo replied, because we are the only women who are the mothers of men. Dang. Pretty much any normal woman, in my opinion, they are all feminists, believe in feminist ideals. They just don't say feminism. Yeah. Huh. Women are followers, of course. They're going to follow the mainstream ideology. Many places destroyed here in Germany. Make a research in YouTube. Dang, son. To be honest, those chicks look like dudes too. Yeah, they all do. Damn. Stem cells are the ultimate minions of technocrats. Little bugmen with maladaptive autistic brains that are used to serve their own enslavement whilst being too compartmentalized to realize. Thing is that men do what they do for women. There's appreciation for you. Just be told, bruh. Yep. Yeah, but I think feminists want to turn men into literal slaves while others just want to fuck Chad. Bashing feminist cope. Okay. During the Roman Empire, it was permitted for women to kill their born babies after a one-night stand. Holy shit. Fuck Chad, enslaved the normie eunuchs. Sounds like a ghetto to me. More like they technically speaking, I've been hearing a lot of talk more or less about the trainees as being eunuchs now at this point. God. Oh god. Sweden will literally let their country fall apart for making women feel uncomfortable. Well, yeah, every country does that shit. Well, we can't tell the women not to do that, so we're just gonna fucking like, okay. At least Spartan women around the country. Meanwhile, so that's teamwork. Yeah. Stem cells will bring a cat girl life to their culture. I got to go, boyos. Remember, there's no comments for your face later. All right, there you go. We need to go back to the apprenticeship system. A lot of ER is going to be born in Sweden now thanks to feminism. If I was Swedish, I would go ER and spend my rest of my life in a comfy apartment, all paid for by the state and taxes for the victims' relatives. So brutal. Yes. Here we go again. Here's the guy I was talking about yesterday. This creepy motherfucker right here. Yep, of course he would look like a absolute soy boy cuck. But here we go. New Fortnite streamer Raul Vito has been arrested over allegations that he's raped 2 children, ages 10 to 14. Wow, this is a very, very sane and rational human being who should be around children who should be around unaccompanied children, unsupervised for sure. Yep, nothing wrong with this guy at all. Even he has the a warning colors on his face. Stay away from me. But nobody sees it. It's like, okay, well, it's okay to have a colored beard and a colored hair. That's cool. Okay, yeah, until he's hitting your kids up. I don't know, dude. Fucking freak. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Yes, here's another one of this guy. You're gonna see this shirt and realize, oh shit. Love has no gender, religion, sexuality, body type, color. Yes. But I'm assuming that you probably hate anybody that doesn't believe this statement. And you probably hate anybody that believes that you're a fucking freak. And you hate anybody that would be against any other things you believe here. You guys are such a mess of like contradictions. It's like, oh well, love. You should love everybody except for people who don't love bullshit. Okay, well, who don't love my bullshit. All right, buddy, whatever you say, buddy. Let's see. What the fuck is this? Oh yeah, here's another picture of this guy. Yep. This is completely normal, male behavior of a grown man. Yeah, this is completely normal behavior. Oh, this is fucking normal. Yeah, this is something you should allow. This is like some like a Michael Jackson tier logic here. Like, you're gonna take your kids to a man who's like quite literally fucking like halfway insane. Oh yeah, this is perfectly fine, rational male behavior of a grown man. Oh yeah, this is fine. Oh yeah, this is perfectly fine, guys. Yep. Nobody sees anything wrong with this. Already did that picture. Fuck it. Oh yeah, here's a soy boy picture. This is a life fuel for white cells. A Mayo cells here. Life fuel. Look at this shit. Broke my family's poverty cycle. My wife and I just bought our first home. I mean, you probably didn't break the poverty cycle. You're probably just like more in debt than you ever have been. But hey, it's fine, dude. You got your house, right? I can't complain. But yeah, look at this guy though. This is life fuel for white toys, white cells. Look at this. You could easily get. Look at this. I mean, she's not bad looking. I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't. That's what it is. Pretty plain looking, but hey, look, you still got something, right? You got the soy boy smile going on. This is fucking life fuel. This is life fuel for you guys. Which way, white man? Which way? Which way? Which way, white man? Do you go with the used up Becky, or the chased fucking Mei Ling? Let's see. Let's go up here real quick. He's going to get destroyed in those lovely Brazilian prisons. Oh my god. Always distrust people who try so hard to be the good guy. Yeah. And age, not you creep. Age in big letters on the back. Ah, yes. Mister, have you ever heard of the Anthony Spade channel? No. No, I don't think I have. Thinking about it, Mardo should definitely go ER. He lived in the basement. I didn't him. That's like I read that one before. Friend zone, slave zone is being well observed with the queen and dragon ship making army eunuchs fighting for her. Oh shit. I didn't realize that. I would forget that shit. That's fucked up. Very true though. He's gonna already read that one. I think people nowadays have it going so well they forget the natural laws. Oh, absolutely have. Yeah. Leftists play games with guns. Also leftists, we need to ban guns. Tea Party. Ah, yes. At least MJ had albums. He isn't even useful to society. Taking the Neverland pill. Oh boy. Or taking the Neverland pill. Looks fine to me. Oh yeah, that's fine, dude. Summer party. Yay. Yep. I feel like fathers these days have no say in how to raise their children in many such cases. I don't need those thoughts in my head. Yeah, neither do I. People have an easy cope. I can't tell if this guy's trolling me or not. Truth pill. You've been posting a whole lot of dumb shit here to saying cope all damn day long. Never Soyland. That shit is creepy. Of course, C-maxing, yeah. The new ER boyos. JBW. Oh, yeah, there you go. The noodle really makes the picture work. Life fuel for soy maxers. Not. Future moderator of our Asian American. Is he wearing 2 pairs of glasses? Cool times 2. Yeah, his jaw's kind of fucked. Does it matter? He's still getting some fucking Mei Ling fucking poontang right there, dude. You think he gives a fuck? Just be proud of who you are, son. Oh god. Oh, that picture. They must be putting something in the food we eat so that we have such a generation of men. Yeah. My boyfriend just happens to be white and 6'4", head ass chick. White man settling for bottom shelf. Stacy Nugent. Yes. Holy fuck. We too low. Being pal. Oh, let's see. Some life fuel. Yep. Mayo cells should at least try to see max for LDR maxing. That thumbnail is amazing. The aliens. How do you hire mods? I don't hire mods. I just fucking make people mods. White Stacy Queen with an army of ethnic Indian eunuch simp soldiers. I need to try C-maxing since I'm a white cell. Do it. Go sail the 7 seas. Get your yes. Here's a coping female here. Men are intimidated by my education. FDS newbie, so we're on female dating strategies again. I'm a female in her early 20s. I hold 2 bachelor's degrees, a license to practice in my profession, and will start grad school in the fall. So you're basically wasting your fucking time because men don't give a fuck about any of this shit. My starting salary with benefits considered above average and decent in my area. Okay. Men don't give a fuck with this either. I've come to realize that men are intimidated by the amount of education I've received. No, they're probably like not so much intimidated. They just don't want to deal with you. Dealing with women who are extremely educated and overeducated is extremely annoying. And it's like really, it's like backbreaking labor to deal with a woman like you. You're just a bitch. No one wants to deal with you because you're such a bitch. I've received. Oftentimes, they put my profession down due to the stereotypes of my field. Many of them think that my income isn't good enough, and they'll always question why I want to go to grad school for higher learning in my profession. Well, let's see. Early 20s. You mean like 22, 23? Okay. So you're going to spend all this time in college, and assuming this dude wants kids, you're going to wait till you're like 28, 29, 30, 31 to have kids. And he's like, okay, I don't want to have fucked up kids, dude. Due to my age and my appearance, men assume I'm still doing my bachelor's, and they have this confused look on their face when I tell them repeatedly I'm going to be a grad student. They make this face as if I'm lying to them. It's like the words grad school doesn't register when they talk to me. I used to feel so ashamed of doing what makes me happy. I used to try to defend and explain myself. Ladies, no matter how hard you try, they will not be convinced since this is clearly not about you. Today, I've realized this is my problem. Instead, it's about their insecurities and jealousies. Oh, no. It is your problem. Okay? You want men and you can't get them. This is your problem. I don't know why you think this isn't your problem. Okay? You're clearly hypergamous. Okay? Like, these men clearly aren't good enough for you in the long run. And you clearly want men who are superior to you. But the problem is, though, that your dating pool gets smaller and smaller and smaller the higher up the hierarchy you go. Instead, it's about their insecurities and jealousy. Yeah, cope. Men feel the need to tear you down by destroying your confidence and self-esteem because they are intimidated and feel inferior to you. Hey, cope. Keep coping, chick. Keep coping. Two bachelor's degrees. I'm afraid of debt. Yeah, that's been another big factor too as well. When I have a lot of debt, I really should try. Your cope is coping. So forward to when women started working beside Mary Curie, 100% of men inventing everything. And as a rule, we are looking at men from Protestant countries. Not one woman is mentioned as having an accomplished. Floyds are who educated think they know everything is cringe. They really think they Jimmy Neutron. Goddamn. Anything in the realm of civilization since her supposed liberation. Most of these men did all these things that when the patriarchal Protestant religion. I'm intimidated by her blind allegiance to the Jew system. Oh God. Feminazi date. Graping salutes equals FDS. Yeah. Absolutely dominated their lives in Europe and British Isles. These men were generally raised all up in homes where they were disciplined. The fathers ruled the house, and keep reading that. Salt, you mean sodium chloride? Men gave women rights. Women need men to keep their rights. Yep, basically. Chick told my religion intimidates men. No, why the fuck would you mention your religion in text on a hookup app? It's so stupid. Female cope is retarded. Yeah. Bible was taught to them from their childhood. When you look at their pictures, you see men with intense looks in their faces, and they're dressed like professionals. This was the manhood of possibly the greatest men generation in world history. Today, it's not much different. We have Drake, fresh and fit. I'm assuming you're gonna keep going. If you're only attracting low value men, what kind of women are you? Obviously, Chad is only chasing Stacy's. She wrote a cope mail. Yep. Men were the culprits. Men gave these things rights without responsibilities. Yep. Feminists, whoa, grape, Chad. We have made a mistake of Adam and placed our lives above us where God was, and God below us where our low lives used to be. Oh, shit. Did you see the black hole scientist chick? Despite having a minor role, Reddit made it out that she ran the whole project by herself. Yeah, I remember that shit, dude. Oh, God. That was such a fucking, yeah, that was a huge thing. All these dudes were all these lines of code, just like stuff like that, and she just sat there and took a picture. She did it all herself. Oh my God, she may discover that. Are you serious? I don't know. Shit's fucking retarded. When Chad grapes, it's called BDSM, butt plug fitness. God. Let's keep going. We got more memes. Ah yes, here we have the Ah yes, this is the life of the NEET. The NEET versus the wage slave. Truly, look at this shit. Morning. The NEET starts his day the way he intends on spending it, by expanding his mind. He decides to wake up anytime he wants, ensuring his mind is clear and alert for the enjoyment of the finest literature of the modern age. Ah yes, meanwhile, the wagey starts his morning at 5:30 a.m., waking up feeling tired and depressed at the notion of another day at work. They don't have time for any personal activities as their entire morning routine revolves around preparing for work. Unpaid preparation. Look at that shit. The NEET can take his time in the preparation of a healthy, delicious breakfast, ensuring he fills his body with nutrients needed to go about his day. The wage slave barely has time for breakfast, forcing himself to eat an unhealthy, high-calorie collection of mush in order to function throughout the day. Ah, yeah, look at this shit. Look at this Chad. Look at this Chad, dude. Glad that one blinked out. Ah, yeah, the NEET puts its knowledge to use, challenging the upstanding theories of the most established mathematicians and physicists of all time. As the NEET has the time that Newton and Einstein were gifted with, he's able to reach a similar level of understanding, relishing in his own discoveries that the normies will never know. The wage slave has been in his car for the last 2 hours and has only managed to travel half a mile from his home. But hey, he's got to leave early to make sure his boss can afford a new boat this summer. Ah, yes, here we go. Oh, I can't put that one on there. That's too risque for the stream. This one I can show because it's blocked. The NEET isn't completely selfish with his time. A few times a week, he volunteers at his local soup kitchen, butt naked, winning the admiration and praise of his entire city. It is only 10 a.m. The normie wage slave has another 9 hours of work before he can go home. Ah, yes, I know what I have to do here. Let me block the screen real quick. Give me a sec. Can I show that picture? I don't know. Yeah, I can't show that picture. I gotta block that one out. Unfortunately, too much going. This is a PG-13 stream. We can't do rated X content here. But let me get paint out real quick. Let me get paint. I'll continue that picture. Give me a sec. Just imagine what's happening in that next panel, though. Anybody that's seen that meme knows what happens next. Let me hold on. You guys can see this shit. Yeah, I can see it all. Fuck it. Where the fuck's my what drives this shit under? It's all under my desktop. All right, that. Give me a sec, boyos. We'll get right back to that meme in real quick second here. Give me a sec. We're gonna fill that solid color. All right, block all this shit out. Here we are. All right, perfect. Look at this perfect meme. Look at this. Look at this editing, dude. Look at this fucking editing. All right, we edited the meme. The meme ready to go. The meme's ready to go. All right, I can't show that panel because it was too much. There was too much going on there. But just imagine what's happening there. Ah, yes. So it's only 10 a.m. The Normie Wagey has another 9 hours of work before he can go home. Ah, yes. The NEET then makes his way to the Wade Slave's house, where he has been fucking Wade Slave's girlfriend Dayla for the last 2 years. The neighbors can hear her moans from across the street, making the Wade Slave the laughing stock of his entire neighborhood. Ah, yes. This doesn't matter what's going on here. You better work harder, Wade Slave. Otherwise, your boss can't afford that private jet he had his eye on. Ah, yes. No financial obligations. That means the NEET gets to keep every penny of his money. He uses his spare time to study investing, using Wade Slave's tax money to fund his lavish lifestyle. Payday, well, obviously your boss needed to take his profits. Oh, and your taxes had to go towards our NEET friend. Oh, and then there are your bills, your mortgage, your insurance. But hey, you might be able to survive on that. Oh. Here we have the final panel here. The NEET hops down on the piano lounge where he's become something of a local celebrity. And he's able to practice during the day with all his spare time. His skills have become unmatched, winning the admiration and respect of thousands. 9 p.m. Better go to bed, Wade Slave. You don't want to be tired for the work tomorrow, do you? I know you didn't get any time for yourself today, but you'll get a few hours on the weekend if your boss doesn't call you into work. Ah, yes, truly the life of the free NEET versus the Wade Slave. Look at this guy. Who goes to a soup kitchen butt naked? That's the real question, though. I mean, fuck, dude. What the fuck? The NEET guy, the prodigy in this example. Yeah, what's so funny about it, dude? It's so over exaggerated. Oh, God. Literally homosexual maxing. Yeah, very true. May the NEET inherit the earth. Truly. This is a spicy meme mystery, top tier meme curation only from Mystery School. Not only here, but that means old as dirt at this point. See what meme is this? You know what memes here. Ah, yes, here's another one. Another FDS post. This place is a fucking gold mine for bullshit. Ladies, if he's asking you, are you the clingy type? Ladies, if he's asking you right at the bat if you're the clingy type, just days off of getting to know you, run. So I met this guy off of OLD. We were exchanging text once or twice a day, and out of the blue he asked if I was clingy. He proceeded to ask me how it was handled during my past relationships. Clown. Somebody asks you this, it's a bad sign. New relationships should not be based off of old ones. Except women do this shit all the fucking time, dude. Women will hold shit that they've had in their heart against their old relationship all the fucking time and spur that shit onto you later on and behave as if you're the one that did that shit to them. So yeah, bullshit. So I definitely had chicks tell me that shit before, like where it's like I always tell them like, well, why are you judging me off of your past relationship? It was like, well, I have to, right? And it's like, what the fuck, dude? So like, yeah, bullshit. This guy just doesn't want to get to know you. He just wants the benefits. Also, if he liked you, he would love the fact that you're talking to him and no one else. There's no such thing as clingy. Yes, there is. Just a low effort clown. Yeah, bullshit. Cope here. Also, do not fall for the "you're being too clingy" argument. Okay, most guys just say that so they could cheat on you or avoid you. Yes. Well, if you're dealing with a Chad who gets to cheat on you, then you're probably hitting far too above your weight class chick, in which you should not be wasting your time and energy. He either makes time to talk to you or you're going to remove him from your life entirely. FDF, there you go. I think I'll stop. Should I stop there or should I keep going for memes? Got a lot of memes here I can keep going with. I think I'll stop there for now. You should stream on weekdays too. Fuck that. I don't have time for that shit. Especially in the next few weeks. I gotta have a class starting up pretty soon, so I don't have time for that. Let's see. I do it mystery. Go into the kitchen naked when I get a one night stand with a woman, and she's usually naked too. Nice, dude. Heard that. It only for a month while I picked up another job, had more sex than when I was a wage slave. Stacy needs much attention, but that husbands can't give because of wage slaving. You know, the women actually have to break all the rules for the right guy. That's why roast advice makes no sense. There are different rules for different levels of attractiveness. Yep. Women will hold their relationships over their children's heads too. You just like your father, your dad shit. Yeah, dude, it's true. It's true. I don't have a webcam at all. So I don't even have a webcam on my PC. Let's see. All right, let's go for this meme here. Fuck it, let's keep going with the memes. Ah, yes, here we have the Notice here, art after unlearning. Ah, here we have the Chad jawline here of the Asian. Look at this guy. Okay, well then when you actually do the picture though, this is what he wishes. This is what he wishes he looked like. Confident, hunter eyes, the Chad jawline, the hairline. Hairline's still kind of there. Just not nearly a square though. This is what he actually looks like. And here's the actual side by side picture of this guy. Like, yep, well, we all know who yeah, okay. There you go. There's the reality of it. Look at this absolute gym cell here. Look at this guy. He's like, fuck it. Fuck it. It's like, oh man, he got the whole fucking thing over here. He literally, because of COVID, he had to make his own, sorry, the Chad 19 virus. He had to make his own equipment here. Got some fucking Quikrete, 2 buckets, made his own little rack. Got the fucking waifus on the screen. Got his figures everywhere, posters everywhere. This dude's got it going on right now, dude. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. He's got it going on. Fucking sick games, dude. Damn, respect. Look at that shit, dude. Look at that shit. That is the temple of Broden right there. Respect. I need some waifus. Yes. What meme is this? I'm not gonna use that meme. Fucking. Let me show the thumbnails real quick, and then I'll start opening the chat up real soon. Okay, so here we have here's last night's thumbnail. Here we have. Oh, you shaved? Yes. Oh. Look at the chin. There ain't shit there, dude. This is a fucking like this is a line up like whoop. Like, I love how confident he is. Dude, like, yes. It's just like, oh no. Oh. Fucking chinlet. Okay, that then here's today's thumbnail. What the fuck's the thumbnail at? I know I had like there we go. Here's the alien meme. Here's our alien. This is how this is another way you guys can ascend. I don't know who's is this guy even alive. That's the real question. Then of course we have the alien here. Hopefully she's female or it's female. They can make a baby or something shit like that. But yeah. Whew. All right, let's get the link in the chat. Actually, hold on, I'm not doing that yet. I have an article I want to do too as well, which I have queued up, ready to go. The real question is, do I actually want to do this article or not? I can't tell. I might save it for later. I'll save it for later. We can do this later. This mean later. Let's get people in the chat. Let's do it. Okay, here's the thingy. Pin the message. Article denied. Yeah. Mystery. Do you think cartels would ever people to start their own country? What? I have a feeling at some point someone will fucking take over the fucking cartel shit, dude. No way. I mean, like, Mexico is like barely a fucking country at this point. It's like a failed state. People always say I look like a middle school, even though I'm in my mid 30s or 20s. It's over for babyface self. Holy shit. Greetings from Finland. Okay, well, welcome, good friend. I'll be back. I'll let people queue up in the queue, and then we'll get started here. Otherwise, I'll read the article. I won't do that shit. So. Okay, we're back. Let's do this shit. All right, well, nobody's here. Fuck it. Let's do the article real quick, I guess, once I'm here. Here we go. Let's see. Let's do this shit. Let's show screen, and here we are. So we have an article here. Tinder revenue statistics, usage statistics. So yeah. Tinder is a dating app that matches users to others based on geographic proximity. It works through a simple interface that allows users to swipe left to like, or right to like, or left to pass. If two users both like each other, it's a match, and they are able to chat through the app. Tinder users are able to view selected pictures, post in their potential matches, Facebook accounts, also used for verification purposes, a short text bio, a link Spotify, Instagram account, if chosen. They can also see age, and if they have any Facebook connections in common. Tinder app is built around the idea of a double opt-in, taking out the element of embarrassment and unwanted attention. You can only talk to someone if you both like each other. It was also invented to provide a social platform through which users can meet people through that they don't know and wouldn't usually meet, as opposed to the traditional social media model that focuses on connecting people with whom you are acquainted with in real life. With this basis in physical proximity, it dispenses with the complex algorithm utilized by others mobile dating apps, and simply reduces it to the simplest level that you might find in real life: physical attraction. For that reason, Tinder has gained a reputation as a hookup app. And though with this entrenchment and the modern dating, it's not uncommon for Tinder users to be looking for a deeper connection. The app was founded in 2012 in Hatch Labs, startup incubator run by Interactive Corp, former parent company of Match Group, by Sean Rad and Justin Mateen, some other guy, who had met the University of Southern California, IAC, and also been responsible for dating sites like Match.com, OkCupid, and Zayhai, China, shit like that. After initially being trialed in a series of U.S. colleges, university campuses, Tinder rolled out into great success, processing 350 million swipes per day by late 2013, the 4,000 per second, holy shit, rising to 1 billion swipes per day before the end of 2014. The free-to-use app introduced a premium subscription model in 2015 that added features, Tinder Plus, and its third level in 2017, Tinder Gold. Ooh, you just pay more money, boyos. One-off in-app purchases can be made. Let's see. Since then, Tinder has been only grown bigger to become an irreducible element in the modern dating landscape. Read more on blah blah blah. Okay, so this is some stats here. So, Tinder overview, key statistics. 6.7 million paying Tinder subscriptions as of Q4 2020. Holy fucking shit. 6.7 million paying Tinder subscriptions. What the fuck? Total Tinder users estimated at 66 million, according to Reuters. 17% of U.S. adults have used Tinder, rising to 52% of those aged 18 to 24. Remember, guys, Tinder is not real life. So, it's not real life, guys, at all. Other estimates find that the highest U.S. Tinder penetration among 30 to 44-year-olds at 19% compared to 15% of 18 to 29 years old if you consider only current users. Okay. It estimates that 70% of Tinder user base is male compared to 28%. Dang, so the odds are not in your favor if you're a fucking dude. Here we are. 50% of UK Tinder users and 56% of those use the app at least once every few days. Tinder 2020 revenue came in at 1.4 billion. Tinder accounted for 5% of total Match Group revenue, 2.4 billion, and US 40 to 43% over 2019 2020. UK 5 to 8% are the biggest contributors to Tinders. Of course, they would be. There's some data down here, though. There's demographic data, politics, pro-Trump, anti-Trump, various things like that. It's very, 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 very robust data here. If you want to know more, for sure. I might even go through stuff in the video at some point, but it's all here. And there's stuff down here, though. Other key Tinder stats. Tinder monthly active users estimated at 66 million. Tinder is used in 190 countries and available in 40 languages. Tinder has been downloaded more than 430 million times. Of course, it has been. Tinder is processing 1 billion swipes per day by late 2014, rising to 1.6 billion in 2018. A record 3 billion swipes was recorded in 29th of May 2020. I can't imagine why that would happen. Couldn't be the Chad-19 virus, right? Let's see. Tinder swiping among Gen Z increased by 39% in the first few months of CV lockdown. Holy shit. Gen Z, you guys going crazy, dude. Over 50% of Tinder members aged 18 to 25. Tinder users go on 1.5 million dates per week. That's a whole lot of stuff for Chad. Over 60 billion matches made since Tinder launched. 37.5% of US Tinder users were active daily in June 2020. Over 50% of active Tinder users are active at 9 p.m., according to Nielsen. Let's see. Active Tinder users log in on average 4 times per day. A lot of data here. 40% of U.S. college students say Tinder is for hookups and Bumble is for dating. Bumble sucks, dude. So 54% claim there is no difference. All right. Estimates of Tinder users number in Brazil vary from 7% of Brazilians. Oh, fuck Brazilians, dude. 7% of college students have never met with their matches. Oh, shit. 70% of college students have never met up with their matches. Dang, dude. And 45% say that they use Tinder mostly for confidence boosting procrastination. Oh, my God. Oh, no. 45%. That's almost half your fucking users, dog. You don't even use it for what it's meant for. 95% of Tinder users meet their matches within a week. And compared to 20% of online daters overall and 50% of offline daters. 9% of users say it's hard to commit to someone due to the vast array of dating options compared to 44% of other online daters and 42% of offline daters. Only 9% say that shit, though. I can't believe that's true. There's no way that's just true, dude. I don't know. I can't. That's data I can't really believe. But the problem with data like this is that it's oftentimes surveys, so it's hard to tell what's true or not. What's actually accurate versus what they're actually saying. So Because I figured this number here would be higher. Or maybe it's just like one of those weird things where it's like a cognitive thing where like they don't really know that it's harder to find somebody because like there's so many options. 85% of Tinder users say "I love you" within the first year of dating, compared to 80% of all offline daters. Though, okay, female Tinder users are more careful in their approach, with 91% reporting that they only like profiles that they actually felt attracted to. Oh, oh no 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 no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh shit! Compared to 72% of men. Oh no! Oh, 35%. 35% of men report casually liking most Tinder profiles, with some overlap with the above. Wow. Researchers using a female Tinder profile and unselectively liking male profiles to get 200 matches within an hour and 600 by 4-hour mark. Oh no. Oh. Male Tinder profiles only garnered 100 matches by the same juncture. Even that seems really, really fucking that's optimistic to me, honestly. I think the average you probably get fucking nothing, and then they might be using a chat profile. I don't know. I had to look at this study here, this little guy here. Maybe click on that link later on. For men, the median time between getting match and messaging standing at 2 minutes. 63% of men message a match within 5 minutes, while the equivalent for females is 38 minutes. Only 18% message within 5 minutes. Wow. So even if you're Chad, you're still waiting on messages, dude, no matter what. You always have to message first. The average Tinder message sent by a man to a woman is 12 characters long, while the other way around, the average is 122. Wow. 72% of mobile dating app users believe Tinder is most racially diverse dating app, with 17% of the users claiming to be very open-minded when using dating apps. Bullshit. I don't believe any of that. 74% having gone on a date with someone of a different racial background, compared to 60% of non-Tinder users. Okay. One study found that 4% of male Tinder profiles identified as homosexual or bisexual, compared to 0.1% of female profiles. Tinder accounts for 50% of match group revenue. Read that already. There you go. Yep. Here's the Tinder subscriptions in thousands. Look at this. Look at this increase, dude. Just gone up and up and up. Holy shit. Ah, yes. Who uses Tinder? 1824, Tinder, Bumble, Match.com, eHarmony. Overall, yeah. 2534, Tinder, Bumble. There's a big change here. So like this group here is like the hookup app, and then when you actually want to meet somebody of like, decent, want to get married for, okay, all of a sudden you switch to Bumble. It's kind of funny how that works out. We got two people sitting in the queue. I'll let them in later on. Let's see. The same source looked at Tinder users by gender, finding 20% of U.S. males had used the app, compared to 13% of females. This is the widest disparity of any app, with Bumble coming in at 18 to 13% in favor of male users, while Match.com 60 to 50% in favor of female users, and eHarmony 10% of users to close to parity. The data does not include any further gender identities. The Tinder does offer multiple options to users. There's a whole lot more other on here. All right, well. There's a demographic data here. There's a whole lot of data here to really go through, actually, if you want to do a deep dive on this shit. Tinder users skew heavily male. Probably nothing we haven't heard before, but it's like very true. A lot of stuff here. Online dating and finding a partner through these platforms are more common among adults who are younger or lesbian, gay, bisexual. U.S. Tinder usage by demographic, percent of users. Yep, it's all here. Even has income, I believe. Look at the income. Look at the income gap here. Wow. Urban, rural. Age distribution of London Tinder users. Let's see, a lot of 20-year-olds, and it kind of drops off real hardcore. Same for females as well. That's to be expected, though. That makes sense. Let's see. Go with international as well. Holy shit, there's a lot of data here. There's a lot of data here. What do Tinder users want? Survey of college students found that a significantly greater proportion of users were interested in hookup than were looking for relationships. We have to bear in mind, however, that these Tinder statistics pertain to a younger demographic who are more likely to be concerned with experimentation than just settling down just yet. Notably, in August 2018, Tinder introduced Tinder U, a product aimed exclusively at college students, which requires a university-affiliated email address in order to access. Hookups weren't the most popular option, though. The accolade goes to confidence-boosting procrastination. Wow. Nobody uses the app for what it's meant for. These aren't clearly explained, though Tinder itself does tout itself as a friendship as well as a dating app. Yeah, bullshit. So looking for hookups, like, what, 27%, 22%? Looking for relationships, really fucking low. Look at that. Confidence-boosting procrastination, 45%, dude. Other reasons. Yeah, other reasons probably belong over a hookup. These are just the people who don't want to admit to this. That's the way I view it. God damn, I get some water real quick. Give me a sec. God. Clear your fucking throat, right? Jesus. When asked to compare Tinder and Bumble, a rival app, the premise of which women message men first, 40% claimed that Tinder is for hookup, Bumble is for dating. The 54% of respondents claimed that there was no difference. I think I read that already. Yeah. Holy shit, there's a lot going on here, dude. There's a lot of data. Tinder usage stats, Tinder revenue stats, more dating app data. There's no more data down here. What the fuck? Yeah, whatever. But yeah, this was fun. I might have to go through that article in depth and figure out what the data really says. We have Sus. Okay, we have Sus in here. I think I know who he is. I think I've been in stream with the guy before, actually. I think I'll let him in. What's going on, my dude?
Hey, what's going on, man? Long time no see.
Yeah, I haven't seen this since like TRP stream, probably.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask you. You know what happened to TRP, aka someone? It's like he disappeared.
Yeah, his channel's gone, and he just kind of like dipped out. I don't know. He was on my stream like probably a week before he had done that, so I don't know what happened to him. I know he talked he kind of talked a little bit about how he might be like escaping the Inceldom problem, but like, I don't know. Maybe it happened for him. I don't know.
Oh man, yeah, because I used to enjoy talking to him. I mean, I'm not an incel. I'm still here, so I
Yeah, I
just
don't know what
enjoy
happened to
talking
him. Yeah, I don't know where he went. He's like dipped out real hard.
I might shoot him an email unless he deactivated that too. I
Yeah, I
don't
have
know,
no
but
clue.
yeah, but anyways, yeah, I heard you talking about neat maxing or whatever, and
Oh, the
yeah,
neat shit. Yeah, the neat meme.
yeah, I'm a big advocate for neat maxing just because, honestly, like if I was, I'm old, so I'm 37, I'm a lot older than you guys, but yeah, if I was a young buck in my teens or early 20s, I would just neat max, you know. Of course, it's not that easy, but I would try to get some income where you don't have to spend all day at work. And then I would go and I would work out for a couple hours every day. And I mean, you don't want to neat max and then sit there and play video games all the time, you know, and just, eat potato chips. You actually want to, neat max so you can go to the gym like your meme and, build some muscle and then you have time for to get girls. That's what I would do. Because a lot of times once you start working, and even if you get married and you start working, you're just not going to have that much time to give attention to your woman or your girl. But a guy who is neat maxed, he's going to have all day. So, I don't know if you ever remember, there was PUAs and stuff, they say that, oh, it's not that great, having 5 or 6 girls on rotation because it takes all your time and you can't have a job. That kind of is true from that aspect. Women just take a lot of time, and
Yeah, a lot of money and time for sure.
yeah, well, I would say nowadays, dude, see, I think that's a confusion. Not all women want money. Some will just take your time because a lot of women, especially if they're young and good looking, dude, they got their own money. A lot of young women who are good looking, they don't even have a degree. They'll be put in sales positions that used to traditionally be for like men in their 40s and 50s.
Hmm.
You know, like I know a lot of girls in their early 20s, that they rent heavy equipment to like the city and to fix major highways, and those jobs pay like, let's say, 42 dollars an hour,
Wow.
because of the bonuses that they get, and they're good looking, so they, a foreman or a guy that owns a construction company, is going to want to talk to a hot little chick, and they'll rent from that company versus going to a company that has a boomer, trying to have them sign a contract because they don't care. They're from the
Yeah, not
city,
really. Yeah.
you know. They're from the city. It's not affecting their bottom line where they rent it from. But if there's how men are. If there's just a potential, not a certainty, a potential for sex, they'll go that route. So I know a
Yeah, I was
lot of
just
women
saying,
who
like,
have
more or less from
money.
the aspect of like the whole, the mantra of like my money is my money and his money is my money type thing. Which, like, women are very, very selfish with their own money, so like they don't want to spend money on themselves. Well, they will spend money on themselves, but they'll never. If you go on a date, though, they're going to expect to be taken care of, basically.
Well, dude, I'll tell you from personal experience, girls will spend money on you, but only only if you're like, only if they like you and stuff. Yeah, you're right about their money. They're very, here's the funny part. I've been with girls and they don't want to spend money on their boyfriend, but they'll spend money on me, which is fucked up. I know, but it's just the way it is, you know. So they will. Modern women, I know it's kind of archaic, the red pill, just where women want money and this and that. Dude, a lot of women make money now. They make more money than men. Yeah, like I said, especially young girls.
Yeah,
They
I think
make
there's
more money than
definitely
dudes.
like data out in places like California where, like, I actually believe young women in like their 20s and definitely their 20s out earn the men in the same age bracket, which is like insane to me. If you had thought about that, a few years ago, like the whole concept of like the whole quote unquote the wage gap is completely inverted now.
It really is. And what surprised me, because I'm in IT, and there's so many women in IT now, and a lot of them are managers. So they're making more than the guys under them. The guy could have a master's degree in programming, but they're still earning more than him because they're his manager. And on top of that, they're really good at it too. I can't, like, you hear a lot of another misconception: women don't like math. Women don't. Dude, some of the best programmers and SQL database administrators that I have seen and data analysts have been women. So I've seen that for myself. So, the whole thing where, and the thing is that, a guy gets into IT and he becomes unattractive. Why? Because he's sitting there for not just 8 hours, because then you add an hour of lunch. So that would be technically like 9 hours, and then the commute. But, nowadays, you're making over 50 grand, they're putting you on salary. So they're putting you on salary, you're not working 8 hours, you're working at least 9, 10 hours, plus, an hour lunch or 30-minute lunch, and then your commute. It's just the way American companies are. So what's happening? You're tired, you don't have any energy, you don't want to waste time going to the gym. Then you get out of work, you're so exhausted, you just want to turn the TV on and take a nap. So you don't have any time for anyone, much less a woman. But if you neat max, if you ascend, if you transcend, you know, time and space, and achieve the final form of neat maxing, you're gonna be in a good mood. You're gonna have energy. You're gonna, have been taking your naps, have gone to the gym. You're just gonna be a lot more likable guy to be around.
Well,
Does that
how
make
should one go about neat maxing here, though? Are you talking about
Well,
like in like the government money, or you're talking about actually like saving up a nest egg and then investing the money in some sort of weird way, right? Like what are you talking about here?
I see that's where I don't have the solution. Now, I've seen guys like look at Better Bachelor. He was a network engineer and he saved his money and then he made a YouTube channel and now he's just, out perusing all over the place. Now the guy's he's a short guy, he's not attractive. I've noticed he'll go on, he'll start going to the weight room, exercise, for a few months and then he'll quit. And then he'll go and then he'll quit. So he doesn't have much to work with, but like he neat maxed. It's just he's older. He has a lot of negatives going against him. The main one is his age. He's just kind of aging out. Men hit the wall too. But
Sure.
there's an example. If you can get on government money, I can't. I'd love to. If you can get like on food stamps and stuff, I 100% promote it. Aaron Clary is another example of a neat maxer. He started. He's an older guy too, but
Yeah, I'm sorry.
he quit.
Who's the other guy you said? I'm sorry. I am.
Aaron Clary.
Oh,
Um,
him. Okay.
he screams on. He
Yeah,
gets
I
emails.
know who he is. Yeah, I know who. I just didn't hear his
Okay.
name. Yeah, I'm sorry. I missed that.
Josh Fluke. Do you know Josh Fluke?
I feel like I know the last name, but no.
Okay, Josh Fluke has a YouTube channel, and he used to be a programmer,
Hmm.
and now he found himself a girlfriend, and everything. He goes to the gym and he just makes YouTube videos. Josh, he trolls and makes fun of companies and boomers and if you like that type of stuff, which I do, because but yeah, I really can't tell you how to go about it.
I
I
mean,
don't
basically,
know.
it sounds like what these guys did here was basically the fire. I think it's retire early. They call it. You basically save a fuckload of your income, like a huge portion of your income, really early on in life. You kind of hit that like $1.5 million, $1 million mark. You put into a few investment funds, and you basically live off the interest and dividends. That's I'm not saying the problem is everybody can't do that. That requires a very, very high paying job to some extent. Not saying you can't do it for a lower paid job, but not everybody qualifies for a electrical engineering job or computer programming job or something like that. So like this isn't really a viable strategy for everybody to do. Certain people can actually make this type of shit happen, but a lot of people are going to be left out of this particular kind of game, when it comes to neat maxing. And then not everybody qualified for autism bucks or some other shit like that where they can get free money from the government the way around. So
Yeah, I mean, you're right. You're right about that. And I don't know how to go about. I mean, there's things like, looking back, I used to be embarrassed at living at my parents' house. I was out of my parents' house by the time I was 16. But looking back, it's not a bad, like if your parents are cool, and they have, you have your own room and stuff. I would just, if you're young and stuff, I would just, I don't know, get a part-time job that pays you enough to like go to the gym, buy good food, buy supplements, and doesn't eat up all your time. You know, maybe get a job at the front reception or the front counter of the gym or something like that, something very basic. And just like you can be at home and like maybe you're interested in something, like IT or engineering and just study from home and just kind of, and then that way you have the time and the energy and you're not beaten down by the monotony and the people at work, if that makes sense. Because I don't know about you. What do you work in?
I do a I'm an accountant basically. I'm a controller really for a controller. Yeah, I do.
Okay, that's a really mind. It really takes a lot of brain power, and it's really mind numbing at the end of the day.
It
Job.
depends. There's some days where some days where I actually have a lot of stuff to do. It can be pretty stimulating, but then for the most part, though, yeah, my day to day tasks are very much like monotonous, and yeah.
Do you feel like after you get out of work, like actually meeting someone in real life and hanging out, or do you just want to go home and like put your mind at rest?
My usual schedule is that I actually wake up pretty early, go to work, then I'll go to the gym, and then I'll go home. That's my usual schedule. I've actually gone on a few dates after work though a few times. So I mean, it's not like not uncommon for me to go out and do stuff after work. But normally my usual schedule is to go to the gym and then do stuff like that. So yeah.
Hmm. Okay. Yeah, because, well, I guess you're young too. You're younger, so, but as you get older, that gets harder to do.
Oh yeah, your energy levels drop hardcore for sure. I just understand that. I would say the ideal situation to be in wouldn't be to be like a like receptionist at a gym. I would say the ideal situation to be in would be to with like a some sort of like STEM degree, some sort of like high tier degree, living at your parents' house when you're still fairly young. You can save a fuckload of cash because you're not paying any. Assuming your parents aren't assholes and make you pay rent or that. Maybe they might make you pay a few bills every once in a while. But other than that, you're basically kind of be living rent free. You can save a fuckload of money, doing it that way. Especially if you don't have any like student loan debt. But if you're unlucky to have student loan debt, well, at least they give you time to pay off your student loan debt while you're there and also save money as well. So that's the ideal situation to be in. I don't think working from like a low tier receptionist job where like you have all this time. Like, what's the point? Like, you're still gonna be broke as fuck.
Well, the reason is because I've noticed, at least in my case, the women I'm with, they don't require me to pay money. It's just attention that they want. They just want to spend time with me. But so that's why I'm going from that approach. And I've noticed too, I've worked all my life. I'm a computer programmer, so I've worked all my life in IT. And most of the guys that I've ever worked with are single, or if they do have a wife, all the wives that they've had are so hideous. They look like a pig with blonde fake hair and bright red lipstick. So I mean, I don't want to say like get a STEM degree because I have not seen one STEM guy, not a single one, not a 0.0001 guy with an attractive girl. I've
Well, like,
either
are
seen
these
them
are
sit.
these guys attracted themselves?
Some of them aren't that bad looking. Like they actually go to the gym and stuff, but they might be bald, but they're
I
not
mean,
like
like facially or
hideous.
something like that. Like, are they like decently looking dudes? Or are they like? Would they be like their looks match? Like,
Right?
would it?
Can't you say
Uh,
it was the degree that did that? That's the causation sort of
well,
correlation thing.
the causation, I think, is the fact that you have a STEM degree and that it takes up so much of your time, and it's a sedentary job, and they make you work so much overtime. Like in tax season, I'm sure you have to work more hours as a
Not in my case. So
controller.
I work for
Not in your case?
a corporation. No, I
Okay,
work for. I'm
okay.
not. I don't work in public anymore. Fuck that shit. I work in corporations.
Well,
So
what about end of year? End of year, do you
in
work
end of the
more when?
year, I probably put in an extra like, I don't know, 5-10 hours a week, which is like nothing compared to what I do. And oftentimes I can just take my computer home and do it from home if I had to. So it wouldn't even matter as much. So yeah, I
Well,
actually have a pretty chill job.
yeah, you're lucky. You're the exception, and maybe accounting is a little different than in IT, where you have these very strict deadlines and you're constantly being asked to work overtime. And yes, you can work from home,
Yeah,
but at
I
the
would
end
agree
of the
with that.
day,
I've heard the programming schedules, depending on what you're doing, are extreme. Like when it's fucking crunch time, it's crunch time, dude. It gets really fucking
yes, yes.
yeah,
Hmm.
yeah.
You're
It
working
really
Easter,
goes
you're
crazy.
working
Yeah.
Christmas, you're working past midnight. And yeah, you're working from home, but you're working from home. You're stuck on that chair, and a lot of the people that I work with even get develop hemorrhoids just from sitting so much. So I don't, like you were asking, what's the cause? It's I can't really say get a STEM degree. If I would have done things differently, I would have not even done IT. I would have been a firefighter, a police officer, or something else. That when I'm not at work, I'm not at work. If that
Yeah, I
I'm
mean,
not on call. Go ahead.
with my job, I have a pretty good work. Like, my first job out of college, I did public accounting for like 2-3 years. And I hated my fucking life every day. That job sucked ass. It was it was more monotonous than my first job. Than my second job is, even compared to that. extremely fucking insane how monotonous that job was, and I hated every fucking second of it. The public sucks, and working with the public sucks, and doing the taxes sucks ass too as well, and dealing with your corporation sucks ass. So like, I much prefer the more kind of like easier going atmosphere of a corporation where you do the corporate stuff. It's a lot easier to deal with than it is to deal with the public. But yeah, so like depending on I still like I know there's a guy named I always have here named Drolix. He advocates pretty hardcore for STEM because like STEM is very much a job you can kind of do anywhere at the end of the day. It's like a we always talk about having a the whole meme of having a global skill set. So like you can like have it because STEM is useful anywhere you kind of go. Every country on the planet kind of needs STEM people at this point because technology becomes so ingrained in the world now. You almost need these people. So like you could in theory work from anywhere. Assuming you have a decent job, you can kind of work from anywhere around the world nowadays because the whole work from home stuff happening right now. You can live in some like third world country and like collect checks all fucking day long in American dollars and just live like a fucking king in some other country.
Right. And see, I'm on that journey right now. Like the last year and a half, I've been I work from home right now.
Yeah.
And so I'm want to get to a point where I can go anywhere in the world I want. But at the end of the day, dude, my evaluation is still if you get into IT, just because I've worked in it all my life, it's all I've ever known. If you get into IT, it's like the fastest way into inceldom or not getting women just from my personal experience and the people, the guys that I knew that worked around me and stuff like that. So
That's
that's
curious.
why
What part of the country do you live in? Just curious here. Like, what are your like general stats? I'm just kind of curious of like who you. I know who you are, but like I never really talked about like like are you like a 5 out of 10, 6 out of 10? How would you rate yourself? How tall are you? What are your general stats?
I'm 5'11" and 3/4. I'm
All right.
That's 5'10" where we're from.
I'm 209.
Okay.
I can bench 6 reps, 3 sets of 265.
So basically, you're kind of
Um,
fit, right? You would say you're fairly fit, basically. Like you go to the gym quite a bit, or
yes. I mean, like I got the chest popping out.
okay. So you basically have like a
With the
gym
five.
body, what people would say, right? And like
Yes.
and you're from where? Like what part? What you don't have to say the exact location, but like what general part of the country do you live in? Like the
Midwest.
okay, I kind of figured that. And then Midwest, kind of where like general like what part like Indiana or farther from
I,
there?
I, I
Or...
don't I don't want to say the state.
Okay, yeah.
But let's just say I live. Do you know LFA?
LFA. No.
Okay. Well, he lives in Oklahoma,
Okay.
but I live somewhere around
Okay,
that
okay. So
area
you
or
live in the
whatever.
Midwest. So I would have stopped there. Midwest is fine. And then I'm assuming you're white, right?
What
No.
was that?
I'm assuming are you white or are you what are you? What's your race?
No, I'm
Oh,
Hispanic.
Hispanic. Okay,
Yeah.
Hispanic. Okay. And you're 5'11", 5'11", 3/4, some of that, and then your weight's 209. How would you rate your face generally, like on your own scale?
Well, I took a test on pretty or not,
Yeah.
and I don't know if that means anything. Aaron Clary said, "Go get yourself rated on pretty or not." So I did, and I got an 85%
Hmm.
on my face. I
Okay.
uploaded my face or whatever.
Okay. All right, I'm just trying to get a
Um.
baseline here of what we're talking about. Okay. So
Uh.
go ahead though.
So if I could, I was married for 7 years.
Okay.
Um. To a Hispanic chick. She was 4'11", and when I met her, she weighed 98 pounds. Now, when we got divorced, she was 120.
Well,
but
she got you pretty good.
yeah, but she was like 98. Really nice little body and bubbly little butt and everything. I the last well, I've been with white girls. I've been with Puerto Rican, Mexican, Ukrainian, and Russian. And my favorite are white girls. Um, so uh, I don't know if that explains anything.
Okay, I was trying to get like a baseline because like, obviously people can come in here and say anything, so it's trying to get like a baseline of what we're talking about here. So basically, you're kind of like you're basically Chad, or I guess what's the Hispanic version of Chad? I don't know what we call this guy, but
Well, I don't know if I'm Chad. I mean, like I go to Walmart and I get looks. Where I live, there's no Victoria's Secret models either. The Midwest is notorious for having land whales.
Chad Rodriguez. Okay, yeah, I want that
But
Chad Rodriguez.
but I get looks, I get smiles from girls, and I'm not even
Okay, so
dressed
yeah,
up.
you could basically say you could basically say you're Chad then, though, right? Like, I mean, at the end of the day, if you're getting like reactions in IRL, like walking around a store, you're obviously getting something. Like, so like you're getting far more than what the average man would probably get, right?
Right. Well, yeah, because like compared to, I have cousins, and one of them is still a virgin. He's just a year younger than me. And the other one is, I think, 30, and he's a virgin too. And they're a little bit shorter. They're like 5'9", 5'10", not even much of a difference really. But they don't go to the gym. They're skinny. One of them's a full stack developer, computer programmer, owns his own house. He is projected to be a millionaire at the age of 44 because he's very good at investing his money. Um, owns two cars, very responsible guy. And then the other one, he works, and he has saved up over $100,000, and he works in fixing those what are they called? Though when you go to a grocery store and the auto checkout stuff,
Those
Yeah,
those
self checkout kiosks.
yeah, the kiosk, yeah.
yeah, there you go. The auto checkout kiosk. That's what he does. But they both just gave up, and it's just, I know the full stack developer, just because he has no time. He's always on that damn computer programming, learning different programming languages, and all he wants to talk about is, all the different, how he made this web service and post this, and I don't have the heart to tell him I really don't give a shit. But you know if that's what your life is about, you know I guess that's what I was trying to say with neat maxing. Like, you're not going to be talking about programming languages to a girl. She's not going to give a shit, talking about your work and stuff. And since that's all you do all day, that's probably what you're going to be talking about. Where if you neat max and you just go live life, you hang out at the park, work out, and have fun, and you're going to be a lot funner and have better topics
I
and
would
stuff.
honestly say, just for the neat back thing here real quick, like I would say that the average neat probably doesn't do shit. Like they probably just lay around all damn day long, jerking off, fucking eating Cheetos, and fucking playing PS5 in their house. Like a lot of those guys aren't
Yeah.
going to amount to a hill of beans. Like let's be real here. Like
When you
if you have
said
the
defects in earlier, I heard you bring up Aaron Clary and all that. Like, those would be better described as like minimalist, right? Because Aaron Clary like advocates for getting 5 or 6 figures and all that. He's more like,
Well,
yeah, just make the money, just don't spend it. So just
right, and those weren't very good examples. They're good examples of how to not have to go get a job. They made their own job. He has assholeconsulting.com, and people send him questions, and they pay him to answer them.
So,
But
so
the thing
basically,
with him,
they became like entrepreneurs then, right? To some extent, obviously,
yeah, yeah,
if you consider Asset Consulting to be a job, obviously, then yeah, they became entrepreneurs. They started their own businesses. I'm assuming Aaron Clary, he seems like a pretty, obviously, he's pretty decently smart. He probably I don't know what kind of job he had before. I'm sure he worked something before. Probably made some money there. He has some capital already saved up, so he's able to start his own company, live off some interest and dividends, and just do his own thing to some extent. Probably what happened with him, if I had to guess.
right, and he was a banker. He got a degree in finance, and he hated the bank. He hated corporate world and stuff.
Yeah, but he still
I
worked that
get,
job for a certain number of years to get his money up, and then he left. Like it wasn't a matter of he just like, oh,
yeah,
I'm just
yeah,
gonna fucking leave before I get my bag fucking right. Like fuck that shit.
right,
Like he got his bag, he
right,
left. Yeah.
correct. And
So like
I
I
guess
guess
what I,
like this is when oftentimes when people think about neat maxing, they think about, oh, just live off the government dole, you know, get your Section 8 house, get your food stamps, get your fucking I don't know, your fucking autism bucks from the government, and sit around in a shitty one bedroom apartment, jacking off into a pocket pussy, getting fucking Cheetos and playing PS5.
yeah. See, that's the worst. If you're gonna,
If you're gonna what? Okay. Is anyone else here or what?
Yeah, me
Jack,
and Drellix are here.
okay, he just literally stopped talking.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you
Yeah.
fine. So I was trying to make sure it wasn't me or if it was him. He just like totally fell to face
I
of the
think
planet.
his connection died.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to him, but
Because he also
it was nice talking to you,
disappeared
dude. But I don't know what
mid-sentence.
happened to you. You disappeared like mid sentence. So I'll go ahead and remove you. And if you want to come back in, just send me a private chat message, and then I'll respond. What's going on, my dude? So Drowlick's back in the house. What's up, dude?
Yeah, I heard my name earlier.
Oh yeah, I was talking about how like you
pretty
always
late
talk a lot
today.
about the STEM stuff. So like I think this guy here, he's a STEM guy. He works STEM. So I figured, oh yeah, we were just talking about the neat max thing. I had a meme about the neat stuff in the chat, or I showed to the other meme, and like people kind of like he came in here kind of talking about how like, well, yeah, he recommends people do neat max, and it's like, well, I guess, but to some extent, like it definitely kind of comes down to like, I'm not sure if you would consider like, have you ever heard of the FIRE movement where people just retire early? I forgot what the acronym stands for. Yeah, financial independence, retire early. Yeah, that movement.
Oh yeah. I'm about that right now. I'm trying to get
that's
that.
basically what he was kind of advocating for. I'm not sure if I would call that neat per se.
Hell no, that's the millennial retirement. That's basically work real hard early and then be minimalist later on. Sort of
yeah. So like that's basically Go ahead.
Because that's what I've been trying to do as well. So yeah, I was listening from 30 minutes ago. Partly, I was doing some stuff around the house, so maybe I didn't catch it all. So let me be. Where was I? Oh yeah. So I saw you partly brought up like that one web page where it had all the Tinder data.
Yeah.
Yeah. You gotta ping me that, or you can email me that. I definitely.
Yeah, I'll post it in the private. I might even post it just the whole damn thing in the comment section. I still have the article of actual. I'll post it
ping that stuff. That looked like
there's a lot of data there, and I don't have the time that goes to this type of data in depth pretty much all the time. So it's like, but yeah, let me here. I'll put this in the private chat. There's that. And here's for the audience. Here's the link to the stuff I was talking about. All the data. If you want to, someone wants to make a video on that or go through the data and on their own, figure it out. But I don't have time for that type of shit. It'd be interesting to go through it, but it's like I don't know. I might go through it later on, but yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I wanted to check it out later. So yeah, let me bookmark that shit. Okay, cool. Yeah, and then I was listening to Sus Pedo. I think he means well. I think the definition of neat max is a bit skewed. Like what he's saying is, yeah, have all the free time. Even if you have all the free time, don't waste it. Go to the gym, make sure you're like staying healthy, active, all that stuff. 100% agree. And then wage slaving, like, yeah, unfortunately you have to. Nothing in life is free. But he's partly right. Like, you don't want to be wage slaving to the point where it's like your life is your job. Like that's all you are. And then I've been in those situations where it's just literally wake up, go to work, come home, you're a fucking zombie. I just want to veg out in front of the TV. And technically speaking, yeah, that's kind of not a good life to live.
It sounded like oh, sorry.
Yeah. So I agree mostly with this, what he was saying earlier, but I think where we differ is the definition of neat max. It's like, yeah, are you going on, Section 8 housing, collecting food stamps and, benefits? I totally disagree on that. That's just like a disaster for your life to happen. because ultimately you're on reliance on government support or some sort of support, right? It's like you want to have your own income, you want to have your own safety net, all of that stuff.
Yeah, it sounded. Uh,
Oh yeah, go ahead, Jack.
it sounded more like he was advocating like more like the freeders and the minimalists, really.
Yeah, I can get behind the
Like it's more like don't
minimalist movement for
overwork sort of
sure.
not.
Yeah.
Yeah, and what did he bring up? Like Better Bachelor, Aaron Clary. Uh, I mean, those guys definitely had success in the past. Like I think they're in their 40s and 50s. So they definitely experienced the pre-Tinder era and even longer pre before that, like even 80s and 70s.
Well, every example he brought up in the confines of being a neat, because we weren't really talking about dating per se. It was more talking about becoming a neat, a living off the system. But like every person he brought up though was basically like, okay, well, this guy he made his money in the game, playing the game basically. So I think Better Bachelor was he a programmer or something like that? Yeah, I know he was some sort of
Yeah,
IT thing.
he was a network engineer, so he
Yeah,
made
so he
books
did
too.
that, and then Aaron Clare, I guess he must have worked in finance. I think that's what somebody said that, and it's like okay, so like these guys here, they played the game for a few years, they made their money. They took as much money out of that game as they could, and now they're living off the dividends and interest of all that money, basically. So like, it's not like these guys just like started off becoming a fucking neat, just laying around their house, fucking once again like living in Section 8 housing. They played the game, played the game themselves. They made their money and then left. So it's different than
Yeah,
like just
so
an regular ordinary neat.
if he's talking about, just like getting government support or some other, third party help, it's like, dude, this is complete terrible advice. And I would actually advocate, even while you're young, like this is a time where you need to put in all the effort in trying to, I would recommend STEM for sure, but it's not for everybody. That's the thing. But at
Yeah,
least you have to try. Like, because if you try, then at least okay, I did it. It's not for me. The example I bring up is I hate these motherfuckers that talk about sushi and they never had sushi in their life before. Like it's raw fish. That's disgusting.
yeah,
Have you had it before? No. So how do you know? It's like millions of people eat that stuff. It's good. It's delicious, but yet you have your own hardcore set opinion that it's disgusting. So if you tried it and then you say it's disgusting, that's one thing. But if you never did it, or never had it, and then you just keep saying it's bad, then you're just one of those closed-minded idiots.
yeah,
So
very yeah,
yeah, STEM, I would say at least you should try. And then, if it's not for you, it's not for you. If it is something you can work with, definitely, IT and tech is a game changer for incels because it's not necessarily about your looks. It's like your looks least matters. So it is a leg up or a cheat code. And then, yeah, like earlier you were saying, the global skill set, it's in demand. Like, so it is a ticket for you to leave as well.
yeah, very true stuff
Yeah.
there. Yeah,
And then I watched Joshua Fluke too. That guy is pretty funny. But I'm also just waiting for the day that he gets demonetized and he fucking realizes that, his income is if it's 100% dependent on YouTube, like he's fucked. So like the even the advice of like, oh, just make YouTube videos. Well, the thing is that the Joshua Fluke guy transitioned, like, and he built up an audience over years, and he basically got lucky in a sense. But then it's like, how many Joshua Flukes are there? It's like one guy. So that advice of like, become like him or try to mimic him is just terrible advice.
yeah. I
And yeah,
mean, people oftentimes they'll pick the outliers of any system and say, well, look, these guys made it, and it's like it very much reeks of like survivorship bias. Like, oh, look, well, kind of like looking at some like looking into a the African American ghettos, like the inner city, and saying, "Oh, look at the NBA players who made it." It's like, yeah, it's like, and it doesn't make the average person down there. It doesn't make them better off. Like, okay, so one guy made it out of the thousands or millions of people still living in the crappy inner city ghettos. Like,
Yeah, and I can't remember what the stats was, but like if you're a high school grad versus a college grad, like you're supposedly you'd earn $1 million more on average if you're a college grad over your lifetime or something.
yeah. I mean, the college degree still infers a pretty substantial premium. This is why the debate around like, oh, we should forgive student loan debt is such a it's so contentious, because like at the end of the day, it is true. Like you will make more if you get a degree in something that's worth a fuck. You'll generally make more money than somebody who doesn't have a college degree, for the most part, on average here. So like this idea, and really a lot of the student loan debt is actually held by people who have like extremely like a master's degree and stuff, and master's degrees and stuff like that. So it's almost like, okay, like, so like not only are you going to be making way more money, you're going to be making way more money than everybody else. So it's like, whoa, like, so like why should we be all be forgiving your student loan debt when you have a master's degree, you know?
Yeah. Master's degree is actually, in terms of loans, it's a scam because there's no law that prevents you from taking out loans. So if you're going for a master's, you can keep taking loans till the cows come home, and you'll still owe that shit for life. At least with bachelors, you are limited. Like if you don't get your bachelor's in a certain amount of time and through a certain amount of loans, it's like you're basically fucked too as well.
Yeah.
But at least there's some prevention there.
Let's see. We got some
So
memes
yeah,
here. What's the deal with mystery school? Is he Chad Light that sympathizes with themselves? Basically, I guess. For the most part.
Like, it is the conflation between black pill and like, no, they're not the same thing.
Yeah. The interesting part that the previous guy brought is that women not caring about your money and that they have their own money. That's true. Yeah. I mean, I would agree with that to some extent. That's true. Probably a large extent nowadays, especially. A lot of women have their own job and they have their own money. I was just talking more or less the fact of the matter that women still expect to be catered to, and that, you know, the whole little that dumb little meme of like, my money is my money and his money is my money, is that still exists. Like, women still expect to be taken care of. They just want you to make more than them, so like they can spend all their money up on bullshit while you still have to work and pay the mortgage and pay the house notes, stuff like that, and all that crap. So yeah.
And then together you got basically the feminist idea of the homosexual. Like, yeah, I have all this masculine energy, but I have it roped down because I control it through money.
Yeah, someone said earlier about not homosexual, but they're basically saying trophy husbands, which is very true. I can't find a comment, but
Yeah, it's basically the same thing.
About trophy husbands, yeah.
yeah, and that is true. I've seen it, with my own eyes. I think Foids these days, especially if you're attractive, you do get opportunities handed to you. So they have all the what is it, opportunity to earn money more than men for sure. I think even Tim Pool talked about it once, like he was struggling to just get a freaking basic, like, wage slaving day labor job, and he was like, yeah, I couldn't even get a job because it's just like everything is taken up by Foid too. Like if
Yeah,
you're
I would imagine you probably get more business having women in like restaurants, which is like a pretty low skill job. Having women probably work in other parts of the job market. Obviously, wouldn't for like having women make salespeople for sure. Wouldn't probably infer, okay, well, people like staying women, so we're gonna put a women out there. So all those jobs that like those like a low skill job that could be taken by a man, well, all of a sudden you're competing with women, you're competing with other minority groups, so all of a sudden you're just kind of left out of the game at that point. So it's like, yeah.
Yeah, like I'm talking entry level, yeah, little to no skill jobs. It's like, yeah, if you got the vagina, it's like you automatically
It's
have
like
a
a
leg
golden
up.
ticket to life, you know?
Yeah, robots on one hand, women on the other.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's not I guess women's fault, but it's from a business perspective, it's like, yeah, if you got a hot receptionist, it's like, why not? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know. It's kind of like if you get ran over by a car and there's a passenger in it. It's like, yeah, they didn't drive it, but they didn't stop the motherfucker either.
Oh, and yeah, this what I think Suspetto even said like if there's the hint of pussy, like women will get hired. So I'm talking like in a job interview, if you're like a woman and you're attractive, like you pretty much got the job, provided you also have, the basic minimum qualifications for that job.
Black dudes know that as far as corporate is women and it's gay dudes.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah, I'm so lucky at my job because the company is like a medium-sized company, so they don't have like nearly as much like HR bullshit that you have to hoops you have to jump through. So I basically got in like because of nepotism. I knew somebody, so I kind of got in that way. But B, let's say I went in there just raw, they wouldn't have had nearly as many like hoops to hop through for the HR bullshit. So helped a lot. Because like women, gays, a lot of those guys they dominate HR, and it's like, well, you got to hop through all those hoops, right, to get the job.
For sure. Yeah, and then I was gonna ask, it's like I'm also late to the game because I never had, money until now, recently at least.
Mm-hmm.
So this whole need maxing thing, and what was it, the FIRE you say, the Financial Independence
Retire
Achieved
early.
Sooner? Yeah, like I make 160K almost last year, and if you break it down, they take away a lot of taxes. So I would say almost 20, 30K was gone into taxes.
Oof.
And then I live a minimalist, super minimalist. So my expense for living is like 20K. And so that leaves about 80K. And I put in probably like almost close to 20K to retirement. And then probably another 5 to 10K on HSA and that kind of stuff. And then that leaves me about 50 to 60K, net profit in terms of like over the year. So there's like a definitely a misconception. Like if you make 100K plus, you're like a loaded in cash, which I don't know, 50K in the grand scheme of things doesn't seem that all that much. You know what I mean?
Yet.
Yeah. I mean, 50K a year extra, like cash on hand, is like pretty big deal to most people, but in the grand scheme of things, it's probably not that much money. But then, yeah, at the end of the day, I should say it's like I have this much money to play around with, how to invest, how to diversify, how to spend. So if that's the level of money you can expect making 100K plus, granted it's going to be less because I'm actually closer to 200K. But yeah, it's like my advice is like, save as much money as you can while you're young. Work hard while you're young, because yeah, it's definitely when you get older, it just gets much, much harder. And granted, when you're young, yeah, you might have not enough skills. A lot of time spent on, getting education and skills. But man, I wish like I started early. So even if you look back on some of these mutual funds and stocks, like they only go back as far as 10 years. But man, some of this shit, if I invested like they were at like $10, $12 to start with in like 2012, like right now, if I had put in even $1,000 back then, that thousand would have been like, like X60 almost on some of these things. So when boomers and people talk about wealth, it's like literally they did it smart from 10 years back. So they don't actually have like quote unquote cash on hand, like, oh, I'm a millionaire. I have $1 million in cash right now. It's like you probably got 100K in the bank and you got the rest in investments. So that's kind of like another misconception of being rich is construed. But yeah, that's just my rant. Like you gotta start early and trying to catch up. You could still catch up late to the game for sure with the if the income's there. But even if you're like slave waging, if you can save up like an extra 200-300 bucks a month and you put that shit away, provided it was the right kind of stocks or investments, I mean it will carry you further. And I think these are what the Aaron Clary and the Better Bachelor did, for sure.
If they were smart, which I'm sure they are at least to some extent. So yeah,
Well, yeah, they definitely did that for sure. Although I think recently Better Bachelor is talking about he's getting off YouTube and his primary income was mostly YouTube. So he might
I
be
think switching
forced
over to
to.
some other platform where they have to pay like a subscription to even use.
Wasn't that shit called Locals or something? I forgot.
Yeah, locals. Yeah.
Yeah, but what was I gonna say? It's like yeah, ultimately if you're depending on YouTube, it's a system that's faulty. So there will be a day, even Joshua Fluke, like he's cool and all, but it's like all it takes is someone at YouTube that doesn't like him and demonetized. And
Yeah,
there goes
especially
your income.
making like content like the content we make. It's like there's no way you can monetize this content. So yeah.
Yeah, and I think by definition, Fluke is like a failed normie. Uh, he does talk about his life, like personal shit, in his YouTube videos, so it does give a lot of great context. But it's like, yeah, cool story, bro. At the end of the day, you're just like everyone else. You went to school, you didn't like it, you weren't cut out for it, and then you ended up making a niche of making fun of corporate. So it's like one in a million, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, he talks about getting cheated on his girlfriend and all that stuff. And yeah, it's like classic black pill.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Let's see. Read some comments here. Somebody to read. Holy shit. I hate life. All right, well that sounds good. Human resources lady at my place was attractive, so she couldn't even spell it in her email. It was cringe. Okay, yeah, pretty common. Kind of the difference of mystery is that he doesn't charge you thousands of dollars to scam you like Robbins. He just tells you to chill and get black pill. That's funny. I'm waiting for women to buy a book about women lusting over 5'4" balding curry cell computer programmer. Ah, yeah, it's happening. It's coming out, dude. Gay dudes always be trying to contact. I'm trying my best not to laugh in their faces. Oh shit.
You around gay dudes like that though? What the
Yeah,
fuck?
what the fuck, dude? Yeah, I'm trying to say, dude. What the fuck's
Bro,
up with you?
just hold on, just step out the bar. Like, yeah. Just leave Chippendales, dog. Shit.
You in the wrong place, man. I remember this one time where the chick was a 7 out of 8 out of 10 in looks, and she got disrespected. Granted, she was a feminist, so dudes ain't fuck with her like that. Bring on Destiny next stream. Yeah, books for Foids are literally fucking dinosaurs and stuff, but a janitor, hell nah, girl. At your income, you have about as much hope as a 7.75 out of 10. Get off the stream, blast TRT, and go buy an Audi. Oh, God.
Just buy a
I
BMW,
would
bro.
say Audi is a terrible advice. Like that shit's just a money sink.
Just buy like a fucking nice fucking Toyota or some shit like that. Call it a day. Like,
Or you get a Cybertruck.
nah, fuck. I need
No, actually, Cybertruck is legit even for end of days. Like if you get a good solar
Exactly.
system, yeah, like a good yeah, like a decent solar system setting would be about 500 to about 1,000. But I mean, people buy for their RVs and campers. So if you got one of those, it's like your car could keep running forever, even when the grid is done.
Bro, y'all can quote me on this shit. I say the Cybertruck is the new electric Hilux. You gonna see fucking Osama bin Laden and fucking all them South fucking African warlords and shit. And not only that, but the gangster stateside, it's a cheap bullet. It's like a $40,000 for a cheap bulletproof vehicle, even if it's only 9mm. How many shitty 9mm guns are out there? Fucking high point ass people. Hell yeah, I'd buy two of them motherfuckers. I ain't even got no money.
Damn.
Yeah, I mean, what are the real weapons post-apocalypse? It's the 50 cal is the only real threat.
Yeah, most of these guns are gonna be like fucking 9mm, maybe a few 45s from back in the day, and that's about it. Maybe some fucking 40 calibers from police lockups and shit, but most of it's gonna be low tier as fuck.
Funny how people are like 50K isn't a lot when the average American doesn't have 600 in savings. True read.
Man, that's women.
Hey, trust me, when you earn that much, you'll be like 50K ain't shit, bro.
Yeah, I was like that for like a day.
It's perspective. It literally is.
Another reason I don't want kids, they gotta live like fuck this with this BS. Yeah. Damn, I only make 30K a year. I'm screwed. Hey man, save as much as you can, right? She can. That's the real question. You can move to a third world country once you invested for many years. Yep. Papa
That's exactly
Biden
the
will give me
idea.
Biden bucks and pay off my student loans. Oh god, that was such a cope. All those like college students that voted for Biden thinking he was going to give them free fucking student debt relief with like you're coping so fucking hard. Like the government has zero incentive to ever actually forgive those loans unless it becomes like literally like the 13th hour and they'll finally do it. Other than that, though, as right now they have zero incentive to because like they make money off those loans. Like 50K a year, 50K every year after 10 years, you can go live in Southeast Asia as a pacha.
Well, yeah, like here's the goal. Even I actually have 60, 70K a year because considering if I'm expecting a raise here soon. And this is assuming that I have the same salary for the rest of however much. I'm actually kind of biding my time right now, but I got friends in Fang, so they're like, bro, you can come work with us. Like I was saying last or 2 weekends ago, I met up with my senpai. He works at Fang, and he says he has 2 openings on his team. And for I think I don't know if it was full stack engineer, but yeah, he said he can give me 275K
Dang, dude.
station.
Would you
So
take it?
what's that?
Would you take it?
Oh, I politely declined because as of right now, it's like I'm not really wanting to job hop. It's like every time you switch a job, there's always that risk. Like the current team and the current work I have, it's like such cush.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Suspedo talked about, it's like the crunch time, the deadline. And my first job was like that. It was fucking terrible. And it is part of the industry, especially like in the gaming industry, because you got a tight deadline. But where I'm at, it's so cush. It's like switching to Fang definitely will increase that factor. So it's like you know how they say it's like if you're making 160K, yeah, 200K sounds good, but to me it equates to another 10, 15K a year more. Like,
Yeah.
do I want to work that much more harder for another extra 20K? Not
Yeah,
really.
my job's pretty cushy right now too, and I really have no desire to. Even though the pay's pretty decent, but I probably could get more if I left because I've been here about a year or so. If another year goes by, I've actually had job offers come into like my inbox saying, "Oh, hey, we'll give you this," and so I'm like, "Oh, that's a pretty attractive offer." But I'm like, but my job right now is so cushy, and I have such a good commute. I don't have to drive very far. I can kind of like I have plenty of free time. My boss is really chill, and then really I actually have an opportunity for advancement in this company. So it's like, do I really want to leave? Like, 'cause the next step up would be the COO of the company, basically. So like, oh, I could I just stay here long enough, I could like be like an officer, basically. So yeah, I don't know.
Hey, if I might ask y'all, like looking at the patterns all across the world as far as the industrial nations, it looks like comfort is the new wealth. Like instead
Having
of
like
people,
the Kush life, yeah. So
yeah, like instead of people aspiring for like to get to like consume as much as they can, they're looking to like be as leisurely as they can.
I would say that's probably pretty accurate. I think that people definitely, at least for me, I value having a flexible schedule. The work from home schedule is pretty good at my job. I can work from home most days of the week if I want to. I just choose not to, but I can. It's just a matter of like my job's pretty chill. I have unlimited PTO, so I can take up as much time as I want within reason, obviously. Pretty decent benefits. Healthcare could be better, but it's not horrible. It's really an overall good company to work for. Cushy job, can't complain at all. And I spend a huge portion of my day kind of like really just talking to people for the most part. So it's a really cush job. So yeah, if I had to pick, like if somebody offered me like they'd have to offer me a lot of money for me to like pick up and just leave here, like a pretty decent chunk of change for me to leave. But to some extent, though, depending on where I have to go, like would it be worth the move? is it worth the extra stress on the job? Like stress can kill you, dude. And I'd rather be cushier, have a decent life, than like just be constantly stressed out when I'm making a fuckload of money. It's like I don't know.
Yeah, for that position in particular, I'd probably have to move to, Texas. And then you got to consider the pay scale is also a little bit different, like compared to say West Coast and Texas or Central. And so technically speaking, yeah, I'd be making equivalent, but my pay would actually decrease. But then living in Texas, it's your money goes further compared to West Coast living costs.
Yeah,
And you can actually defend yourself. Fucking shall not be infringed and all that shit. Goddamn.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
boy.
No, I mean long term, Texas might be the place to go. I can see why
It's
a lot
becoming
of
the new tech hub for sure. I think people are leaving California or California in droves.
Yeah,
It's
as
just
long as
not
they
worth
don't
it to
take
stay there.
California with them, that's the problem.
Yeah, that's the problem though. Yeah, you're right. It could become a huge, like a liberal hellhole in a matter of years if they take their politics with them as well. And then
If Texas just turns to a state full of Austin, like there's no point.
yeah.
Yeah, and like Fang is definitely attractive. Like shit, my senpai and I were talking about. So there was this dev. Um, he got an offer from Facebook, 450K a year,
Oof.
and I was just like, how'd that happen? So he obviously interviewed for Facebook. He got an offer for 350K initially. So then Amazon, was like, yo, we would like to talk to you. And, you got to understand from the, God damn. Yeah. So from the job seeker perspective, it's like, man, do I want to spend another week like prepping for interview, this and that. And, it's like, oh, okay, I got to fly out to wherever Amazon's interviewing and this and that. And then it's like, it's not really worth the headache once you got a job offer, to be honest. And so, and then a lot of these interviews are like, it's a marathon. It's like a full day interview. Like you go through 5 or 6 rounds of interviews with engineering and, management and doing all sorts of coding tests and this and that. So he was just like, yeah, man, it really isn't worth my time. So they even fast tracked him. He's like, okay, all you got to do is a Zoom call with the hiring manager. And that's like 45 minutes. And, we can go from there. And so he's like, okay, yeah, I'll do the interview if it's that easy. Like if he doesn't have to do the traditional, like full interview. Because I guess even at this point, if Facebook is willing to offer him that much and he already went through the interview and got the offer, it's like, bro, why we gotta bother like interviewing with the technical details here and there. And the FOMO is actually pretty real among tech companies. They're always like trying to poach each other's talents. So this guy had it made, and then so he went to that Amazon interview, and he flat out just offered him 400K. And then he went back to Facebook, and yeah, he's like, Amazon's offering me 400. Facebook's like, oh, whatever. You sign today, we'll just give you 450.
Holy shit, dude.
Just like that. And obviously, why play the bidding war game? Like you already made it. It's like he just increased his salary 100K over like literally 3 days.
Yeah,
So,
the bidding wars, especially right now, are insane for workers. I mean,
yeah, and that's another thing. Like I'll tell you this, like my inbox, I have at least 3 or 4 job offers per week. Mostly from Amazon, but also from all these tech startup companies. And fuck, on LinkedIn, I have my shit private. I'm not looking for any jobs, but I still get these emails here and there. But yeah, I think I get a lot of job offers from Amazon. That's one thing though I hear from Amazon, the turnover rate for developers is pretty high. Like they just chew through them.
chew
And
them up
I've
and spit them
interviewed
out.
there. Yeah, I've interviewed there before, and man, I didn't particularly like the company culture and all that shit.
Feminists be like more women in STEM that have to sit next to the curry cell and rice cell coworkers. Oh, God.
That is true.
What's going on with MD first? I don't know. Is something going on with MD?
Something's always going
I
on
was
with him.
actually on his
Goddamn.
stream last night. If he's talking about what's going on, I think MD is transitioning to he said the knowledge channel, like so he's getting away from the Saturday night red pill roast. And I think he said he's handing over that to Escort Cell, Hold the Truth, Hostage. Those guys are gonna take over the kind of like the red pill manosphere roast, and then he's gonna do his like the knowledge base stuff.
Knowledge base is in like what type of knowledge base?
Uh, like he does the ancient artifacts thing,
Yeah.
like the medical things, like how the food's poisoned, like all this other
Oh,
knowledge
okay.
based stuff, and stepping away a little bit from the manosphere.
Makes sense. Yeah, you can only beat dead horse so many times before it starts getting or he actually wants to make money off of YouTube, because I don't think does he even get any money off of like his channel? Probably not.
He has like I think 3.5K subs last time I checked, so he definitely can be monetized.
I think he said he doesn't do it on purpose though. Something like
Yeah,
that.
and yeah, he said he didn't give a shit about monetization.
I didn't know he was making a transition. I heard something about him making a transition. So you definitely went on his show, like definitely like went on.
No, I didn't go on the
Oh,
show,
you were
but
just watching it. Okay.
I had it in the background listening.
I haven't watched the show in so long. So it's so chaotic to some extent. So it's like, yeah.
Yeah, but I was actually planning on making another video, actually criticizing the black pill.
Oh, really?
Basically, yeah, like not necessarily criticizing the actual black pill, but the types of black pill channel.
Yeah.
So, like, I think it's largely broken into 5 different ones, like the meme category, where there's just channels. I think Tails is a good example where he posts a lot of
Clips.
TikTok short cringe. Although lately his videos are pretty decent with actual like content in there in between. And then you got the streamers like us, and then you got the meme channel like I do. And then you got Incel TV with high IQ. And then yeah, so it's like it's breaking down into categories, and it's like pretty much any one of these black pill videos does fit into one of these like top 5 categories.
Speaking of streamers, I know first he might be here, he might have left. I can't never tell, but I know. Did you ever figure out if did you ever? I know you said you were trying to get the Jolly Hair Tip to come on. Did you ever actually get his stuff or information to actually get him on your show or what? Seems like he'd be a pretty good fit for your show. Seems to have a lot of knowledge about a lot of like genetic stuff, and I think he definitely covered the incel issue to some extent. So, is he here? Can't tell. No, I don't think he's here. Can't tell, but yeah.
Black Ronin in the chat.
Oh, is he there?
Yeah.
Oh, he said, "Don't forget 556 40 45."
That goddamn meme bullet. Whatever.
The meme bullet.
Yeah. First of all, you're supposed to fire that bitch out the long barrel out in the first place, and then you got the M4 that fucked it up. And then second is like, aren't we trying to move to like 6.5 or 6.8? Because 5.56 ain't really hitting it.
I have like 4,000 rounds stocked up, and 1,000 is a green tip, the light armor piercing. I'm ready, bro.
Ready for the end of days.
If I get something, I'm getting a Tavor 7. That's what I want.
Although lately, I kind of want to get a shotgun too, and I think I can get at least like 400 rounds of double O and slug for under $400. Like ammo prices has come down too.
Hey, shit, if we're talking actual self-defense, like, yeah, it's the first thing you should buy. First thing should be a shotgun. Second thing should be a pistol.
No, I beg to differ, dude. Because after I fired that shotgun, it's something you can't really handle
Just get wait.
unless unless you're like ready for it and you practice. And even then, I still think it's not that great in terms of defense. Like a pistol is far, easier for a first timer, I should say.
All right, just what about 20 gauge?
20 gauge shotgun?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it depends, but yeah, like after firing like slugs and double O, it's just like, god damn, that thing is pretty strong kickback and everything.
Yeah, and I'm saying this as somebody who's only shot a 22 once in his life, so I don't know shit. But I play Call of Duty. Now, what I'm saying is, you're in the close confined spaces of a house and shit. Like, you have a
Well,
portable
yeah,
shotgun. It's easy to control. That seems like the most rational choice.
no. Shotgun, like if you hit the guy, yeah, definitely you win. It's over for the other guy. But if you miss, you're gonna have your own house like, shredded.
Hold on. Would you rather pay repairs or pay the fucking Undertaker? I'm just saying.
Question.
It was saying what a judge by 9, carried by 6 for something like that.
Yeah, it said everybody in jail, but yeah.
No, I mean it really depends like where you live too, because I don't know if you lived in like say New York in a crowded apartment, like blasting shotgun or 5.56 probably ain't the right thing. Or probably 22, you should be fine. Like you don't want to kill your neighbors.
Yo, Jalex, heard you talking about shotguns. What's a good one? Like, can you recommend me one that's cheap?
The one I'm looking to buy is the Mossberg M590.
Aren't you in Cuckland?
Yeah, I got guns though. I got an SKS and a 9mm. But yeah.
Yeah, my bro got that one, and you can buy, I think it was up to 25 round clip, or not clip, but mag. So I'm looking to get the 20 round mag or 2 of them. And so, yeah, that
Damn.
shit, it's pump action, so it will never jam, and you got a 20 round clip.
Mossberg 590, right?
M590.
M5. Is there a difference? 590 Shockwave and 590?
The one at least I was looking at was the M590, but yeah, Mossberg 590 should bring up the gun.
Wait, you're Canadian, right?
No, I'm in the US.
Okay. I was gonna be like, where are you getting it? I'll check Cabela's.
Fucking Canada, like, okay, what terrorist did you buy your shit from?
See,
no, we have Cabela's. We have Cabela's out here.
No, I think they sell it at Cabela's too. But
yeah,
the thing about shotgun, it's like the traditional sense, the pump action one with the under barrel. They got, I think it's usually 7 rounds up to. And then the semi-auto shotguns, it depends on the clip, but most of them are either 5 or 10. And which one was the other one? I think it's the Keltec Sub, not the Sub 2K. It's a Keltec shotgun, but you can have up to, I think, was it 14 or 20 rounds in the barrel, depending on the type of shell.
Buy a Toyota pickup to put an LMG on that bitch. Yep.
Hey,
Actually, out of all of them, like the Mossberg M590, I was like pretty dang impressed. Pump action, so it'll never jam like the semi-auto, and then you have like up to a 25 round mag if you do buy it. It comes with the standard, I think it was a 10.
What do you think about the Churchill 612 or the Maverick 88? Because I was considering those two.
I'll have to look them up because I'm not familiar with those ones.
Okay.
My dad had a Benelli shotgun. What do they call those? Yeah, one of those.
Benelli?
Benelli, yeah.
No, I never heard. Oh, actually, I see it here at Cabela's.
Yeah, and then the other one, this is like a shotgun of the shotguns, you know. I think it was also in Resident Evil.
Yo,
Is the
Benelli's is expensive.
it was the Remington. I think it was the M9 Remington. Which one was it? Remington M. I forgot what it was. Remington M590 or something. No, that's I'm thinking of the Mossberg. I'll have to look it up again, but that's like a proper hunting shotgun, and it's like a extra long barrel. So
Yeah, I would want a shorter one because it'd just be for like, I don't know, property defense, I guess. Like I wouldn't go hunting with it.
Yeah, I'm crazy, so naturally I'm gonna get some semi-auto so I can like kill a dude's ancestors through his body.
Look what the fucking beard can do for you.
Oh shit, beard
God
nuts.
damn.
Look at this.
Damn. That's like
Look at the fraud. Look at this.
yeah, this is what grifters in cars does.
Look at the fraud here. Like, look at
Have
that.
you seen Rich Cooper without his beard?
Nope. I think I probably have actually.
Yeah,
I'm not
it was on
lying.
MD's stream. Like I think one of the photos was him without. Yeah.
Oh, here's another one for you guys. Look at this. This guy got surgery, but like you can see from 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 Incel to Slayer. Look at this shit. Oh my god.
You can never say the black pill doesn't have solutions. Look at that shit.
Look at this shit. Look at the growth.
Yeah.
Jaw surgery, Los Angeles. Wow.
0 to 100.
Man, yeah, his SMV went up by at least 2 points. It's a good surgery investment.
Bro, Jarlick's bullshit. Now he has SMV. That shit did.
Yeah.
He's actually on the scale now.
Human being. Yeah.
Yo, Black Ronin, did you end up getting a $10 mic?
Is he even here? I know he's here, but he's not here.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Let me I'll just do this, and then if he sends me a private message, I'll just something like that. We'll do that. Look at this. Now that's what I call suffering. Oh yes. What we're all here coping with, suffering. Never fucking ends, dude. Based surgery, 0 to hero. That's what happened, dude. It's true. Oh shit. Richard Cooper's without the beard gives nightmares. Holy shit.
Fucking beard takes you from side character to main character that quick.
Taxi driver fan. I'm so worried about letting new people in here. All right, let's do this real quick. Let's see what he has to say. It's a new guy. Taxi driver fan. Who the fuck are you? If you're Irish, I'm immediately gonna get you out of here. So.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Who are you?
I'm just a viewer.
Are you sure? Because that's what the last guy said.
Nah, I'm good. I'm just so chilling. Just yeah, it's a pretty cool
Yo,
stream.
whoa, what's that picture for your avatar?
Oh, it's like a hand. It's have you ever seen Full Metal Alchemist?
Yep.
Yeah,
I was about to
I
say.
think I recognize it. That's what I was asking.
it's just like his hand or whatever. It's like metal hand. I don't know. It's just
So,
something random.
taxi driver fan, tell us about yourself. Where are you from? What are you? You know, stats, various things like that. Who are you, and what makes you and what brings you to the stream? Are you incel, not incel? What are you? Black pilled? What?
It looks like he's copying Mystery's photo.
Yeah, dude. I know that's from Berserk. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
a base fucking anime, honestly. But nah, yeah, I'm just I'm just I don't know, man. I'm a doomer basically. So
Yeah. What race are you? Black, white? Must be black.
I'm white.
White. Okay, figured as much. Are you where are you from? Like, U.S. and what general part of
East
the U.S. are you
Coast.
from? East Coast. Okay, East Coast, U.S. Okay, and then let's see. How would you rate yourself generally? You know, would you say like you're not incel and you're a doomer, so you're obviously black pilled. So
Yeah,
That's always
yeah.
good. But yeah.
I mean, I like to live in the reality of things and just I kind of like I used to like I used to like be in that like space of like just blissfully ignorant, but I like I kind of had like moments of just being a little bit more eye opening, and I don't know, man. You gotta live reality, and just time's ticking, and we're not gonna be here for long, It's just how it is, man. I mean,
Yeah,
just
for
gotta
sure.
keep
Very true. Do you have any
so.
topics you want to discuss, or anything pique your interest here, or what?
Yeah, I mean, I've been really into like just astronomy and stuff like that, and just I find the subject really fascinating, especially when you know the reality is like everyone really just just on this planet, like even though we think that we have control of a lot of things, in reality is you know we're we're all just like, I don't know, like the world doesn't revolve around us, it's just we're on this planet, we just happen to be here, and just that the fact that we this planet's been here for such a long time, it just, I don't know, man, it's just really mind boggling,
Yeah, we're
to
like
think
a
honestly,
blip on the
and
radar to
just
some extent.
just and one, just anything can happen the next day, even like a solar flare, an unexpected solar flare can happen, and we could be like humanity can just reset itself, just like that. It's pretty crazy to think, like like even now, like yeah, today is a normal day, but tomorrow could just be a lot worse.
Yeah. So how old are you, by the way?
I'm 24.
24. Okay. So are you a Zoomer? What would you be considered?
I don't even know.
I'm not sure. Like, what's the cutoff for like Zoomer status here?
1999.
1999. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not really sure, but yeah, I'm just I don't know, man. I really hate the thing I really hate about like my generation, whatever, is just like social media. Honestly, just it's kind of sad when when you go like in the public, just like even like in the streets and stuff like that, you'll just see just a group of people like friends or whatever just on their phones. It's just like, man, I remember like when phones weren't so prevalent when I was a kid, but just crazy, like people are becoming less social, even if they're like right next to each other. It's kind of like, damn.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there.
I feel like
proliferation.
we're losing ways to even like just regularly talk, like have conversations with each other. We can't, like, people are just scared to even like talk to the person right next to them, just even if it's a stranger. I mean, just, I don't know, man, like, because if I feel like that would definitely help people's like psyche if you just have at least someone to talk to at least for a second or two, because like I know a lot of people like live their whole lives just not even talk to a single person, just like every day, they wake up, go to work, don't really say much, go home and sleep, and that can, I don't know, man, that's pretty brutal. I don't know, and people live that kind of life, just, I mean, shit.
Yeah, I would say the
Yeah.
average Zoomer nowadays, or at least the average even millennial, a late millennial especially, they're definitely like, it's like they've been like induced with like autism via this like weird social media shit we have going on right now. Like, it's made them quite literally like socially autistic in like a real like personal sense of like talking to a person face to face. A lot of these people cannot hold a conversation for like to hold to state their fucking soul. They're extremely socially stunted. They laugh at shit they shouldn't laugh at. I mean, to some extent, Zoomers, I would say they're a little more I don't want to use the word honest. They're just more like, it's like they have no fucking filter, and it's like,
Yeah, yeah,
when
I
you're out in
agree.
like the real world, like people do have filters. Like you don't just say what you think every single time. You might say what you think in like a weird sort of like roundabout way. You say you parse your words a little bit. You kind of say things in a different way, but like they just kind of like say it, and it's like, whoa, like what the fuck? It's like, it really throws a lot of people off. And I kind of enjoy that to some extent. It's like, that I grew up on, some parts of the internet for sure. So like you kind of enjoy seeing the unfiltered stream of consciousness come out of certain people, but that's not how like the world probably should operate to some extent, though. Because like if you're like, let's say one of these people becomes president or some shit, in theory, like you can't just say what you always think. You know what I mean? You sometimes are forced to parse your words. You can't say what you think to your boss all the time. Sometimes you're forced to say certain things to your boss. Like there's different ways of talking to people, and it feels like people are like, well, I'm just being an honest person. Well, it's like, yeah, but you're also just kind of like, you're also not very socially smart either, though. Like just because you're honest doesn't mean that you're fucking smart.
Hey, Mister, you ever seen Alphas?
To the Alphas?
Yeah, it's a show. All right, it was a show called Alphas, like not that long ago, a few years. It was about like humanity coming to this new change and how their brains process shit. Basically, it was about a new generation of autistic humans and basically made superpowers out of the shit.
Oh wow!
Swear, just look it up. It's crazy.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I think, Taxi Driver, you got a point, man. Because I grew up in the '80s. It's definitely people are much more friendlier. You could actually have a conversation with anyone.
Yeah. Like people
right
are
now, it's like
honest,
you say one wrong thing, it's over. Like you can't even have a conversation.
And I find it very odd that like a lot of the like Zoomers, I think, they have like the lowest level of like religious participation out of any generation, I believe. Even millennials are more religious than fucking Zoomers are, and I kind of understand. But the weird part is that instead of like running to a god, they just run to like politics now, and politics has become their new religion to some extent. So like they believe anything that the scientists say instead of actually looking into the science. They just believe whatever they say. There's a whole bunch of shit that like, okay, like just because you're not religious in like the traditional sense, that doesn't mean that you're not religious in another sense. Like if you're quite literally like, running to the altar of Bernie Sanders or any sort of politician, like it's a fucking cult at that point, you're literally just you just took your religious beliefs and you just assigned them to a party instead of to a god, which I think is no. Yeah,
I was gonna say nobody's religious, but everybody's a zealot.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like a whole new level of like zealotry. Like, I've gone on like dates with women, and it's like the stuff they say, and I'm like, you actually believe that? And it's like, I'll challenge them, and it's like any challenge is an immediate like date over. We're not doing this anymore. Like, I don't like you. It's like, okay, well, that's what it is. But like, yeah, it's like people just can't have conversations anymore because everybody's so entrenched into their own position. This basically become their own like its own like their own personal religion to some extent.
Yeah, I have like friends who are like really into like politics and stuff like that, and that's like a huge like hope for them and stuff like that. And I mean, I'm okay with it, but it's just like they're like they get into like kind of like conspiracy shit, and I'm like, at the end of the day, it's like as much as you want to like talk about politics and you hate like how things are. I mean, is there really anything to do about it? I mean, I don't know.
I mean, I agree that, being involved in politics to some extent is actually a good thing for, society. Like you should care about your, politicians and policies and this and that. But then I think it's like most people that's all they care about.
Yeah.
It's become their life, and that's when things are just fucked.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, I understand like what's going on in this country, but at the same time, it's like I'm not making that my main focus because I have to focus on like my life. It's not like the government's not gonna give a hand to me. I mean, I work every day, and it's like what they gonna do for me? They haven't done anything for me, so I mean, I don't know. Just I don't know, man. It's just pretty brutal. But
so on your road to becoming a doomer, what was your path in general?
I went to like college and stuff like that, trying to, I had like ambitions and stuff like that, and maybe find like a partner or whatever. But that didn't work out. So basically, made a big mistake, and basically paying for it now. So basically, yeah. I mean, shit, man, it's tough out here.
So are you like a NEET or what are you?
Nah, I work. I don't know exactly what NEAT is. I mean, I know
Oh,
like
not employed in education or some sort of I think training. I
Or
believe so.
training, yeah.
So
well,
basically, someone who doesn't have a college degree, you have no employment. I guess since you are employed, you wouldn't be a NEET by definition. But yeah.
yeah.
Yo, when you say you're paying for it, are you talking about student loans?
Well, I mean, I've already paid my student loans, but it's just I've wasted years and just like I could have done something more productive. I mean, I'm still young. I still have a chance. I'm saving up, but it just
What did you study or major in?
I was doing like general studies basically, so it wasn't really the smartest thing to do. I mean, I was literally like,
Were you in community college or actually in a university doing that though? Like community college, general studies, starting off with is not a bad idea until you find something what you actually want to do. And when you transfer out, you can take those
yeah,
friends with you. If you did it in community college, I can understand. If you did it in like a regular college, so like university, I wouldn't understand that at all.
yeah, I know. I mean, I just basically did it for my parents and stuff like that because they were like immigrants. So
Okay.
yeah, so I was basically like the first of my family like ever. So it's just, but I mean, I was also like, yeah, I mean, it's just
Where are your parents from, if I may ask?
they're like from Germany.
Okay, so they came to America. Okay.
Frying pan to the fire.
Yeah, so yeah, but
Have you had any what's your been experience with women in general? Not at all, or
I've dated, but
sure.
no, yeah, just
No snuggles.
never went anywhere. It was just like I was just basically put to the friend zone and just
Damn.
nothing. So yeah,
So are you like no snuggles at all, or virgin, or what are you? Are you? Would you say you're incel?
yeah,
Okay. Okay.
yeah. Just I tried, but never got anything out of it. So just at this point, I'm just trying to money max basically. At this point, that's really my goal and just pursue my dreams basically.
What's been your general I guess experience with women to begin with? Like so throughout your years of going through school and college, I'm assuming like did you like how do they treat you in general, and what's the general zeitgeist or the general thoughts going on in your generation for sure? I'm a little bit older than you are. I'm 29, so yeah, I'm just kind of always try to ask new people who come in here to these questions just to kind of like see what the general what kind of what's going on and like down there, you know.
Oh yeah. No, I understand. Yeah. So like I don't know when I was like in middle school, like you know, I don't know, I don't remember exactly the year, probably like 2009 or whatever. I mean, phones were a thing, but like it wasn't a huge thing. So I mean, like it was pretty social and stuff like that. I tried getting a girlfriend for like, and I was with her for like 1 week, and then but she was uh like hooking up with like a neighbor of mine at the same time. So yeah, that was like my first path, whatever, just realization kind of getting cucked. But yeah, and then high school, it was much like it was basically I mean that's like when honestly that's when smartphones were like a thing honestly. So a lot of people were really fucking not social. You'd walk in the hallways, everyone would just stare at their phones walking by like every day. I mean, they would talk to each other here and there, but you see a lot of people just walking by and just being by themselves with their phones and their heads down, just so it's just. Then like then I went to college and it was I was hoping for something like at least like I don't know, I was just hoping for maybe a chance, but I don't know, man. Just it's brutal. I don't know. It
Yeah, I
just
mean,
sucks.
I have to say, dude, like probably middle school, high school is the best environment, like first said. And then
Yeah,
when
well,
you get to college, it's actually worse, dude. It's chat only.
And they
yeah,
sell you on the opposite though. That's the killer. It's like,
Yeah,
oh, you
no,
go to
Bullying in
like
college,
college
you're
is
gonna
the time of your
smash,
life.
bro. Yeah,
First was legit when he said that because I lived through that too. Like when I was at university, no way were you gonna get a girl unless you were Chad.
fucking life starts at 13th grade and shit. No, it ends there. What the fuck?
Yeah.
So did you like what is like was it kind of like a when the technology started kind of rolling out and the smartphones became more and more advanced and social media kind of started rolling out in mass, did you kind of like did what year of like school did you kind of notice it becoming like really bad? Was it like a consistent like rise up like whoa people are becoming way less social, or was it just kind of like a 1 year it was like
Yeah,
crazy
I've started
insane?
noticing it like freshman year. Like honestly, when I went to freshman year to like sophomore year, I mean senior year or whatever, you were able to tell. I mean, since you guys are like older, you guys didn't probably have to experience that, but that's what I had to go through, and it was pretty antisocial. Honestly, a lot of people were pretty like anxious to talk to each other. It's I don't know.
Dang.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
so and like were the I guess you kind of grew up in the age of like the SJW shit as well. So like how
yes,
crazy was
yeah.
that shit going on in your school? Was there a lot of that weird shit going on in your school or what?
Mostly college. I mean, but yeah, I mean, yeah, but there was some of that in high school for sure. But it was like when I went to college. That's when I saw it mostly. A lot of the brainwashing and all that. But it's pretty crazy. I don't know.
So what would you say is the at least for your generation alone? Obviously, you can just kind of speculate here. We're not going to looking for like a real scientific answer here, but
Yeah.
what would you say is like the principal issue causing this all these issues that you just described to me, like the lack of socialization, the dating scene being so shit. What would you say for yourself if you could like look at your own life, look back and say, oh my god, like if we just didn't have these policies or these environmental factors, this would be better.
Yeah, for sure. If uh if like social media wasn't so prominent, because I mean back then there was like Vine was a thing when I
Yeah,
was
I
in
remember
school,
Vine.
and I mean it's basically I feel like even like maybe like 2 years ago, like when I even like after like I was done with high school, it was still the same thing. Like not probably even now, like even when kids are probably going back to school, it's probably the same thing, but it just yeah, like social media really just isolated people. Honestly, it really did. I mean, yeah, like back then they probably, of course, they probably had like cliques and stuff like that, and
Yeah, yeah, there were
people
clips
like,
back then for sure. There were the jocks.
but
There were the yeah.
it's even like I feel like it's even more like prevalent when you're not like really big online and you're not in like specific group chats or whatever, and you don't get the information wherever like it's mostly through text. You don't get like notified of like like party invites or whatever like through voice. People do it through text, back well when I was in high school, but probably even now. So it's just like that kind of like you're basically kind of like forced to be like using social media. I mean, I personally don't. I just because just I try to like stay away with stuff that I don't want to like focus on another person's like life. I'm trying to focus on my own. But
Sure, yeah.
that's
Somebody
that's
asked
why I don't.
earlier, can you
That's
speak
why I
German?
don't use any. I've used it when I was in high school and stuff like that, and I'm like, damn, dude, this I'm spending way too much time just with social media. I'm like, damn, I'm really like missing out a lot of stuff, and sure enough, I did. I missed out a lot of opportunities, but like a lot of parties and all that. But
Yeah, I would say somebody asked earlier, can you speak German?
nah, I
Okay, somebody
can't.
asked. I was just trying to again get that question out of here. Next, let's draw if you want to ask this guy a question.
Yeah, I was gonna say, did you play any MMOs back in the day?
I mainly played like COD and stuff like that. I used to like make like because I'm like a more of a creative person. Like I mean, one day I'd love to be an artist, but I just don't know how to get my art out there. I just don't even know. Um, and I don't really live in the city, so it just makes it that much harder. I guess I could try selling art online, but I used to like make emblems on COD. So
Wow.
Yeah, it was like fun. I mean, but it was like basically like anime emblems, but that's really it. I mean,
Yeah, I
yeah,
would say if you're into that stuff, like probably getting good with Photoshop and those digital art skills might be something you want to do since it also entails your hobby and that's actually real skills that people will pay money for.
yeah, Photoshop would be pretty cool. I'm just not really. I'm just. I don't know. I'm not. I don't. I'm not really like good with Photoshop. I mean, I'm more like I have more skills in like that, like physical, like like drawing and stuff like that, and painting. And but I mean, maybe if I did like learn how to use Photoshop, like I probably can. But
Yeah, because I mean, I draw in my hobbies, but if we're talking about oil painting or pencil drawing, that kind of stuff, I highly doubt there's actual real money in it.
yeah, that's.
And then
I have no idea how you can make money honestly off of that, but I don't know.
yeah, maybe you're a street painter at a fair, and you can sell your painting for like $10 or something. But
Yeah,
yeah, I was gonna say, like when you say wasted a lot of opportunities, I used to play MMOs back in the day, and I would say I wasted like a good probably 2 years of my life playing that BS shit.
yeah. I was playing Coldly like almost every day, dude. I was yeah. That was like
Yeah, I think for me
a
it was
lot.
like how like World of Warcraft when it first came out, like it was pretty legit when it first came out back in the day. But I used to also play MMOs prior to that, so
When the
if
last big one
people
before?
play
Oh,
that
sorry.
shit, I was just gonna say if people still play that shit, it's like it's such a time sink and waste of your life. Like you literally are wasting your life away in a digital world.
Yeah, yeah. I try to like nowadays like I play like video games for like 30 minutes max, and I'm just like already bored. I'm just like nah.
Yeah, I think I've
I
evolved that way. Like I play video games, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna beat this level today, and then I beat it, and then that's it. Like I just, it's like I make a little bit of progress. I had my fun, and then it's like, okay, something else now. I can't sit there and play like 5, 10 hours like I used to. With the exception of like some games do like I think the last one that kind of was a time sink was like Horizon Zero Dawn. I think I really like that story post-apocalyptic thing. So I was
I haven't
playing like
played a video game hardcore probably like Dark Souls is a game that I can always play through hardcore wise. Like I can always run Bloodborne I can always run through pretty hardcore. Um I really probably haven't like hardcore touched a game in like a probably like 2 years though. Like I have like games on my PC I bought. Yeah, I play Doom occasionally. I'll pop it in because it's a kind of an easy kind of drop out kind of game. You kind of play a level and get off. So like I still have that to play through. For the most part though, I haven't really touched a game in such a long time. It's been a while actually.
yeah, I feel that way too. I think maybe Elden Ring will be the next
Elden Ring
over.
is by far my next
yeah,
big purchase
same,
for sure.
same.
Yeah.
I play Dark Souls 3 a lot. That's the only game I play nowadays. Dark Souls 3 and um like so Corza sometimes. But
Everybody talks
Yeah.
about Dark Souls. I feel like I missed out.
Oh, you for sure have,
you can
dude.
still play, man. I mean, there's still people that play.
Yeah.
It's fun, dude. I mean, I'm definitely excited for Elden Ring or whatever it's called, but I just yeah, I mean, I just like the whole like medieval aspect of it and stuff like that, and the challenge. Because a lot of games nowadays just hold you by the hand a lot of times. But
So, taxi driver fan, I'm gonna ask you a few more questions here. So, like, what exactly do you want out of life per se? Like, what are your short term, kind of long term goals here?
well, for me,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
for me, I just like honestly, I just want like a very just comfortable living. Honestly, that's all. I'm not really like a consumer. I don't really need much, honestly, to
So,
be.
like a minimalist kind of like lifestyle, basically, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, okay, yeah,
yeah, yeah. So I mean, but
okay. And then like I guess that's another question here, kind of like a what do you want question. Like, what do you want out of like women? If you, let's say you were somebody to get a woman, what would you actually want out of her?
Honestly, I don't know because I kind of gave up on that. Honestly,
Dang.
I don't know, dude.
All right. At least that's an answer, right? And then I guess I'm going to ask you more of a broad question here. What exactly does your generation really want of like Generation Z overall? What do you see as like, what's the average Gen Z person thinking about, and what do they really want? It seems to me like all they really want to do is like become like a social media star, make a bunch of money, and like fuck women
Yeah.
and fuck around their whole life, it seems like. But
It's just to keep consuming the next product that comes out, like of every company. I mean, it's like, oh, the new Apple, I must buy, me buy right now. It's just like,
so they're like the
it's
ultimate consumers, basically.
yeah, dude.
So the
I
only
don't understand, man. Like, even if you make a lot of money, right? Like, and you can afford like 500 iPhones, right, or whatever. Like, what's that gonna do to you? Like, how's that help you as a human being? Like, you could buy as like what for mindless flex when people are gonna forget about it the next day. Like, I don't know, man. To me, just like it's so pointless. Honestly, it's just like I don't know.
yeah, the only
Yeah.
social bond left is with the fucking corporations now.
Yeah, what
I
it
think
Yeah.
the
seems
only
like.
important thing is just human interaction, just human relationships. That's the only important thing because you can't buy that. It's the end of the day. It's
That's
just
why it's such a huge probably hot commodity right now. Everyone's like, oh, I need a woman. And it's like, men are dying to get a woman. Men are dying to
exactly.
get married.
Literally.
Men are quite literally dying, and maybe not get married, but at least to have a relationship with women. It's like, the human interaction is so important to human beings. That's why, people always say, well, all you need is food, water, and shelter. I'm like, bullshit. You also need human companionship as well, I think. Like,
Yeah,
just go fucking insane.
aren't who are those bitches that are literally selling cuddling services and shit? And they're like fucking 40 and 50, but still making bank. Like
Yeah,
they
I've heard
literally
that
just
before,
hug
yeah.
people and shit. That
I know people do that in Japan. Yeah, like where they do like services for like cuddling or whatever in
yeah,
Japan.
I
But
think that was either over here or in Europe where I saw though.
oh
Yeah, this is maybe a better time to use this picture here, but here we go. Yeah, there we go. I had a better time for this picture than the way I used
nice.
before. Yeah, that's what I call suffering. Yep. Dang. So sounds to me like Gen Z is fucking like at least a large portion of them. At least the average Zoomer seems like a fucking just like consuming fucking endless void of like they have like no sense of like. It definitely seems like there's no sense of greater purpose or greater like love of anything other than self. It's all about me, and what I want, what I want. It's like, okay, well, like, all right,
Yep.
well,
It's like they had no social access whatsoever to operate around.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say before I croak, I'm gonna cash out all my millions and burn it all.
Yep. Take
Yeah,
it all
man.
on
I
a
mean,
cashier's check and burn that shit.
yeah, dude. Do you, man? I mean, whatever makes you happy. Just because, yeah. I mean, life is pretty short. And you don't know what's gonna happen next day. So
Yeah, Jarlix, you crazy. Yeah, if I had money like that, I'd waste it on like half escorts, half mail order brides, and the other half on fucking GameStop stocks.
Oh, don't worry, man. I will. It's just that, you gotta play it smart. So first of all, it's all building the wealth so that you don't have to worry about it later. And then, once I have that financial independence, it's like I'm gonna blow it all.
yeah, that's definitely the best way to live free for sure. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think I'll ever be able to experience that, but maybe who knows if I get lucky. But I don't know. I mean, I guess that's what life is really, just luck or not. I mean, I don't know.
It legitimately never used to be this fucking bad. I can tell you, y'all
Yeah,
going through some unique shit. Just no matter what you take away from here, just take away this one thing at least. This shit is not normal, and even if it is, it's not supposed to be normal.
yeah, for
Like if
sure,
you had
man.
that feeling in your head, in your heart, that this feels odd, this feels weird, this doesn't feel human, just follow that shit.
Truth be told, Gen Z has actually been conditioned probably since birth to be accepting of this weird constant consumerism, constant planned obsolescence of devices. They basically paid they're basically been conditioned to like almost like a lot of them don't even realize they're doing it, but like they basically have been conditioned to like be the people like I brought this up before, but like the when you buy the workout equipment and then you have to keep paying for the subscription over and over and over again. They've been conditioned to accept that as being reality. Back in the day, you'd buy a piece of like equipment, a treadmill or some shit like that. You just use it and you're done. Like now, it's like, oh, you have to buy the tracks now. You have to buy this now. You have to buy that now. Oh, you have to pay for Netflix now. Oh, you have to pay for this service now, that service now. And all of a sudden, when you add them all up at the end of the day, all of a sudden it's like you're spending way more than you used to versus when you used to go out there and buy groceries. Now you're paying every week or every month. You get these like little meal kits that come to your house. I'm not gonna lie, I use them too to some extent because they're a little easier. But when you actually add up all these little services you're using, okay, $10 here, $50 there, $20 here, $80 there. All of a sudden, you add them all. It's like, what the fuck? Like my bills are fucking insane. They're just basically like, once again, it's the great reset idea. Like you'll own nothing and you'll be happy. And it's like, yeah, you're not gonna own a car, you're not gonna own your house, you're not gonna own your wife or your woman. You're not gonna have any wife or woman. You're gonna have a pocket pussy in your little fucking cube. And you're gonna fucking sit in there with your little fucking PS5 or Xbox, whatever the fuck want to call it, Xbox, whatever the fucking call it. Be jerking off to OnlyFans models, and that's gonna be your fucking future. Like fuck.
Yeah.
When you think about it, like your generation has been primed for this type of environment that's coming up next. Like,
I mean, you're not wrong,
millennials
dude.
at least have some sort of like somewhat of an idea of like, okay, well, this wasn't the way the world used to always be. And obviously, boomers have always kind of been like, well, yeah, this is not the way things have always been. But like your generation's constantly been in this like malaise of like, oh yeah, this is the way the world's always been. It's like, yeah,
hell yeah, fucking. At least the millennials had to grow into the Matrix. Y'all were just born into it and never been to the real world before. Y'all look like fucking Neo shit.
Yeah, no, that's 100% true. I mean, literally everything just feels so shallow. I mean, just like so meaningless. I mean, it's just like I feel like that's like a really big problem just with the Gen Z. But yeah, it's especially the flexing, the meaningless flexing that at the end they don't really cares, like because the next day they're not gonna constantly remember that, so it's just like, I don't know, it's just like, what's the end goal when you're consuming and then flexing, like what is the end goal? I mean, what for your ego? And then, but I don't know, to me it just seems like so pointless. I don't know, just
yeah, I hear you, my dude. What's going on, Richard Cooper?
Hello. You hear me?
Yeah, I hear you fine, dude.
Okay,
Hey,
so what age is this guy?
24.
Okay, so everything you're saying is correct. Your entire life has been pointless.
yeah.
It's not your fault, but at least you see it.
I've tried, dude. I'm not like one of those people who just sat and gave up as soon as they graduate from
Good.
college. I mean, from high school. Dude,
Good.
I'm working.
Well,
I'm breaking my back every day, freezing to
you don't
death,
really,
basically. And
you don't realize how much it's going to pay off.
yeah,
See, I know sometimes it draws offense, but do you know what Winston Churchill once said when he defeated the Nazis?
no, I don't remember.
It took a 19th century man to win the 20th century. This time it's going to take a 20th century man to win the 21st century.
Yeah.
So
Interesting.
you'll see. I know it sounds shitty, but this time it's really shit's gonna hit the fan in about 2 years, at most. So that's why I keep saying don't give up. I don't mean just in the red pill way, stay on your purpose. It's just that people don't really realize how hard shit's gonna hit the fan, and unfortunately, this is not the time. If you made it this far, or if you were born into this is not the time to give up. And 95% of people are.
No, I agree. I mean, I don't have much saved up, but I know. I don't want to like say this is like a cope. But I know people have it like way worse than I do, even though I'm not the greatest situation. But I mean,
But what I'm trying to say is when the switch changes, people are going to be done permanently. Permanently. So that's all.
You think we might like go to war at some point? Do you think that will be the time
already
where
been in. When are
no,
we
but war again, like
full global war? I'm not sure yet.
maybe
Hell no.
maybe maybe our own country. I mean, I don't know.
We're in war.
Like physically.
We've been in war since 9/11. Your whole generation just thinks we haven't been at war.
I guess so. I mean, yeah.
Taxi driver, you talking about like a civil war or like what?
Maybe I don't know. I'm just like speculating. Maybe like
No, there's still it's still proxy warfare. War didn't end. It's just the way it's explained to the public it ended. But we've been in war since 9/11.
Yeah, I was gonna ask Richard.
What's up?
Yeah, there was a pretty based. I think it's actually a study from Harvard too, and they got these data scientists and mathematicians working out a model of when actual society is going to collapse, and they're predicting around 2042. And given the current factors, including say like climate change, the political unrest, the soy singularity, it seems like they're saying it's actually pretty accurate to that it is going to collapse right around that time. So
Yeah,
I guess
yeah.
technically it's another
The singularity window I told you is between 2028 and that 2040. It's pretty obvious.
Okay,
Yeah. It's pretty
so
just
yeah,
obvious.
you do agree it's coming soon.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I don't
If you can't
expect
see- if
things
you
to
can't
just
see
be
it
like this
everywhere-
forever.
Oh no, of course not. If you can't see it, no. It's all. We are so far into it. I mean, it's so obvious. So
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still keeping my money on like before 2030, but
well, that's what I'm saying. There's a window. Obviously, if I had exact, I mean, that would be great. But giving sort of a prognostication, which is pretty accurate, and you see the data starting to show that. So.
Yeah, and most people don't realize, but I think climate's change to an extent, it's actually legit. And the what do you call it? The canary in the coal mine is in food production. And so like a drought is an actual real problem, like global problem.
Well,
So
let
right
me
now,
answer that. I think it's only here's the point. In an altruistic sense, let's say the world was altruistic, which it isn't. It is not, right? There'd be easily enough food to go around. What happens is with the efficiency model, there isn't. So the profit incentive is going to have to shift. Okay, go on. Yes, of course.
Yeah, I'm not gonna take up time, but
go.
You're 100% right. Like the US is wasting at least more than a quarter, if not like 30-40% of the food that they produce right now. And there's better ways that they could even actually feed all the homeless, recycle food, do all sorts of shit. It's just there's no political will or money involved in it, so it's not being done. My point is, it's like the impact is always felt the next year or further down the road. So like it's getting super worse. Like drought is happening, food production is being lowered. So you feel the effects not now, but like a year from now. And so like just even globally, it's like everywhere's having issues producing food.
Yes.
So
At
ultimately,
least
the
at
end
an
of the day,
efficient price, but yes. Right.
yeah, and then not to mention inflation and food prices skyrocketing. Dude, I was at the store the other day. The steaks that I used to buy are like now $53. I was like, what the
Yeah,
I
it's
know.
getting insane right now.
Yep.
Yeah,
What kind
even
of
gas
Kobe
prices are
beef?
crazy.
Yeah, and I like the good stuff, the ribeye with the juicy fatty bits and everything, and that shit's like $53.
Yeah, you guys gonna have to kiss that goodbye for a bit. To kiss that goodbye. I'm just telling you. Listen. Listen. You guys knew early it was coming. You just didn't get to drink the Coke, but that doesn't mean it's not coming. It's coming.
Yeah. It's
Because
brutal,
everyone
but
else,
it's true.
everyone else is overextended. They had their fun.
Yeah.
You know it.
Yeah.
You see it everywhere. That's why I kept saying, like I've been saying now for how many months. When I say it's not that I'm not saying that women aren't whatever. They are. What I'm trying to say is that I've been trying to say there's a bigger beast, and now everyone just sort of sees it in everything. Everything, it's in everything. Everyone just sees it now because now it's hitting everyone. It's hitting them in their rent. It's hitting them in their food. It's hitting them in their career opportunities. That's why I said there never was just an Intel crisis. There was a world crisis. Everyone sees it now.
For sure. That's happening in Europe. It's happening. It's
everywhere.
It's crazy, man. I mean, literally, like
It's
I remember,
everywhere.
like last 2 years, like gases were like $2 like a gallon or something like that. 250. Now it's like almost where I live. It's like 3.30 a gallon. It's just like, dude, I'm like I like at this point I have to like be cautious how far I'm driving because I don't
Of
want to
course you
like
do. And then even if you do
like
drive,
it's
they're going to hit the
crazy.
mile
Like
tax.
I
They're
didn't
gonna hit you
have
with
to
the mile
think
tax.
about that.
Yes, and now you do. You're going to think about everything. Everything.
Yeah, you
That's
can't
what
like
I'm trying to
waste food
say.
anymore because you know
Nothing.
prices.
No,
And
of course not. You're not going to know if you're going to be able to go out. Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. It's crazy times, but
Yeah.
God
All I'm trying
forbid
to
they
say
have
is it's a
lockdown.
good thing that for whatever reason you figure to be ahead of. I'm just telling you, if people don't have that initiative, they don't realize how fucked they are.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you haven't been prepping, I think it might be also too late. I got at
It's too
least like a
late.
year
You're
and
not
a
going to
half.
be able to. You're not going
Yeah.
to be able to after Labor Day.
Yeah, what I was saying, I've been preparing for like 2, 3 years now, so I have
Yeah.
like 2 years worth of food
Exactly.
if I had
Exactly.
to,
They're not going to
you know,
learn in like 5 weeks.
I got
There's no time.
like
It's too late.
10,000 rounds of ammo. Like
Exactly. It's too late.
I
Yeah.
got 25 years shelf life food.
It's
So
too
I'm just
late.
saying, if you got the money, you got to be putting it in tangible shit too.
Exactly. And anything that, in a sense, that anything that's a hard asset.
Yeah.
So if you got to buy a drill or something, buy that. Everything else is bullshit. It's all gone. It's all gone.
Yeah, the next big purchase, because I gotta really do my homework on this, but I'm trying to invest in a pretty good solar bank system. But those things are pretty pricey at like I'm probably looking to spend like easily 2, 3K. But yeah, grid down, if you don't have solar, I think you're just gonna be fucked.
Hmm.
And like tangible gas containers are good too, but I want to get a electric stove, because you'll eventually run out of gas. So um, as long as you have like a pretty good like 160-watt bank power bank, you could power up like a microwave or an electric stove, and that way at least you can cook something.
Yeah.
Well, on
Well,
the plus side, it'll be easy to find a wife nowadays.
well,
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
Ah, shit.
the goal is to make it to the singularity and survive through it. Then we'll see.
Yeah.
It will be an interesting time if you make it through, I
Just
guess.
like well, that's what it is. But there's no other choice.
It's so funny
You
because
think it might happen earlier, like where shit hits the fan, like maybe even like the next 5 years?
No, they just have enough just to prop it for a bit.
Dude, I mean, think of the eviction moratorium that's happening this month. Even that alone is huge. Like,
Yeah,
you
of
have
course.
all those people being kicked out at the same time
Why
that
do you think they're
might,
talking about? Why do you think they're talking about Simone Biles in the Olympics more than the eviction moratorium?
because they don't want people to know the implications of that shit.
Yes.
That's why they've been
Yep.
holding it off for like literal years, even if they couldn't afford it.
Bingo.
Yeah, I think it won't happen probably until 2030. Like they still got enough time to keep the charade going on for at least another 5, 10 years, I would say.
So, you're saying like, because I'm not really like sure exactly. So you think like what, like the economy's gonna like fail and then everyone's gonna be on their own basically, like before after like 2030 or?
No, it's either gonna. Well, if it switches full with the AI, the whole concept of what we know will be completely different. But if it stays a little bit longer, it's gonna either.
Oh, you're saying
It's
like,
gonna.
oh, it's gonna be the whole, well, like basically everything's gonna be revolving around AI basically, and like a lot of
Yes.
like, okay, yeah, makes sense. I mean, yeah, only time always just progresses, doesn't stop, and especially the way things are heading. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
technology is only gonna get more and more advanced every year.
Yes.
So
That's all.
No,
Look,
I
and
don't
think of it in
think
some weird
AI
way. You were
will.
given a gift. You're given a gift. What if everything you knew you had to wake up a year from now to see? You know how hard it's going to be for people to unravel 30 years of shit in a year? That's what I've been trying to tell you for a year now. In some weird way, you survive long enough to have this gift where you already know what's going to happen. You don't have to shake anything. You get it? They're not going to be able to handle this. All of you. No, I'm talking to everyone. They're not going to be able to handle. Don't you get this? They can't handle this.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be really brutal when it happens.
They can't. These people can barely handle anything. Do you think the softest generation is going to be able to like have the repo men coming to have their shitty 401ks dry up because it's been tied to to the GameStop and AMC? They can't.
Oh, speaking of which, oh man, there was like actually this woman that worked in my like workplace who literally quit her job because she made money off of the AMC stock.
Yeah, but she hodled. Yeah, well.
Is she still in, or did she sell it?
She sold it, and like I don't know. Now I don't think she's like working anymore, but she made like 90K or something like that.
Yeah, but she doesn't realize how long that will last. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
The taxes on that is going to be gone.
She definitely should have stayed in.
So this is a stupid fucking Foyd logic right here. Like I thought she won millions. I thought she won millions, which would have made sense. But 90 fucking K? Are you kidding me?
I paid more than that. I paid more than that in taxes this year.
I made 200. Y'all know I made like 150K, and I didn't quit a goddamn thing. I went to work every day.
What a dumb bitch! Hey, take it, enjoy. She probably went down to the Caribbean to get blown out. Whatever.
She could have a time machine to 1812 and shit. Like other than that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that maybe. Yeah. All right.
Yeah. She really made enough to retire at 90K.
No, it's you know, that's just like the logic that she had. She was like, oh, okay, it's gonna be enough for me. Okay, good luck. I don't know.
Okay.
It's just like it just makes yourself look bad. I mean, I don't know if the employer knew that she quit because of that, but it just makes yourself look pretty bad.
Yeah,
bro, she's gonna be selling her pussy for a can of beans next year. Like that's the kind
of very, very likely. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you have a job right now and you're employed, like you're the lucky one, like literally.
Oh yeah, are you kidding? You're gonna give it up now?
Stay at it.
Oh my god, what a moron! Good.
Yeah,
I'm happy. I'm happy to hear that story. I'm good. I hope she tapped out. You know? Yeah. Well, you know.
Yeah.
You're not gonna be able to get shit.
I thought she made millions, but
oh yeah, 90K.
I was like, yeah, you might as well fucking just like I don't know, dude. Like, what the fuck's the point? 90K? Or, come on.
Like, what?
90K is only useful to like buy a bag of chips and reinvest the shit. You know?
Yeah, exactly, dude. People make more than a dividend than that. Like, oh man. Okay, well, listen. Look, it's just another example of how people. You know, when I say people don't know anything, I'm not trying to sound like an arrogant prick, but they don't. Their level of not understanding is fantastic. It's fantastic.
The smartest thing she could have done is just, celebrate that she got that 90K and stick at her job. And
yes,
she still has income.
That was the gift.
And she has
and
boost.
insurance and a bunch of other things. But no, she left for 90K. What a fucking idiot.
Yeah, I know. It's pretty nuts. I don't know.
Oh my god. Well, good.
If I was in that position, I would just stay. I mean, in the place that I work at, it's the people are pretty chill, honestly, and just like it's not like it's like a family-owned like company, so it's not like corporate.
So that's even a good work environment. Good. What an idiot.
Yeah.
What a fucking idiot. All right, well, whatever. Listen, get her name so you can get on her OnlyFans account in a few years.
Yeah,
you can get a discount because it's a family business.
Well, a few years, you could just like buy her to have her flown out and shit for $10. Like it's a wrap.
Yeah.
That might be next year, to be honest. That's why you see all this shit. Decriminalizing prostitution. You think people don't know what they're doing? They know what's up.
Yeah.
You have to, else you're gonna put all these fucking women in jail.
Sorry about that, man. Back on?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You're back in.
you're back on.
Okay. But yeah, for real. Anyway, the point I'm trying to say, instead of being negative, I'm saying like it's good that you just kept that type of attitude. I'm just telling you. And no, I'm not just saying just to remember I said a few weeks ago when I said that you have to sort of not see the black pill as the antithesis of the red pill. So when I say like to do certain things, I don't mean it like in a red pill way. No, I mean like it's just sort of part of the black pill is accepting that if you have no worth, I don't mean just money. If you have no worth to society, you have no worth.
Oh yeah, no, I
You follow? No,
I
if you have
definitely
no,
don't.
but I'm serious. You have to press this. If you have no worth to the world, whether it's right or wrong, you have no worth. That's how people see. Like it doesn't matter what niceties people say. That's how you're viewed actually.
Yeah, I know.
So if you have no worth, you have no worth. So if all of Gen Z is sitting on their ass and they have no worth, once that dries up, they have no worth. You understand? So that's like a very, very serious thing. So someone has to tell you that. Do you think they're going to do this forever?
I don't know, man.
Forever,
Honestly,
this is going to be like this.
I think they
No,
think
there's
they
going to
can,
be shitty
but
things forever. That's not what I asked you. Do you honestly? No, the people at the top. You're obviously have a little enough insight. Do you think the shitty people at the top are going to actually let these dumb fucks sit around doing this forever for free? I didn't say they're not going to let them sit around and do nothing. I'm saying for free.
I hope not.
If they let them work at home for pissant money to eat Cheeto, no, they're not going to. That's what I'm trying to say. It's drying up. They'll let them stay at home and do nothing, but then there'll be nothing. If they
I know
actually think
I
they're going
have,
to do nothing and be something, they're out of their minds because that's not how it works.
I have two friends who are like definitely way better off than me, and like they have like better jobs. Obviously, they're like like engineers and stuff like that. But like they work at home, and they're just like sometimes they'll just be playing video games like in like midday.
Right, and they're not going to
whatever,
let
just...
them do that. They're not going to keep letting them do that. Especially this time, they're going to come down harder on people if we have to stay home again when they lock us up.
Yeah.
Do you honestly think for free they're going to let? They did it the first time when they thought people might come back. Do you think they're going to let people just sit around jerking off all day, everyone? No, your home is now going to become your workplace if they do that. They're going to check in you. They're going to have a camera on all the time. People are out of their fucking minds.
Oh God, yeah. I mean,
Can you?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Alex.
Oh, I was gonna say
It's
like
true, no, but mystery. No, you back it up. You back it up. You know that's true.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think that I think there's a certain subset of employees who actually probably did work their ass off, even without the stay from home orders and stuff like that. So they definitely did their job.
There's
But
always that small percent.
but there's a large
fine,
portion of employees who did absolutely fuck all, sat at home, jerking off, eating Cheetos, and
yes,
like,
and they were wasteful, useless.
Yeah.
Exactly.
yeah,
Right. And right this year, it cost the company less money just to let them do this, so they didn't like leave their jobs or sue. But next year, when it becomes the modus operandi, are you think they're going to let 90% of the company sit around jerking off all day?
nope, they're gonna come down hard.
Yes or no?
Yeah. Oh, they're not gonna do that shit. Fuck no, dude.
There you go. And that's going to happen with everybody. Well, you know that. You know?
Yeah.
So, you know, so that whole other thing's cope too.
Yeah, I was gonna add though, like
So now your fucking home is your office.
the soy singularity happening in Australia. This whole lockdown bullshit is just all about control.
Yes.
Like, can you imagine sending in the military because like one person got sick because of COVID?
Right.
Like,
right.
It's so fucked.
Right.
What do you guys think about like the vaccine, like forcing it on people? Like
inevitable. We all knew it was gonna come to this.
No.
Have you guys taken it or?
Fuck no.
I can neither confirm nor deny the existence of me may or may not taking the vaccine.
No, I'm not. I haven't taken that shit, and I don't think I will.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't have any trust for
So
for that shit,
here's
honestly.
the thing, right? Like at least even in the US, the death has been what, like 500,000? Like that's so fucking intestinal. I'm not saying like, the people who suffered through it and who died. I'm not minimizing their death. But I'm talking about in the grand scheme of things, 500,000 people passing
Sorry.
away
No, so I'm saying so
over
they're gonna
COVID
no
is kind of just useless. Like even
no they're
before COVID, lots of people were dying from the flu, car accident. It's like if this shit was like more like an actual pandemic where like you got infected, you had like a maybe 5% chance of surviving it. Like you would have seen, military on the streets, like you would have been shot dead for whatever reason if you were like out your home.
Hold
Like
on,
it would have been that kind of extreme.
no, but
I
didn't
can
you hear about
explain.
the super spreaders? Didn't you hear about that?
No.
You didn't hear about? Oh my God! Check the CDC because that's actually what happens. Is apparently people who have been vaccinated is that 10% of them now the virus migrates so that when they sneeze they have 100% concentration. Don't you? They're going to shut everything down. You didn't hear about this?
No, I
Oh,
This
did not
isn't
God.
hear
this,
I
about it.
heard the word
guys.
super
This
spreaders,
isn't.
but
This isn't. No, this isn't on. Like, just go to the CDC. That's my whole point. When they don't mention the truth on the main news, but it's there. They're super spreaders. The virus
Yeah.
migrates to their nose, so now when they sneeze, the concentration's higher. So instead of 30 minutes linger time, it takes 3 minutes.
and Drawlix, the big threat with COVID isn't the death rate. The big issue with COVID is that people are afraid to trade.
Yes, it
Like you
fucks
had
the
this Russian
economy.
roulette. Yeah, you have this Russian roulette where okay, if I go
Yes.
here, go there, I might or might not catch the disease. I don't want to take that
Yes.
chance at all.
They're worried about
And
fucking
because
whole
the economy is
economies.
so interconnected
Yeah.
with everything in the world,
There you
basically
go.
everything shuts down. So now you don't have a
Yes.
threat of people dying from COVID. You have a threat of people dying from starvation because trucks might not get there.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to deliver shit. Yeah, I'm telling you, dude, they're going to shut it down. They're going to shut
Yeah,
it down.
like that's why shutting it down now is the worst decision.
But they're going to because people aren't going to go. They're not going to go. This was the summer, but they're not going to go. Especially because what's going to happen is now people have been home a lot, so they're more likely to catch the flu or whatever. You're not going to know what people have. They're going to shut it down. It's so obvious they're going to shut it down.
Yeah. I mean, I still like work. Like, I don't work inside. I don't. I mean, I never got to. So I work at like a warehouse. So I have to like work inside the building, whatever. But
Yeah, but they might keep the warehouses open because they make up the rules with them. What I'm talking about, like the schools. Here's what's going to happen: the
yeah,
teachers' union in the major union states, they're not going back. I know they're not saying that now. They're not going back, which means the kids are going to have to stay home. Which means the parents are going to have to stay. You get what I'm trying to say? Like that's not talking about
yeah,
space
yeah,
aliens. That's obvious. They have to keep the factories going because they're still going to have to whatever, but there's still going to be a shutdown. There has to be a shutdown.
yeah.
At this point, there has to be a shutdown. It's obvious. They're just they let people off the street.
Kobe, you're breaking up a lot.
Yeah, but they played their
I'm sorry.
cards too early. Like this draconian lockdown should have been coming later, not like at the very beginning. Like they just didn't know
I
how
agree,
bad
but
it was.
but they did already. So now they have no choice. So now this is the game we're in. You know?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's
all I
obvious.
can
It's just
say is
obvious.
I'm just glad I've been prepping for years. I
Absolutely.
feel bad for the people who haven't.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, they're
I
dipshit.
didn't have a chance. Yeah, just
At least I got
I
gigabytes of
literally
like
I literally
manuals.
graduated when the pandemic hit, so I kind of
Oh,
yeah,
Rough.
I yeah, just I
Yeah, yeah,
guess that's
no,
how life works, man.
I can't even imagine the people in school right now.
Yeah, most of my like last few classes were all online, and it was just like, man. I mean, I'm lucky that I'm not in debt anymore. I paid it off within a year because luckily I was able to like save up. But even
Smart. That's smart.
But
You don't want to
you
have
know,
any debt.
yeah, no, yeah. So
paid
I'm
off
I'm
my
happy with
student.
that. I could actually like save up and actually am worth something at least. I don't have a
Oh
lot
yeah, at least
saved
not
up,
being.
but
Yeah, you gotta remember, at least being neutral is an advantage. People are negative.
yeah, I know exactly. And even if they're like working like high paying jobs, if depending on the school they went to, if it's like
If
an
it
Ivy
equals out,
League or
they're negative. It doesn't matter. And remember, a lot of those people, those high schools, they have degrees and shit.
also that too. I mean,
They came
Yeah,
from
I'm
rich
glad I
families. They can
paid
send
off
to
my
Yale.
shit.
They have degrees and shit.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I paid off my
I got a
student loans
bad
within a
degree, but
year.
at least I'm not in debt, you know.
Yeah,
I made a mistake. I know that. I'm not blaming it on anyone. But I just wanted to, I don't know. I don't know. I just did something stupid. I'm not really smart. I mean, I'm more of a creative person. But there's no real room for me to give any value, honestly. I mean, I'm pretty good at art, but I don't know what's that gonna do for me though.
Yeah, I just thought of something. Two groups that we didn't like bring up during this discussion, but are relevant. On the one hand, you have the old people, and on the other hand, you have all these spinsters that don't really have any money. But at least the old people have like retirement accounts and shit. So
yeah, I have that too. Yeah, I have a 401k, but it's not a lot in it. But you know, I'm trying to like invest, but I don't know how much it's gonna help me.
Are you
Honestly,
maxed out yet for the year? You have until the 30th.
No, because I just
would dump
started like basically I've only worked a full-time job
whatever
for
you can,
1 year
dump it
so
until the
far.
30th because Biden can't take it.
Okay, that's good to know.
That's the law. I'm just saying. Make some
Yeah, I did
sandwiches
not
at home
know
and
that.
dump anything. That's how it works. And the amount of money you make, you're not maxed out yet, so dump it in.
Yeah, it's definitely good to know.
That's the rules. That's not a conspiracy. I mean, it's just fucking rules.
Oh, are you talking about the 19.5K?
I'm talking about his 401k and his Roth IRAs.
Yeah, I have a
Yeah,
Roth or
it's
whatever.
like
but
19 and a half for single, I guess.
I don't know his whole background. That's why I'm being a little like open. But I'm just trying to say that if he can reach his limit by 8:30, they can't take it. And then you have compound interest. So that's just my suggestion. You can do whatever the fuck he wants.
Yeah. God. What a fucked up world.
Yeah.
Well,
I
we
mean,
didn't make it.
yeah.
I'm not talking about like we didn't like we made this bullshit, dude. We're the ones who didn't want it, but that's what it is. There's no point like fighting against it anymore. You got to prepare now.
Yep. You're totally right. I mean, that's why I've been spending less money on like, you know, I'm trying to save up as much as possible. At least I have, you know, something in the future. But also just, I've been trying to like learn even just like basic like survival, like even like possibly surviving like out off grid, like you know, like even in the woods possibly, because man, I don't know how
I'm gonna get
society's
like that.
gonna look like.
No, you're gonna have to survive in the grid.
I don't know, man. I don't even know
Yeah,
if I
people are
want
they're
to
not
live
gonna
in
be
the
able to
grid.
pull off. No. You're gonna be able to find a way to incognito survive in the grid. That's also fantasy.
Like if you don't have a woods in the cabin and fortified and already prepped, it's not gonna be that viable. Like you'll just have to shelter in place and survive wherever the fuck you
you
are.
have to survive within the grid. There's not much open space anymore. Not that's undetectable.
I'll tell you.
No.
Oh, the places that are going to be absolute shitholes, though, you should definitely not be in a city.
Oh yeah, I'm not even.
Don't be in a fucking
I
major
hate
city.
cities, man.
Fuck all that.
It's filled with like just
about
degenerates, man. Honestly.
You know what I mean, mister? I meant like the fantasy of the militia movement or something. That's what I meant.
Grab the
I understand. Yeah.
SKF and run in the woods. Yeah.
Shall not be infringed. God damn it.
Yeah.
Like I would say, crime-ridden.
It'll be better.
You know, Chicago might be the worst place to be in when shit hits the fan.
Yeah, all the cities are having increases in general crime. So yeah.
Right.
At least a lot of the liberal cities are.
How far are you into Detroit?
Man, I'm suburbs. I'm like 10 minutes out.
Okay, so never mind. Because it's gonna be like, goodbye, Jack. Yeah,
No, I already knew this. No.
yeah, smart. Yeah.
Wait,
I
Jack,
can't even
you're
imagine
near
living in a city.
Chirac?
So what?
Are you near Chirac?
Nah. Look, people call Chirac a war zone. Detroit is like the battlefield after that shit. It's like, all
Yeah.
right, everything's over. There's
The
nobody
nuke already
left.
hit. You're just kind of there.
Yeah.
Detroit's
like
been
Fallout
late. Yeah, Detroit's been Fallout since about 1972.
Yeah, it's like that Fallout New Vegas shit where like, all right, it's hard to destroy. We're
Okay,
like
but
years into the rebuilding phase.
Right,
and shit.
you're in the burbs. Okay, never mind. Okay.
I'm old with the Jews. I think I might actually be straight.
You might be all right. Yeah.
They got top hats and everything where I'm at.
Yeah, and you're right. There's that Hassid thing. Yeah.
That's not the end of the world we're talking about. More like just the system's gonna fucking grind to a hold at some fucking point.
Yeah, I think again, I don't. People keep talking about sort of like that type of. No, I think it's going to get shitty, but not in the end of the whatever. Not like that. No.
Yeah, we're not talking about the end of the system exactly, but it's
transition.
gonna.
Transition.
You got to transition and the fall, and they're going to be in the same moment, kind of. So
right. Yeah, that's what it is. It's not going to be. Yeah, the other way is just that's not happening.
Yo, King of Garbage, I hope to die old. Like, that's a good death, I guess. You've lived your life, die old.
But again, like I said, it's good to know it. I mean, it doesn't have to know it. So,
if I had to trade my, light armor piercing bullets for food, then that's when I know I'm probably in the deep shit end. Or my bags of sugar and salt for, coffee or something.
Yeah, if we're back to a barter and trade, we have a problem.
Yeah,
right.
I'll give you my 5.56 for your exit, sir. Okay, like.
I'll trade 2 rifles and my daughter for that can of beans and half of your wheat.
Yeah.
That's a terrible deal, dude.
Like a fucking Red Dead Redemption trade screen and shit. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't see that, but I mean, it's more like there's going to be a huge transition,
Yeah, for sure.
And the real question is, like, I wonder if we do go back into lockdown, like, what the hell is the I guess the Fed could just keep printing money, but like I guess they could go below 0% interest rates. But
they got have to bite the bullet. They can't stop it
temporarily, but not forever.
No.
And the real question is, what are they going to do in the long run when they have to precipitously raise interest rates over time? If they're going to do it in one shot, it's going to be like 1% every year. What are they going to do? Because they can't just keep it forever.
It depends on where the currency is then, because that's sort of what Musk and those people are fighting for. The whole idea is they want to have sort of like world currency, so it's going to be fighting for that.
Yo, Mystery. Seems like we have more people. I could drop if you want to hop on, you guys.
There's nobody else here other than Rodin, who I'll let him on later. Who the hell is white bitch? Oh, that's who it is. That definitely him.
Oh, is that Ronan?
Yeah.
Yeah. Who the fuck else?
No, he changes his name so often. I'm not even sure sometimes.
There's 1,000 accounts.
He's the only one that pick a name like that though. Like even the trolls like don't go that far in the paint though. Like shit. I'll fuck with you, Ron. Enough, I'm kidding.
Are you guys I don't know, like do you guys like watch anime, like recent shows that come out, like, or not?
The only thing I'm even watching currently right now with My Hero Academia. That's really it.
Yeah, I've been like noticing like every season just like a lot of like samey stuff. Like a lot. There's always like an isekai show every like season. And it's just like, and I feel like maybe that correlates with like how Japan's culture is nowadays. Because I know a lot of guys are just hikikomoris or whatever you want to call them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
just like
1 in 6.
They just want to leave and have a feeling of agency. That's what isekai is. Oh, I wish I was in
and
a
I feel
different
like
world
that
where I was the hero.
contributes to that. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's true.
I
You've
just-
got to the point where they have more agency inside their apartment. Unfortunately, they do.
Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, I was just like, just like that's like kind of like interesting to me because like it's been like consistently now. Like I remember there was like a few because I've been watching anime for a long time now, and it's just I've been realizing like they've been recently just been pumping out isekai shows every season almost.
Well, yeah, when I was growing up, it was like the huge the cute girls doing cute things. Fifth had the fucking moe shit, and then it switched
Yeah.
over to some other shit. I mean, so like this stuff is very cyclical and seasonal. It's basically like somebody makes some new show or concept, and it's not even a new show or concept. They just take a concept and they run with it. Show gets popular, and everyone else copies that show because they got popular. And it's the same shit over and over again. Like they'll find a new target to do it with again and again and again.
Isekai is like fucking cancer though. It's like
Yeah, it does have a pretty long shelf life though. I've noticed that. It's been around for quite some time. So
it's like the fucking mumble rap of anime. This shit just don't leave.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Pandemic. Who are you?
Oh,
I know I've
good
seen you in my
morning.
chat a few times. So yeah, who are you?
I'm a German dude.
Ah, of course you're German. Ah, of course. Another
Yeah,
fellow Germ here.
legit.
We have Dante Sparta. We got Taxi Driver Fan. We got Pandemic from fucking Germania.
How many
What the-
schnitzel
yeah.
liquors are in on the black pill?
fucking goddamn the
I don't know,
the
dude. I
evil.
was born here, so
No, because I
The-
believe it because of what's going on in Germany. There's got to be a lot of schnitzel liquors in here. Am I right? How much the black pill is fucking crap?
I mean,
not
it's,
crap
it's
land.
everywhere. It has to be like a lot
It
of
is
like
a lot,
developing
exactly,
countries,
because of
man.
what's
I mean,
going on
I
there.
mean, dude, it's
Yes.
the worst example is definitely Japan, dude. I mean, they're like the future. I mean,
Nope, South Korea is worse. South Korea not only has surgery and makeup maxing by the men, it also has a birth rate far below 1. I think it's like 0.8, 0.85. They
shit,
somehow
If we're talking birth rate, China might be really fucked. But no, I have to agree. SK is probably the worst. Like the word selfie was invented by the SKs.
Oh my
Jesus
god.
Christ.
God damn.
Of course.
Case in point.
That's fucking brutal, man.
All right, let the crowd speak. Where is he?
Yes, Pandemic. Tell us your who are you, or I know where you're from, obviously, but who are you? What's up with you, and why are you here?
I was watching this stream for like some weeks, but I had like crazy working schedules. But I quit that job 1 week ago.
The neat maxer, I say.
I have to. The thing was, it was a basic grocery store job, but I got bullied from some old hacks, and I couldn't stand it. I had that too many times in my life. Because I think I'm one of the oldest here in the panel, or the oldest, because I'm 48.
Wow. Holy shit.
Damn, dude.
I think Jack Tisson older, but yeah, whatever.
I
And
think he is older too.
and,
Might be
and
a little bit.
I'm like 15 years in the manosphere. I started up with PO8 and thought it's bullshit. Then I went red pill. Then I went MGTOW. And I think the looks and the black pill I discovered like 3 years ago.
Okay.
And in Germany, all the pills are not so huge. So from my perspective, it's more American thing, more British thing, and you have even more black pillars from like Eastern Europe and shit like that. Then you have no active community in Germany.
The problem is still the same though, or what? Yeah.
With women, definitely the same
Okay.
problems.
Yeah. All right.
What's your political affiliation in Germany?
Our situation or my mindset?
Your let's say general political affiliation right now.
Over the last decade, I got very much more. It's hard to say it in these classic terms. I would say because conservatism is rotten in Germany, because what you call conservatism is basically left-wing politics.
Right.
So look at Angela Merkel. She does like Green Party politics. It has nothing to do with conservatism anymore.
Right. So you would say right of center, right? Which you should.
I'm not alt-right, but I would say a progressive liberal conservative, if something.
Okay, yeah, which is right of center, right? That's what I mean. Yeah, okay. Because a lot of that is counter Merkel.
Not too liberal, not too conservative.
Yeah, right. That's why I say right of center.
Yeah,
I understand. Right. So, and I think that how strong is that shift now? Let's say among the public in Germany.
Germany is going left and left and left.
Well, right, but I'm saying I understand the actual parliament. I'm saying the public in your general senses. How much is that right of center shift?
You can't even tell that because the opposite opinion in the whole mass media are silenced, and even in
so there's sort of like a silent majority.
You have the same hard sense.
Right.
You have,
I get you.
I understand. The same way like YouTube bans and censorship.
Right.
And
so it's sort of like a silent majority. Yeah, I understand. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to hear like a public opinion. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. What's your take on Merkel?
She's leaving now, so the Merkel thing is done.
Okay, let's say her party, that type of thing. What's your take?
Finally, her party is kind of like the strongest at the moment in Germany. They don't lose so much votes than the other parties.
Mm-hmm.
The classic leftist socialists are weak. What had the big rise this year was the Green Party with their gender agenda and other shit they have, like this new gender speak that to push in the public basis.
My take is they got to kick all East Berlin politics out of Germany before it's too late.
Where you have more conservatism and patriotism is like in Eastern Germany, like Saxony.
No, but I mean East Berlin politics. I'm talking in a historical sense. I'm not talking about the current, like where people live. East of the wall, they have to kick all that out.
The funny thing is, I live in Berlin, and I live like 2 minutes from the Berlin Wall, so the former Berlin Wall.
No, but you understand what I'm trying to say, and Alex, they got to kick any of that sentiment out. The West needs the Western ideology of Germany to be more aligned. Otherwise, it's not good.
You mean that we are not so centered to the NATO and America? No, I don't think so.
Right, but that's what I'm trying to say. But there has to be more
our inner society is not so anti-American like maybe some media tell it.
Yeah, I understand, but they got too intertwined when they fell behind the Iron Curtain. So a lot of that still relics there. So it's too easy for them to be picked off by China.
Basically, I would say some people think that America managed the beer bug better, and your economy is not so harsh affected like maybe other economies from what happened the last close to 2 years,
Yeah, but I'm saying if they pull the full NATO alliance, Germany's going to fall. Because that's what you don't have, so.
Yeah, sure.
I have a question for pandemic.
Yeah.
Like how has Germany changed since the importation of African cells and Arab cells to replace the workforce?
In the workforce, they basically in refugees not allowed to have a job. It takes a long process that he gets work, so they basically just get pocket money. Some work of them, some are well integrated, and we already had a problem with gangs and shit like that in major cities, but it's not from the refugees. Maybe they added something to it, but we have like, for example, in Berlin, we have like big Arabic clans for the last 20 years, And
more of the refugee crisis in the Mediterranean because it's cheaper. Just Germany pushes for it, but they don't actually go there. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yeah, because it's an interesting topic. Even U.S. right now, it's like they're importing, South Americans.
So I would say, from my personal feel, didn't went from the personal feel more dangerous when you go outside than like 5 or 10 years ago. Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
more dangerous.
No, I would say maybe in some spots, but I'm so wise I never go there to certain times. So if you, for example, go to Görlitzer Park in nighttime, you're stupid. You didn't do that before the refugee crisis, yeah.
Yeah, I see.
I wonder if they started that whole refugee crisis just to have people come in and replace the workforce.
I
Yeah.
think it
Well,
started
that's been the whole thing the
Probably.
whole time. The whole time.
2014, so like 7 years ago it started.
Of course it was, Jack. What? Okay. What would it be besides that?
I don't know. That's just been on my brain for like the past five or so years.
It was just the European Union's version of NAFTA.
Like what if they started all these wars just so people would come over and replace?
It's a comorbid issue.
Uh,
I mean, you know that, like, you kind of know, when you say these things, Jack. Like, I know you know them, but you keep trying to find another reason.
well, you know that Spock saying, "Once you eliminate the impossible, the only thing left is the truth." So
Yeah, well,
Just-
it's true. So you already know, like, the answer.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
yeah,
the
so
thing about
go ahead.
importation of foreigners, I should say, it's like ultimately if they don't integrate to the society, it's like you're just importing troublemakers and dejected people in your society, and that's just another group of people you need to handle.
Yep, and just more crime and stuff like that. Because a lot of, especially like with the U.S., I know like with the Mexican border and stuff like that, a lot of cartels, a lot of drugs are, coming through the U.S. and especially now with, with what we have in office, it's just like, it's not getting any better. It's just, it's getting worse. I mean, it's pretty bad.
Yeah, not to go deep in shit hits the fan, but ultimately it's like the criminal street gang is what's gonna thrive because once the police and military can't enforce order, it's like literally a haven for criminal gangs.
But
government is just the local strongest form of violence. That's it. So
Exactly.
if the
but it's
police go, then the next form of violence down there is the gangs. The gangs are the government now.
but you can't compare Germany to the United States or even some other country that's very affected with crime and murder. Because, for example, last year we had only like 280 deaths records from murder. So that's really nothing. I think every major city in the US has more murders than whole
But yeah,
Germany. Yeah. So
Shit,
it's
that's a
still
Yeah,
week over
insane.
here.
Yeah.
wasn't it
It's,
Chirac that had more deaths than the Iraq War combined?
Yeah. Chirac.
Yeah, probably cops. They start
so
shit.
I would say in Berlin, more people die from riding a bike and getting hit by a truck than from a street
Yeah.
crime. I think in Berlin, every day, one is dying because his bicycle is hit by a truck or a car. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, I know like because I've been to like pretty bad cities and um there would be like reportings of like of shootings and stuff like that like every day like literally like and this is just like a local city. It's not even like like something like New York or something like that. It's just so I mean it. Yeah, there's definitely a lot more violence in the U.S. than there is in Germany for sure. Because I mean I don't really follow like those statistics and stuff like that, but when it comes to like Germany, but
I know it's definitely here. That's. I mean, it's just like. I mean, not even like. Just like, even like the regular news. I mean, you'll see they'll like always report. Oh, something bad happened here and there, like a crime or whatever. But I mean, yeah, it's just yeah.
Hold on, Ice Cactus. America is not ghetto Germany. America is ghetto Canada. Get that straight.
But I think Europeans have a better chance of going through maybe shit hit the fan. Like the average languages spoken or people who know languages is like 2 or 3. It's like on average, I would say they're much higher IQ and ability to work better. I think US is kind of like extremely divided with every spectrum.
Yeah, not only like race, but also just ideology and just everything. Literally, like just so much. And of course, like the media. I mean, even though like it goes more deeper than that, but definitely the media pushes that kind of like dividedness of the country, and it doesn't help when you have more crime and stuff like that, and just it's.
I mean, to Dante Sparta's point, though, and he said this about Germany, but I'd extend this to the U.S. What culture is there to unite over in the first place? Well, I forgot who said it, but like he said that the only thing that unites Americans is that we fucking pay taxes.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all we have in common.
Like,
Death and
I was
taxes,
gonna
dude.
say, at least in the European, there's what was it? Like nationalism. It's like, oh, I'm a German cell, I'm a French cell or whatever. Here, it's like, oh, I'm American, but what does that really mean? It doesn't mean shit.
It means you pay taxes.
Yeah, basically.
Yep. Yeah, you're not wrong.
Yeah, and I think even MD said it. It was like when you go to Europe, it's like you don't identify as quote unquote white. It's like, oh, I'm French or I'm, Belgian or whatever.
Yeah.
I think it's only here. It's like, oh, I'm white and maybe a white Irish.
Well, when the idea of the U.S. as a melting pot anyway? And to be honest, a European melting pot, not including the goddamn natives and the slaves, obviously. But
Yeah, I mean, it's true. Like, in the melting pot thing is legit in the sense that it strips away your heritage in a way. Like, even among Asians, it's like, oh, you're just Asian, so you're automatically grouped in, oh, you must be, Chinese or whatever. And there's like over, 20 different countries, at least for the Orients.
I think that's probably a good way to sum it up. Like America is excellent at stripping identity. It just doesn't replace it with anything. It's like fucking cultural bleach. Is it?
Yeah,
I mean,
it's like,
yeah,
oh,
everything's gone, but there's nothing
you're
there.
I mean,
Latino,
I think the American
and
culture is
it's
really
like
just
you're not El
consumerism.
Salvadorian or Mexican or whatever. It's like you're Latino, non-Mexican.
Yeah, but I think a lot of that has to do with that. If there was a united, jingoistic, multiracial United States, it'd be very formidable, and that's what people don't want. Well, not people. Let me rephrase that. Certain people don't want that. So it's just easier to keep it sort of split up. I mean, I'm all in favor of that. I mean, I want everyone under the flag, to be honest, but as long as it's under the flag.
Yeah, under the context of like World War II or what they tried to do with Iraq and Iran, not Iran yet. Yeah, under the context of there's a common enemy and we need to unite around that. Yeah, but it's kind of like NATO. Like once the common enemy is gone, like okay, now we go back to the old problems. What are we still around each other for?
Well, I just still think that the division of the United States has more to do with that they don't want the United States united. So, for example, think of it like this: the only thing, let's use the black community, right? The only thing the black community is allowed to keep, as they say we don't want the black man being sellout. Yeah, well, they take your taxes, they take your community, they take your families. You're still allowed to listen to rap, right?
Yeah.
You're allowed to keep everything that doesn't matter. Everything that would actually let you actually integrate, you can't do. You see? And they do that with everything.
Now the black community is actually a strange case. Not exactly strange, but you can even see it over in the Netherlands with the men there. And it's going beyond just the men and women, but basically they are actually integrating, but it's going to be more like the middle and upper tier men integrating like sexually and economically with other groups inside the United States.
Okay, let me rephrase this. Why do educated lames exist?
Well, in part, they're not quite properly respected by the usual.
Okay, but the idea is ultimately, why do they exist?
They can't. All right, in a short way, I would say they can't properly merge with the black community regular.
What I'm trying to say is, why is a portion of the community that's doing everything right somehow not allowed to fully integrate unless they're not actually letting you integrate?
In what way specifically?
They don't actually let you. They don't actually let you integrate when you become more American-like.
Yeah, we've known that, but that seems
Right.
like changing, and not that we want to change, but
okay. But I'm just trying to say somehow that when you're not doing that, they allow it.
Yeah, historically.
You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Just got back. What's the topic here?
We're actually turning it to educated lames.
Okay.
Educated lames and race mixing.
Yeah.
All right.
See, I have no problem with mixing as long as it's patriarchal and under Western value. I don't see them as antithetical.
No, it's not that. I'm like, when I say it, I'm more like talking about like, okay, where's the mass media heading? Like we had the Cheerios commercial years ago, and all sorts of media promoting like, okay, now interracial is good all of a sudden.
Yes, it is, but only to the. Do you follow what I'm trying to say? It's okay. If it was actually good, like I know, like people say it's good, then educated lames wouldn't have a problem. Why do they have a problem?
Like, you talking about with the black community, with America?
Just in general.
They don't fit in anywhere.
Why?
Nobody accepts them either way.
Exactly. Doesn't sound exactly like integration.
Oh no, we know.
You see what I'm saying?
They know.
And we talk about like for integration. There you go. Because if it was actual integration, educated lames would get advantage. Most of them don't. And I'm not against actual integration. I think the best should do the best. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. And on a material level, yeah, but at the same time, there seem to be other factors from like that same top level that actually are pushing, well, for this specific example, black men to integrate. Well, black people in general, but seems to be black men especially.
Okay, the point is when a black man actually tries to do that, he can't fully integrate.
Yeah, and I'm saying like it seems like the rules from that top down are changing. They might not be changing at the bottom, like with the bottom level plebs yet,
Okay, but overall, what I'm saying is they talk about. Okay, let me just rephrase. They talk about it on one end, but then don't let people really do it. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
So that's why I want to say yes. That's all. I know it's a little more complicated than that, but we can't like discuss everything. The point is, if it was true absorption of the best,
there wouldn't be any.
Yes.
There wouldn't be any inertia.
Right. There'd be zero inertia. Because you ever notice every time they want to do something, there's zero inertia?
Yeah, like be gay.
Anything.
Yeah.
Anything they want to do, there's zero. But somehow this, they can't get over it. Doesn't make sense. I'm just throwing that out there. You know?
Yeah. Yo, what the fuck is the comment section saying? What the fuck's going on? I got like some fucking Bible shit going on here and Jesuits fucking. Oh my god.
Oh, that's,
What the hell?
I think the
No,
Jesuits are just
Dante's spitting his usual.
Yeah, I was like looking down there. I'm like, what the fuck's going on? Like, what in the fuck is going on? Oh my god. Let's see. Should I do more memes or what? Let's see. Let's see some memes here. Let's see some memes on the chat. Here we go. Here's a scary meme for you guys. This is someone looks mad from a few years ago. Here you go. It's Prime Day. 2 days of epic deals. Well, what do you fucking know? Yeah. All right. Well, of course they're gonna use a
What the fuck?
a representative of the community.
Oh, I get it now. She's looking into the box, right?
Oh yeah, she is looking real deep down the box.
She
Holy
had to
shit!
get her new plastic dildo toy.
Oh sweet Jesus! There's that one. Let's see.
My skin is too dark to comment on that picture, bro. I can't get it.
Damn. We got
Shit,
wow.
All right, here we go. We got another meme here. Let's go for the memes here. Let's see. Don't lie to me and don't lie to yourself. Would you rather have sex with a transsexual who is legitimate 10 or a real life female who is legitimate 1? Hot tranny, ugly chick. Dang. So,
Damn.
my God.
No, let me break this down. In that 68%, that's not actually 68%. Some of them niggas are lying. Some of the dudes are lying. Like that's just
That's
keeping it
true.
a buck,
Yeah,
so,
people say what they think people want to hear. That's true.
Yeah.
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 Because they think, in other words, they think that's what people want to hear. Yeah. Note, I'm saying they think that's what people want to hear.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that's what it. Yeah. You
Keep
can
going
always
here.
sort of assume that. Yeah.
The fuck is this shit? Oh yeah, I did. These are some embarrassing pictures. These are some fucking just outright. I wrestling remember watching this shit when it happened. Remember the hurricane they had a few years ago? The media will lie about this. What else will they lie about? This dude here is like literally like pretending to fight the wind, and then you look behind him. These two guys are just walking on everything going on. These guys
Damn,
here
dude.
in the water. Oh look, it's flooding. These guys here are like, yeah, what's going on? Like chilled up here. It's like okay, this is complete bullshit, dude.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I remember that shit when it happened. Like wow, I forgot which hurricane it was.
Was it Sandy?
No, it couldn't have been Sandy. It was
No,
no,
that's
it
too
was like
long ago.
a weaker hurricane that came through, and of course the media was hyping up hurricanes about to hit, blah 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 blah. So they
Right.
all rushed down to like the fucking zone 1 here. The fucking get hit. He was gonna hit.
Right.
And nothing happened.
Wait, does that say North
ground
Carolina
zero.
down the bottom right? I think that says NC.
Yeah, I cannot remember. I can't see the hurricane name though. I just remember this hurricane being nothing. Like, and they
Okay,
end up
but
like trying to hype it up real fucking
okay.
hard.
But think about this meme. The whole point is, remember we talked about how like somehow you can't even bring up that maybe people are full of shit. So somehow they could already do this, but then if someone suggests like maybe they're doing that now with false perspective, it's like, hey,
Yep.
don't talk about aliens, bro. It's like they
Yeah.
just did a year ago. What do you mean? You know what I'm saying? Like they do it all the time, except now. Like, come on.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. They do it in everything but this, except Chad 19, right? Yeah. Okay. Sure. Yeah, because this is different, right? Yeah.
Oh, here we go. All right, this is going to be a more politics-based one here. Beautiful, peaceful, diverse. Thousands of protesters flood streets near White House. Extraordinarily dangerous. Trump rally draws grave concern from top health officials. Like, okay, buddy. So we got big crowd here, and one of them gets the big headline, the evil headline. We have a good headline. Like, all right,
Which
buddy.
Which one is it? Goddamn it! Tell me
Oh
what
my-
to believe.
I swear to God, I've seen headlines from like the exact same day that say opposite thing. It's like,
full contradiction. Yeah.
like, how the fuck did that work? What are you guys
Yeah.
doing? Like,
Yeah, I'm
holy
waiting for a
shit.
year from now someone to tell me we were never in a lockdown.
It's gonna happen, dude.
Just
Oh, we weren't
hallucinated
really
it.
locked down.
You
We
guys
were,
were all hallucinating. You see? There's never anything. What are you talking
Yeah.
about? Lockdown. Crazy guys. Yeah.
This is
Never
funny.
happened.
The cat's looking at his owner like, oh my fucking god. But of course, the Nazi bird's about to execute the poor man here. Oh yes, of course.
It's pretty good.
Yeah. It does look like something's going on. It's like the birds are chilling there. He's like, okay, like well, all of a sudden, it's like when you have a different perspective, though, it's like, yep, we all know what's happening here. Fuck, dude, just
The
fuck.
cockatiel pill. Yeah.
The cockatiel pill. Yeah, the cockatiels will take over the world one day.
Right there.
They always do.
It always does. Hey.
What? Oh god, here's some simp post here. I don't care what anyone says. I made 165K on just one picture of my boobs. Corina, I love you. I truly love you. You fill the void in my heart. Okay, you stop the pain. You stop the pain. I don't know, dog. I think some of your pain went toward that 165K, but all right. I really need you in my life. You complete me. I would do everything for you. I would sacrifice everything just to be able to spend a day with you. I'll do everything. Please give me a chance. Oh my fucking god.
All right, I'll stand by Minister Jeff. I blame the '90s R&B for this shit.
I mean, for the love of God.
Wait, the saxophone part, Jack?
Nah, like the R. Kelly motherfuckers.
Oh god, I'm gonna pee on you.
Yep.
Here's the thing, right? If I was like Karina, I'd be like, yeah, if you bring 250K, I would spend the day with you.
Yep.
I can't.
She didn't have to because there's probably already somebody doing that.
He already paid the money out. He's like, it's fuck now. Like,
I'm just saying, like, I'm tempted to just milk these fucking idiots for all they're worth.
Dude, you know she's the type of girl also who's like, excuse me, my eyes are up here.
Yep.
Oh man.
My eyes are up here. Yeah. Right.
Oh man, this Andy guy, what a fucking simp.
I mean, he's like beyond simping. He's just gone straight off the fucking deep end. He's become like the super simp, like super simp.
Yeah, Super
Saiyan. Like, some people you can't fucking say. Like I said yesterday.
Yeah. He's gone. Yeah, he's the guy who ran across. He's the guy who ran across the trench. He said no, but it's over. Yeah. It's over.
What do you guys think about the ones that like give like money to the VR tubers and stuff?
Oh,
like
that shit's even worse, honestly. In my opinion.
Are you talking about to the men with a fucking
the men with the voice modulator? Yeah.
I think that's even worse, man. Because like it's not even a real person, man. It's just like literally
that point.
There is a person. There is
a person, but you know,
my dude. Like,
at that point, you're either too consciously foregone or completely unconsciously gone. It doesn't matter. Yeah.
Now the only thing missing is when they could just have AI take that over completely.
Okay, but at this point, I'm trying to say, like, I've been in some bad position in my life, and I still haven't done something like that. So if you're that far gone, it's
no saving you.
You may that's the point. You know, in the military where they just go morphine and they run. That's it. He's done. You know. So
I just don't get how a person can get to that point to be that. Like, I'm not that smart, but like you just gotta use common sense.
I don't think it's just intelligence. I think it's just like I get it. Okay, objectively, you could feel sorry for someone. Objectively, because you understand that they're a product of a system, but nonetheless, like, holy shit. I mean, you know.
Yeah.
Some people just. I mean, it's just that's how it's always been. There's certain people who are just like they're unsavable.
You know, it's like the same reaction you could possibly have when, like, let's say some like a disaffected youth comes up to your house to like rob your shit. Well, you're still gonna put 3 rounds in the fucking chest, and you're not gonna think to shut it out.
You're gonna understand that they're doing it because they're poor, but you're still gonna blow them away.
Yeah, like bucket.
Yeah, man. I mean,
or you're gonna be like, hey, I got homeowners insurance, take it. I don't know. You're gonna make a decision though. You know?
All these instincts and shit like short circuit the conscious mind, man. So you're not even when you're going through that shit, you're not even thinking with your whole brain. It takes like you already have to have some fortitude ahead of time to deal with that shit.
That's true, but the bottom line is if they're a pod person, if they're a pod person, they're done. Yes.
I mean, you think it's maybe because of like they're so desperate, like they literally. Cause it seems like to me like even with like, you know, in real life, like they, you know, like people can like give money to individuals and stuff like that, keep giving them money and they won't get nothing back, right? But if you're doing it to something that's like literally a virtual
Okay, think of it like this.
anime.
Do you know what the
It's
one
just
arm
like, man,
bandit
that's
is?
like,
Do you know what the one arm bandit is?
what Nazis?
No, one arm bandit.
Oh no, I don't know. I don't know
A
what
slot
that is.
machine. A slot machine. So even before
Oh,
the
yeah.
digital era, you can get someone to pull the one arm bandit for no reason. Okay. So you mean to tell me now with the higher level tech they can't get some fucking jerk off who has nothing and no connection? Of course they can.
It's even easier now. Fuck it. Like people.
Yeah, probably even easier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you have
So-
people sipping over game characters that are just line of code. So if
Right.
you have like an actual fake person behind it now, like
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
exactly. It's not actually
Wow.
that far of a step.
Yeah.
That guy
Yeah, this
is really soy.
This is an old one, but a good one. The Goddess Elixir has arrived. Full review soon. Oh yeah, the Gamer Girl bathwater. Yeah, of course.
Now at
Let's
least
see.
that dude's just memeing though. Like he got
Yeah, I
people
hope he was memeing.
unironically. Yeah,
Hope it was memeing. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah.
he got the faces. Half a
I mean,
chance.
did he actually pay for it? I pray
It
to
was
God.
like-
he didn't.
It
I
was
don't
an
know.
expensive meme. It was an expensive.
Yeah, I
meme.
don't know, dude. Like, there's some things even I won't meme about.
This guy definitely knew what he was doing. He was there to get the views and the clicks. For his
Yeah.
shit.
Look at this absolute
my
gem
God.
cell here. Look at this shit. Look at the arch of the. Look at this was the original thumbnail. I got rid of it. Like fuck it, found a better one. So like, look at this shit. Look at the arch of the back. This dude's about to fucking lift his fucking brains out, dude. Literally. Look at his
Reminds
face,
me-
fucking red as fuck, dude.
That reminds me of that dude Ronan talks about every now and then that drag the whole fucking
Yep.
bench to the center of the gym and shit.
Ah, yes, the gem cell, of course. Yes.
Yeah, he's trying to press 320 right there.
You might get it up. I don't know. My God.
Bro, that's a
45
hit. That's a fucking hitman assassination. Like midway through, that's that shit looks like.
It's 45 times 6 plus 50.
Crash
320.
Bandicoot working out. Oh shit.
Oh God. Yeah, it is.
Sweet Jesus Christ. Let's see. Here's a spicy meme. Here we go. The spicy meme. Do the shit. All right, here we go. Read a book, History of Gender. Dr. John Money, sexologist and pedophile with forced sex reassignment on an infant and later had the child simulate sex act with his twin brother while he recorded it, coined the term gender in 1955, blah, 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 blah. Like, wait a second, what? Yeah, when you actually look into this shit, it's pretty fucked up. Pretty weird how all these degenerates tend to be degenerates. I don't know. Weird. Here we go again. We call ourselves the anti-bad guy squad, and we label our opponents the bad guys. How can people not understand this? We can never be terrorists because we're fighting the bad guys. It's so simple to understand. Everything we do is justified because of our name. Ah, yes, but of course. But of course.
I know the faces are drawn, but that shit still made me mad.
Oh, the face, yeah, like it's like the perfect face too as well. He just has the fucking look. He has it all going on there. Let's see. What the fuck is this shit? What meme is this? Oh, I'm not reading that one. That's too long. Here's another chinlet meme. Here we go. Ah, yes, the chinlet. Here we are. Ah, yes. We all know what he's hiding under here.
This is rich people.
Damn,
Look at this
dude.
shit.
He's hiding his personality under it.
Look at that absolute this little bump there. Like boop.
Damn, dude.
Yeah,
Hey,
you do
do
end
you
up.
That's a massive cope right there.
That's a Simpsons character, dog. God damn.
Hey, mystery. Do you have the original picture?
Without the
Yeah, like a side by
No,
side.
I don't have it.
Impactful.
Are people having receding jaw lines? Like, is that like a phenomena going on now too? Because I've noticed more people with weaker chins, like over the generations.
I know at
Yeah,
the
yeah.
very least the penis size is shrinking, and also the sperm count and sperm amount. So
Sperm count I've heard, but I wonder if even because now I've been noticing like people grow less facial hair even if they try. I wonder if their jaw lines receding.
Yeah, I was actually reading a pretty good study. So like Jack mentioned, testosterone's on the low. Good bone development also has to do with your hormone. And then historically, we don't eat harder foods anymore. So there's far less chances for your jaw to develop well.
I actually showed that picture before, where it showed the generational picture of the grandfather had like a pretty big nice jaw. Then the father had he moved to a Western country, had the worse off jaw, and the kid had like literally no fucking chin at all. It's like weird.
Oh, so it's possible. Okay. All right.
Born to Coom.
I thought
We're
that
all
was
here
the
for.
I thought that was the Alamuner. Oh,
Alamudi. What's
What's the difference?
What is the difference at that point? So if you're an
well,
Alamudi,
he's
you're
not
probably a
cooming.
Coomer, too.
He's cooming to make more children. But yeah.
Yeah. You dirty fucking Coomer. Look at this. Born to Coom.
Yeah.
He was born to Coom in a pocket pussy and then die. Yeah.
Generation Pornhub. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh god, here we go. Here's another one. Grasshole. My grasshole. What a fucking name. Men express loneliness, incel. Men express interest, creep. Men express anger, dangerous. Men express sadness, weak. Men express need for support, emotional labor. Men keep feelings himself, emotionally unavailable. Men expresses happiness himself, arrogant. Like that. Well,
Yeah, you can't win.
You can't fucking win, dog. Just give it up.
But then they go, men makes money and gives it to single mom, real man.
Yeah,
right?
Absolute real man.
Yeah, stepping up. Yeah.
You stepped up. Sweet Jesus Christ, that meme.
Well,
you stepped up, boyo.
Yeah, there you go.
Fuck that shit. Single moms can go after themselves.
Yeah, imagine like being a guy taking care of another man's child. Like that's you gotta be like, I don't know.
Well, it's not even that. It's not even that. It's that it's okay. It's one thing if like you actually could be the father.
But if you're not, I mean.
No. I'm saying like let's make this up. Like there used to be a lot of times in history where like even like in Rome they would adopt children. Like Julius Caesar adopted a son who became one of the greatest rulers. That's not what I'm talking about. It's not. I'm not annoyed about it just in a pure voodoo genetic way. I'm talking about you have no authority over your own biological kids, barely. Okay, so now you have even less. If you already have zero, you have less than zero over someone else's kids. You get what I'm trying to say? So it's like you have to pay for them, but you can't even be the father. They're her kids.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. I'm not even getting into it like, it's forget about the cuck angle. That's not even what I'm talking about. I'm talking about you can't even be the fucking kid's dad in the traditional
you can't
sense.
do the actual job.
Right. So now you can't be a dad to your kids. If that matters. You know what I'm saying? So now you can't be the dad to someone else's kids. Like, fuck that, man. Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty brutal. Yeah.
I also read that there's I wish I remembered the code thread because I just read it about the rise of like single fathers using surrogacy.
They might be, yeah, but even there, at least you control. At least you have your kid. But again, that's a reason. But I'm just trying to say, when I am against the single mom thing, it's not just in the like, you're raising someone else's. No, it's not. That's what I mean. It's that you have even less authority than you do over your own children. You get what I'm saying? So it's like a total. It's ridiculous, you know.
Oh yeah, we are.
Go ahead, Drolic.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop for a while so Black Ronin can take my place.
Peace, brother.
Yeah,
take it.
Nice talking to you, man.
Hope well, stem cell.
Hope well, my dude.
Take care.
I had him last time. He didn't say anything. So I wasn't sure what was going on there. So, was he saying anything?
Unleash the Ronin.
8:25. Okay, that was like 2 seconds ago. Okay. Whoa, I don't want that up. Go away. What screen is this? Fuck out of here. Fucking news screen came up. Yes, here we have the next meme. We have the studier. So they ever apply his knowledge, just the studies all day. I'm talking real quick. Perpetual student. Oh God, I'm gonna studi. Doesn't accumulate wealth, fame, or power. Only letters after his name. Armchair expert surrounded by armchair experts. Can't win is either a spurgy STEM lord or a useless liberal arts major. Parents say they're proud, but secretly wish he'd get a job. My boy is so studious, grandma. Will fail his next text because he wanted time making memes. They wasted time making memes. Oh, shit. Yes, the perpetual studier.
Is that just a woman?
With the grandma?
No, the studier.
Oh, yeah, probably. A lot of these chicks fucking stay in college for fucking ever, dude. Pulling up with that
Yo,
name.
why do you guys...
Like that.
Sorry. I have a question. Why do you guys always have me come on towards the end?
Uh-oh.
It's not even the end. I have video of the show.
Oh, yeah. I was going to ask, what I was going to say is that guy was spitting facts about how my
which guy?
generation has no identity.
Oh, you're talking
Robin?
about Taxi Driver?
But the guy earlier, yeah, and he talked about my generation has no identity. He's absolutely
Yeah,
right.
that
That's
was
why I don't
Taxi
have any.
Driver fan. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have any friends on world because of it. I can't make a connection with anyone because everyone was too like.
Yo,
If you don't
Ronan.
have,
Ronan. I want you to tell that story again about. I want you to tell the story again about that intake doctor who told you about that Care Bear thing about how you gotta like love yourself inside. I think it's an important story. You know what I'm referring to?
Is he still?
Oh yeah, my therapist says on your
Okay,
heart.
okay.
Yeah, I really yes. Yeah,
Yeah, but no, yeah, Gen Z is
I
like
was calling him
pretty
from.
pretty fucked, man. I mean, it's pretty hard to connect with people. I'm not gonna lie, it's not easy. It's not as how it was back then.
Yeah, so I was trying to
Literally walk
explain
by
to my
people
therapist.
and they're on their phones. They're not making eye contact. There's like, it's just like weird to just walk up to someone and just try to talk to them. It's just like, because if they're like on their phone, you don't want to like be a nuisance, and just bother them. It's just like it's just a whole like weird thing, man. Or you just like there's no real time you could actually like try to connect with people because they're always busy doing other things. And it's just like I don't know, that was my experience with when it comes to like school and stuff. But
Yeah, I went to school. I was in middle school during the Obama years, and I was in elementary school during the Bush era, and things got really bad around the Obama years. During the Obama years, that's when I noticed things become more like far left or like atomized. You know what I'm saying by that?
yeah.
Because when I was in elementary school, I had no problem socializing. Like, I had friends. We'd go on little play dates. We take 6 month animal like soldier.
Your mic is going crazy, dude. Hold on, you're
Yeah,
talking, but it's
crackling.
like you're like either like it's like your mic speeds up your words in some way, which is really weird.
What about now?
It's still doing it. It's like really crackly. It's like crackly, and then it kind of does this weird like speed up thing where it's like, oh, it's like what's going on?
It's my connection, bro. It's not bad.
Just do the phone again. That was stable.
I don't know which one you're using, your phone or your computer right now, but yeah, one of them is like better than the other one.
I'm using my my PC right now, but I could switch to my headset if you want me to.
Yeah, I don't know which one's
Sorry, I had to
typically
reset.
better.
I had to reset something. No, did he hear my question? Did you hear my
Yeah.
question?
Did you ask the question?
Oh, so I was trying to say,
Richard-
okay. All right.
No, go. I don't know who's talking, but go ahead.
You were talking about the
Ask away.
Care Bear therapist.
Okay, I was talking about he had this therapist one time where he was having trouble. He doesn't have to go into this whole background, but he said that the therapist said something. The therapist said something like about the height and that he had to believe inside or something. I think it's an important story.
He might be switching mics. I don't know what he's doing actually.
Yeah, he
Muting
probably
himself,
is.
so- Yeah.
I'm fixing my mic. Give me a sec.
Okay, that's what I figured. Since there's an intermission here, let me we'll do another meme. Let's see, what is this? What meme is this? The fuck is this? Nah, that's too. Oh, we'll see if it's fitting me for later. What meme is this? The Umar Spectrum? I'll say that one for later. It's too good to fucking wait for now. Oh yes. Here's one. We'll do this one here. The quick meme here. It's a quick meme. The Chad contained what's it called? Monad, literal vessel of God, existential threat to the Seth. So yeah, samsaric simulation matrix, under psychic torture and surveillance 24/7. Pain only makes him stronger. Has a personal army of demons down with the seal of logos. Astrally projects into hell every night. Mere presence causes cascading simulation errors across the cube. Aura so strong it exerts kinetic force, noticed by everyone. It'll all be over soon. Ah yes, let's become the Chad contained monad. Do that. Truly.
All right. What about now? Am I good now?
I think you sound better. I think it's still a little bit crackly, but I think it's good.
Yeah.
I can hear him.
Yeah, I think we're
Yeah.
good.
So my therapist. I was talking to a male one and a female one, and the male one was all like, I tried to explain the height matters and your face matters when it comes to making friends, not just with dating, just being accepted in society as a whole. And he says, Ronan, it's not about those external things such as your face or your height or your skin tone. It's all about what's in here. And he puts his finger on my chest.
He was right.
On some Saturday morning cartoon. I'm like, what are you doing?
What are you talking about? He was right.
What do you mean he's right?
He was pointing to your jeans.
Damn, dude, that's super brutal. Shit.
Yeah, but I was about to say that. Like, well, I don't know, man. Like, if you really kind of like, depending on how abstract you want to get, yeah, it wasn't point right to the jeans, dude. It is you.
That man's a black pill legend. I could not have thought of a better way to put it. Pointing right to your
no matter how hard.
Yeah,
no matter how
I
many
brought that up
like,
because I had heard it.
show him.
I had heard you bringing it up on a different stream, but I think it was really important because generally what happens is when, particularly the younger guys, first have trouble, they end up in some end of the mental health system, and that's the shit they hear, or some derivative of it. So I think that's played a big.
Oh, it's bullshit, basically. Yeah.
What I was gonna say that the black pill actually made me less mentally ill. When I was being forced, the blue pill made me depressed. I was borderline suicidal.
It drives you crazier. Yeah, exactly. It actually drives you crazier.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
100%.
Oh yeah.
That's
Hell yeah,
why.
it just drives
That's why
to
after
depression.
college, I was like, you know what? I want to live in reality. I'm not. This life is not La La Land anymore. I mean, it just no one gets the Disney princess and whatever, just the fairy tale. It just doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Man. It's not, and everyone gets that, man. It's how it is. I mean,
You feel less stress. It doesn't drive you fucking nuts every second.
yeah,
And you can actually do something, whatever it is. But that's sort of my point. A lot of times guys get in trouble, so what do the parents do, or the school takes them to a counselor or whatever. And the whole journey into this starts with that. When I heard this, particularly based on his age, when I heard Roman was hearing that shit when he was like 17 or something, I'm like, well, no wonder, So
Psychiatry is a scam.
that story is similar among many.
You're essentially drug dealer for the pharmaceutical industry. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did a push pills
What I
around.
was gonna say, they put me on medication, and they put me on this one medication. I took 2 pills every single morning. It was antidepressants, and then I took another one for my mood. But all it did was make me more socially withdrawn, and it made me not really focus in school that much. Because before I come home from school and then I have a lot of energy, but when I was on the medication, I come home from school and I was basically like a zombie. I would just come home and go to sleep. So my mom took me off it. And the reason why I got put on medication is because they were noticing odd behaviors in me back in 2006 when I was a little kid. So they put me in from regular ed and special ed because I was quote unquote not hyperactive, but I learned differently and did my work differently compared to the other kids. And they view that as something wrong, so they put me in special ed in the hood. So I went from I was what are those things called? I was a netco kid. So I wake up 4 o'clock in the morning, and then my mom wake me up, and then I would get bused to this really nice elementary school out in the burbs. It was a private school, like really nice, like really upscale, but my mom couldn't afford it, so I had to go to school in the hood. And when I went to school in the hood, I had to adapt. I realized socially acceptable over there was not socially acceptable in there. You know what I'm saying by that? And that made me even more autistic and more socially inept than what I heard.
Right. In other words, it made it worse. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah. So I went from a school with no metal detectors, private school with private school skirts, the socks and all that other shit. The fucking metal detectors and little ass kids don't have gang signs.
And do you think that maybe that's part of the reason that you have sort of like, you like anime and metal and shit, and then you have to go back and maybe
Mr. Cooper, sound like you're on like a wind tunnel or something, dude.
Oh, I'm sorry, I have a fan on. Sorry about that.
Doing a trench?
Oh, okay.
Jesus Christ, Germans are coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that made me very socially inept.
Do you think that that's sort of why you have sort of that mixed thing where you like both the alternative stuff and then you also have the hood shit?
Yeah, I wouldn't really call it hood shit because even when you are like an alternative, like me and Fluid were talking about this, you still can't all the way relate with with a white guy who likes the same things as you. We're on some BLM shit, we're on SJW shit, where like you don't like him because he's white. No, you just can't relate to him on certain things. Like,
oh no, I'm not judging. I was just asking. Do you think that's why you feel like you're sort of like
when you're black and alternative?
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
What was the question?
No, I'm just trying to say, do you think that because of sort of like being in the two school environments, that's why you have those two sort of influences, and maybe it's a little more of that, you know,
Yeah.
just genetic. Yeah.
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 Yeah. But
Yeah, they arrested.
anything going to school in the
This is breaking
okay.
news. They arrested Christian. Got
Oh, wow.
arrested.
Yo,
They
he's a
got
sick
him.
fuck. I couldn't make it through that video.
They
Yeah.
got him, dude. Oh, you actually watched it? You actually found the video?
I listened
he
to
got
the.
arrested?
No, I meant I listened to. Someone had the. Whatever.
Yeah, I know you can hear the audio. That's why we're talking about the audio.
Yeah, about 4 minutes. I'm like, okay, whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's sick shit.
Yeah.
She has Alzheimer's. Like, she's
Yeah.
not. She doesn't have mens rea. I mean, that's some sick shit. You know.
Who's gun shooting?
For the sound like.
Sorry, yeah.
Someone getting blown the fuck away right now.
He said he's in.
No, look out the window.
Jack, is he in Detroit?
I mean, Jesus fuck, dude.
Ain't no gunshots here. There's nobody left.
It's worse than
People are telling you, like shit.
There you go.
Dude.
And Black Ron, you dry snitching right now, recording the gunshots.
I put it away, so I'm put it back in his.
Jesus Christ.
No, you put it away. You put it back in his pants. So this is what it is.
Oh, he's walking down
The dude
the
wasn't
street.
even
or
home.
whatever? Shit, man.
No, like you try to aim at the dude's like house, like ain't nobody home.
Okay, now.
What is
What the fuck's going on, dude? Gotta get the fuck out of here.
Yo, dude, that was getting covered, man.
Okay, here we go. I'm gonna read this real quick. I have to be on the new DLC. Chris Chan, aka Christine W. Chandler, arrested in Richmond, Virginia. Let's see. This was as of today, obviously. So, Chris Weston Chandler, commonly known as Chris Chan, has been arrested in Richmond, Virginia. Henrico County Police were seen detaining Chris Chan at the Regency Inn. Which would end at 1500 East Ridge Road. They were staying at after being forced to leave their residence on Friday by the emergency protection order issued by Ruckersville authorities. Why was Chris Chan arrested? I don't think I want to know why, dog. But I know why, but fuck, dude. Recently leaked audio and text messages that were allegedly between Kristen and an unidentified third party indicated that Chris Chan was engaged in an incestuous relationship with mother Barbara Chandler. Due to Barbara's advanced age and questionable capacity to consent, this could have been a situation involving elder abuse and sexual assault. Due to the heinous nature of the leaked communications, they were forwarded to the authorities by the concerned parties. On July 30th, Greene County Police conducted a welfare check on the Chandler household on 14 Branchland Court, Ruckersville, Virginia. The details of the assessment were currently unknown. However, as a result, the police removed Barbara from the domicile and took her to the hospital for examination. Ooh. Additionally, a temporary EPO was issued against Christine, restricting them from contacting Barbara for entering the house until August 5th. The reason behind the arrest hasn't been revealed yet. However, there are several reasons why Henrico police have been detaining Chris Chan. Incest is a crime in Virginia, obviously, as elder abuse, sexual assault, and rape. It's possible that the examination Barbara authorities found evidence that one or more of these crimes occurred, and the warrant may have been issued for Christine's arrest. It is also alleged that Chris Chan withdrew $750 from Barbara's account, which may have been a violation of the EPO, which it definitely is. These actions could be considered theft as well, as they are, which could also lead to an arrest warrant being issued. The police might also be taking Chris Chan into protective custody. The footage we saw of the arrest was from someone who was stalking about outside Christine's motel room. There have likely been hundreds of calls placed to the Richmond authorities after it was learned that Chris was staying there. In any case, this is just the latest development in a sad saga that's been playing over a decade. We'll update with more details as they become available. Oh my God. The plot thickens. The plot thickens.
He's a sick fuck.
Yeah, he's a sick fuck.
Yeah, and like he gives people autism or Asperger's a bad name because I never thought about.
I agree too. I think he's an outlier to most people who are neurodivergent. He's pretty fucked up.
Isn't that this guy who committed like incest?
Yes, that guy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
He's out there.
Taxi driver. I was going to ask you, when did you notice, back to the conversation at hand about our generation being so socially autistic, socially inept, when did you notice that? Like what years?
Honestly, dude, it's because like in middle school, I had like a flip phone, right? So like we didn't have like we had like primitive smartphones back then. I mean, I think it started like that. I think it honestly started with social media when it became a thing. Honestly,
off the top of your head.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know, maybe like let's see, maybe like 2010, probably.
Yeah, I told you. I keep telling you it's around 10 to 12.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
hold
I
up,
know you
taxi
can-
driver.
Yeah.
Taxi driver, remember when I said what you said is very similar to what I said about how I noticed a change during the Obama years. Obama was 2 years in the office in 2010. I'm not blaming him for the rise of the SJW out of mass society, but I feel like that was like the marking point of the start of it. Because like
Yeah.
2010 is very different compared to 2020. 2010, you had a little bit of social dynamics, people going out and having fun outside, kids playing outside. Now in 2020, we don't even do that.
I mean, just look at YouTube. I mean, just the way things changed. I mean, 2010, I was pretty sure like there was a lot more content that was more like widely available and now you see like a lot of censorship, and just a lot of like canceling.
It gets buried.
Crazy,
it gets buried. Yeah, even if it's there, it gets buried. Yeah.
It's insane.
Yeah,
man.
and then people were a lot less sensitive back in 2010. I remember
when you guys brought up the Xbox Live lobbies.
Oh
I was
my
having
God,
such great nostalgia because I was thinking that like the shit that was said in there was like now like people would probably get prison sentences for it.
Bro, Hitler would shut that shit down. God damn.
Jack Nickelback or True Coper and Taxi Driver fan, like I feel like most of these TikTok kids would probably kill themselves if they were on like Modern Warfare 3 game chat.
Oh, are you kidding? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Like I feel like the 20 like the kids who were little the kids who the teenagers now were babies when I was little. They're such bitches compared to how I was. Like when I was younger, like I was playing Call of Duty online with grown ass men calling me the N-word and I stopped. But these new kids, like you call them the wrong gender pronoun and they'll have
Bro, like 2000 to 2010, it was fucking internet anarchy and like there's limited period. Humanity was fucking intellectually free. You could torrent shit. You could get on LimeWire. You could cuss online and nobody.
I think it's even gotten worse because of like even like from 2010 to like even 2020. Like even like obviously now, it just a lot of like agendas were pushed. Like like especially like a lot of the SJW stuff. Especially I mean you can see it on like YouTube, especially if like you see the time dates of like certain videos and stuff like that, and like that's like when I feel like that's when exactly it was pushed. It was like you just like look back at like older videos from that time period, you could see like I don't know, but
and one thing I remember from the 2010s is that like I saw guys like me with girlfriends, but I really see dudes were like me with girlfriends. Like I saw like nerdy dark-skinned black dudes who wore glasses.
Right. Exactly. So that's
with girlfriend.
When I argue with guys when I say face LMS, when I say it's not that it doesn't matter, I don't mean that isn't a problem now. But what I'm trying to say is that something shifted beyond the general consensus of just like women want genes. That's all. And then when you start to look back, you go like, wait a second, it did shift. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So something deeper. That's all I'm trying to say. Something deeper.
I feel like it's the rise of social media because like in 2010, we had social media back in 2010, but it wasn't as like overbearing and it wasn't as in your face
like
as it is now.
Yeah, not like
like you had like when Facebook first began, you had Messenger and stuff like that, but there was a time you could turn off Facebook and go into the real world. Well, you can't go into the real world anymore. You go into the real world. It's it's just an extension of the internet. Like for example,
exactly, they're blended.
Yeah, at the restaurant I go to, I went to one restaurant in my city. It's a new restaurant opened up. They actually text you the number for your order.
Right.
I'm not lying. Basically you order your food and then you go in and then they even if you order in, they still text you your order. They text like order 853 and they'll text to your phone number and you go and pick it up.
Yeah, the Secretary of State like that.
Yeah, everything is so phone oriented. Like even like in school, like in the cafeteria. I remember I graduated back in 2019. I remember like all the kids in the gymnasium were on their phones during the graduation.
Yeah.
Like, even when they had prom at this other high school that I didn't go to, because Incel black pill. Even then, the above average guys were dancing with girls, but the below average guys and the nerds and shit, they were just playing on their phones. like sitting in the corner.
Yeah, I was at like a school dance and stuff like that, and like it was like 8th grade kind of, so basically like around there. And like I remember like most of the average guys were just like literally in the sidelines, basically just chilling with each other and stuff like that. And then there were so very few
Yeah.
people like actually like on the dance floor. It's kind of crazy. Yeah.
Yeah. One thing I noticed that the first time I went to a school, I didn't go to school dance. I just spectated, because incel. The girls would rather share a chat or share like a dark triad jock than be with a below average dude. So you'll see like a one girl like dancing with Chad, and then another girl, and when another girl will wait till she's done and dance with Chad too, but they'll all walk past the below average to average dudes. So it's literally harem culture in real time. I swear to God.
Well, like I said, the internet allowed women to get what they want, and they didn't want the average man. So
yeah,
why do that when I can just be in a polygamous relationship with the Chad I actually want to share genes with? So.
Yeah, and also another thing, the schools are very anti-men. I remember we had a holiday in school called the Day of the Girl, where the girls got to eat like chips and watch movies and go on a field trip.
Was that on the same day of like the National Women's Day, where like basically all the women didn't go to work that one day? Was it the same day or something different?
I think, but I remember my teacher, Miss should I dox a cunt? No, she didn't dox that fucking Lambo bitch. No. She had a Day of the Girl, so I remember coming in and I remember seeing chips and salsa on a table, and I'm like, and I went to go grab some because I'm in her class. Oh, don't fucking touch that! It's for the girls. I'm like, what do you mean? And she says today's the Day of the Girl, and that's not that sounds like discrimination. You're discriminating against us based on our gender. And then me and her got into a heated debate on female privilege versus male privilege, and then she used her fat land wheel fat cunt status to have my black ass sent to the fucking principal's office because I was getting loud with her.
Ronan, all you had to do was just declare yourself a woman. You're a woman now, right? Fuck it. You should have just done
There
that.
you go.
No.
There you go.
Let's go around it, dude.
It's Ronan's fault for not using a tertiary pronoun. Full.
So
yeah, you should have been out there as a male presenting lesbian.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, like that's the problem with it.
You would have had the chips. That's it.
Type of like.
I'm trying to be serious real quick. So in the argument we had, I asked her if men have it so much easier, how come all the autistic girls in special ed have girlfriends, but the autistic boys in downstairs are literally on a rope because nobody wants them? Oh, they're not trying hard enough.
Hey man,
she's such a
she's
bitch,
never gonna
dude.
understand your perspective, though.
The
The
autistic girl on social service money is not ready to settle down. That's why.
And then I ask her if it's so easy for women in society compared to men. You're an SJW. You're a leftist. You're a liberal. Why are black men 3 times more likely to be shot by cops compared to black women? Oh, you're making that up. And I went on the Chromebook and I pulled up a statistic. And then she's like, well, you're changing the subject. I just fucking hate her, dude. Like, oh no, she's one of these little fat chicks. I don't know why the fucking school hired her.
Because she was.
Sounds like a typical teacher, to be honest.
First of all, Roland, you just answered your own question right there. And second, you know how they used to handle holidays back when I was younger, as far as schools? You would celebrate all that special shit, kind of, but it'd be everybody included in the celebration. Like, all right, you celebrate, like, I don't know, fucking Cinco de Mayo or some shit. Everybody would be able to eat from the chips, and we'd all learn something. It wasn't just some segregated group over here got treated better, like it's their fucking birthday and shit.
And then another incident I got in trouble for, we were talking about domestic violence in school and stuff like that, and I'm like, it's not that men are trash, y'all just like shitty men. That's not true. This, that, and the other.
Yeah,
and then,
they don't want to hear. They don't want to hear that. Yeah.
And then Kiana was all, you're just saying that because you don't get any. I'm like, Kiana, your boyfriend punched you in the face 2 times to take your car. Shut the fuck up. And then
you don't know him like I do. Yeah, right.
yeah. Kiana was a girl in my class, this little white passing Latino ratchet manipulative bitch, and she liked hood dudes. And her boyfriend, she was around 17. Her boyfriend was around 24. Her boyfriend punched her, and her boyfriend beat her up so badly. Remember the MMA fighter War Machine when he beat up his girlfriend with a porn star? Remember that girl, Christy Mack?
Yeah, I remember that shit happened. Yeah.
Yeah, imagine that face but Puerto Rican. Her face was fucked up when that happened, and we had to sign the class. The teacher came in and said we got to sign get well cards for her while she's in the hospital. Like her boyfriend beat the shit out of her. Like I didn't think she was gonna survive that shit or like be like fully like not handicapped. But I told her that you guys just like shitty men, like toxmen and beat you and abuse you and stuff like that. And then teacher said that no girl of high substance wants to be around a guy like that. And you don't want those kind of girls anyway. I'm like, most women are like that today. And they said, don't say all because you're lumping an entire group into one particular thing. And then they threw me out of class again.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, public schools, man. I mean, that's what I had to deal with. I had to deal with public schools, and it's a lot of brainwashing. A lot of the teachers too. Just
Yeah, I mean that's ground zero for that. Where else are they going to brainwash you?
Yeah.
Yeah, and also
even when taxpayer money, it's the easiest way. You know?
Yeah, taxi driver fan. Remember how when they teach sex ed, teach it from a very gynocentric standpoint? They'll teach about women and consent and how no means no and yes means yes.
Yep.
And then I try to bring up Me Too, and I try to bring up girls lying on ugly men to get them locked up or in jail. That's not true. Stop lying.
Yep.
And then there's another time we were talking about dating and relationships, and one of my classmates was a white boy who ran JBW game on a Spanish girl, and I'm like, really, bro, you got a girlfriend? Because he's my booth friend at that time, meaning we skateboarded together at the school. One of my cunt teachers said, "Of course, he's not like you."
Wait, what? Oh,
So
okay.
one of my white friends in school, he actually he ran JBW game and got a girlfriend, and then I'm like, congratulations, bro. And teacher, I'm like, wait, you have a girlfriend? And then teacher was all like, yeah, he's not like you. I want to get that bitch in her fucking face so badly, but I don't want to get arrested. Like she just go out of her way to insult me and every little thing. I hated her. I fucking hated her. She was like, whenever I tried to like bring up certain things, she was so threatening to call my mom. Hope that bitch, that fucking cunt dies, dude.
Yeah,
I gotta be honest with you here. To be honest, like when I say like, not that I don't think really fun, but the truth is, let's just pretend this. Let's say like you knew all the things you knew, but you also knew just to shut the fuck up about it. I'm not saying because you're wrong. She would have liked you.
Yep.
Well, why should I?
That's not what I said. Wait. That's not what I said. I'm trying to sort of explain to you that it's probably even deeper than just like whatever. It's that you can't even say those things. That's why she's mad at you.
Yes.
So you're not just playing along. So I don't think it's just like your face. With who you are, if you, let's say, I'm not saying to do this, but let's say you go back in time knowing this and you manipulatively like said, you're right, that sounds great, even like while laughing, you'd probably be the valedictorian. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of it's just like you toed the line. That's a big part of it.
Yeah, toed the party line, basically.
I'm not saying I didn't say he's wrong. I'm just agreeing with him. I'm just trying to say that's why I say it's more than that. It's more like, are you playing along or not? And I'm not saying you should play along, but sometimes even when you tell people these things, they don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear like you tell, because the whole point is for people not to do that. Like even if she's unconsciously there to program you, that's like either she's going to consciously or unconsciously be like, don't listen to him, class. You know? So that's what the whole thing is.
Speaking of that, I actually almost got expelled. I also had to go to a hearing because I actually showed an Incel TV. I'm not lying. I actually like.
I'm sorry, you did what?
I showed an Incel TV video in class.
Right. I mean, like, you just can't.
Yeah, normies don't like
that. If there's not even normies, if there's any younger guys in class, don't bring this shit up in school. I mean, people like in the on the panel.
What happened was
it's just tone.
Yeah, because this was after Alec. This was a couple months after Alec Manassian, and I made it. Because we were talking about the whole gender thing again, and they're like, "Here you go. He's gonna go on this long tangent." And I said, "You know what? No, I'm not gonna do that." So I grabbed the Chromebook, and I plugged it into the projector, and I pulled the white, tried to pull the curtain thing on the white sheet thing, but it wasn't working. So I put it up against the dry erase board, and I erased all the math crap off of it, and I actually showed an Incel TV video in class. And then my teacher was like, "Aren't incels those guys who hate women?"
Yep. They think it's always
and
they hate
wish I could bring this stuff up in person, but most people are blue pill, so you can't. It's not even a matter of even if you did bring it up, they wouldn't even accept it. So like, sometimes there's no.
Why don't you bring it up? Fuck
Yeah,
them.
like fuck them.
I mean,
That's why I view it. It's like, someone won't accept the truth, and why would I bother? Like, okay, like I can drag your ass to the truth. I can't make you fucking take it.
You're gonna get yourself in trouble now for their you know what I'm saying? Don't do it.
Yeah, then one day and then the teacher said turn it off or I'll leave my class. Told her, bitch, I'm not fucking leaving. And then
Then they're gonna call the SWAT team. Yeah, probably don't do that.
Yeah, they actually had the school police officer.
Oh, okay. Well, there I go. There goes my paranoia.
Yeah, and escort me out of class. But me not wanting
there
to
goes
get
Cooper. Those weird theories he has. Yeah.
Yeah, they did. Me not wanting to get Rodney King. I was very friendly and polite, and then me and the cop were talking. It turns out the school cop actually agrees with me. He actually told me, bitches ain't shit today. He actually agrees with me, the school cop.
Was he black or was he white?
It was a white guy.
But anyway,
that's ironic.
Oh, the white guy. Wow, okay.
Yeah. Fingerprint you. Yeah, he's still gonna fingerprint you though. So yeah, just don't.
Yeah. Yeah, he didn't arrest me or nothing. He was all like, "I'm not saying that the video of what you're saying is wrong, because bro."
Yeah, you got lucky, but yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just in the future, don't.
Yeah, he pulled him to the side, man, bro. You're fucking right. These bitches today ain't shit. But you can't show that.
That's based, dude.
Based officer,
that's
dude.
super
like,
based.
He didn't give a fuck, dude.
Right. And that's what I mean. A lot of people know these things. It's just that their jobs are on the line or whatever. That's why you can't. Sometimes even the people you're so-called like black pilling, some people are total don't know. Other people are like, yeah, I know, but like I got a mortgage. You know, you know what I'm saying? So it's like you can't like black pill them if like their wife's gonna be like, wait, we're not making rent this month. You know, so I don't know.
Yep.
Yeah, and then the cop, like,
part of the issue.
Yeah, the cop was around like 5'11". He had like muscles. He had a sleeve tattoo, but he had like a recessed jawline, and he was kind of his face was kind of fucked up.
Yeah,
but So we were talking, and then he actually pulled me to the side and said, "To be honest, we're fucking right. These bitches ain't shit, but don't talk like that around the teachers. If you want to talk stuff like that, I'm in the front lobby all the time. Come down and talk to me anytime you want."
Yeah, what he's trying to say to you is that like he's up for promotion. He doesn't want to have to kill a child today. That's really what he's just telling you.
Yeah, it's just
like he's like, I have a gun. I don't want to discharge it on you today because I have to file a lot of paperwork. That's what he's saying.
Yeah.
So like,
yeah, he actually told me that this quote unquote, if you want to talk about this weird quote unquote black pill conspiracy theories, and just come talk to me. I'm all open ears.
Yeah.
And then we just became kind of cool after that. Yeah, Officer Torres, who's pretty cool.
Bro, don't dox the good guy. Like, hold on.
Man, fuck, dude. We got the officer. We
Just
didn't get the name of the bad teacher. We got the name of the officer, though. Yeah.
Okay. As a general rule of thumb, unless you're reporting your stolen property, don't start trying to blackmail the police.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a general rule of thumb. You know,
especially on duty. God damn.
Yeah, on duty. Okay, fair enough. Right. If you're not hanging out with them, probably not the best idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tried to. I tried to black pill EMT. I tried to black pill a cop. I black pilled a cop. I tried to black pill.
Well, you know. Brothers always preaching. You know, just.
I black pill cop on the regular apparently on my channel, so
bro,
yeah, I always watch them.
Don't black pill anybody with the fucking Star of Zion on their chest, man. Wait till they take it off first. God damn.
Yeah, not on duty. Because you gotta remember, they're even under. You gotta remember, they're even under sort of. Even if they, let's say, even they full agree with you, it's still their job. Just don't. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the same person. Even if he agree with you, he's gonna give you like, even over something less. He's gonna be like, "Oh, dude, I totally agree with you, but I'm still towing your car." So if he's still gonna bring your car down to impound just because you were at the meter for extra 5 minutes, you're gonna start talking to him about very esoteric theory. Probably not. Yeah, you know, whatever. What do I know?
But have you ever? My question: have you guys black pill somebody and worked and it actually worked?
Never. Because don't even bring it up.
I didn't even know this, but my one of my friends that I always hang out every week, like, I think he is because he's always telling me like just brutal stuff, you know what I mean, like every week about like, I mean, it
doesn't mean that he sees it.
But that's the thing. Like I'm not saying I know for a fact, but I think I don't know. It just
I've talked to people sometimes where they'll say it, but they still don't really get it. I wouldn't start going into it.
Yeah.
Not at work, but whatever.
Yeah, I never tried to try push it onto someone that's because they're not gonna really listen unless they get it. But
it goes the way I do it is oftentimes it goes you'll see people, they'll smile and nod at you and say, oh yeah, that makes sense and that makes sense and that makes sense, but they haven't really absorbed it, so it's it doesn't matter. It's in one ear out the other ear. It's oh yeah, that all makes sense, and then they'll go right back to doing the exact same behavior they were doing last week,
or go to HR.
Yeah, one of the two. Yeah, so it doesn't matter. Yeah.
Hey,
that's pretty insightful anyway.
But to Richard Copa's point earlier about how you're not supposed to spread this stuff, not because people are attached, they don't want to lose their job. Well, keeping in mind that now you have men that literally that don't have any attachments, they don't have any family, they don't have any wife or children.
Yeah, but then they'll come to it on their own. You don't start doing that at your fucking job.
Yeah, that's not. Right. No, I'm saying my point is. Now, those kind of talks that Ronan has, those are going to be a lot more popular.
It will be, but it will go on its own. Then you can.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying he should do that.
But you got to wait for them to drop into Hades first.
No, I'm not saying Ronan should do that. I'm just saying now that stuff's going to spread like wildfire.
Yes, I agree. And you see even in the chat, there's a lot of different people now too. It's totally changing.
Yeah.
So it is.
So people like Ronan, he's going to be the usual dude. Now he's extreme, but 5 years from now, it's
it's gonna be like the norm, honestly. Especially with the internet being a thing. It's gonna spread. Yeah,
of course.
Yeah, your whole fucking hiring pool is gonna be base. What kind of world is that gonna bring?
Well, that's a singularity, right?
And so.
Let's see. Anyone down for a video?
Go for it.
Now let's do it. All right, so let's get the X out of that. Do a quick video here real quick. This is about a demographic shit. Demographic pill shit. So we'll do this again. I'm gonna play it real quick. People can actually hear it or not, and then we'll go from there. Hopefully it doesn't get not demonetized, but taken off YouTube. But it shouldn't, since this a window things since the work pretty well. So we'll do this. So can you guys hear that? Does it sound good? Sound bad?
Yeah.
Sound loud enough?
Yeah, it's loud enough.
Okay, yeah. Okay, here we go.
Think of a normal demographic profile as a pyramid. Children on the bottom, young adults, retirees at the top, and mortality splits it into a pyramid. That's how it's looked more or less for the last 6,000 years. More people in their teens than 20s, than 30s, than 40s, than 50s, and 60s. But with the combination of industrialization, urbanization, and now the global order, people have been able to get a bigger chunk out of life for themselves. So they move from the farm into town, they get an apartment. And when space is constrained and you're packed in with a lot of other people, the birth rate drops. So you play that forward 80 years. And in most countries, we now have more people in their 50s than their 40s, than their 30s, than their 20s, than their 10s, than children. And so the whole world is turned inside out. For the countries that have aged like that, now that it's been decades, they're nearing the point where they have more retirees than workers. And when we hit that flip, their economies change. So if you have a lot of young people, it's all about the consumption. If you have a lot of mature workers, it's all about the production and the savings. If you're full of retirees, it's all about absolutely nothing because there's nowhere to grow. So what's going to happen in just the next 5 years is the world writ large flips from having a younger population of consumers and investors to a retiree population. And we have never seen that before in human history. To this point, only one country has crossed the Rubicon, Japan, and the Japanese economy today is the same size that it was in 1995.
Demographics in China 2021 was a little bit like expected, but when we look at the aging population, actually there was a miscalculation. So people are older than 65 years old. They estimated that the government estimated it was going to be about 12.5, 12.6%, and it ended up being almost 1% more of old people, so people older than 65, which of course created this worry. If you specifically look at the babies that were born, that was also went down to 12 million last year. This is actually one of the lowest. It is the lowest since I think 1960. So that's a big concern that they had. So the working population is going down.
And if you use Chinese statistics, which are always dubious and always designed to make China look better than it is, China is now the fastest aging society in human history. And they're already in their population collapsed. And there will be less than half as many Chinese in the year 2070 as there are today. They urbanized too quickly. Now in the United States, our urbanization process has taken 7 generations to get where we are. So we've had time to adapt, and we have space for things like suburbs. So you can still have more than 2.1 children if you want to. That's not an option in China. They moved 3/4 of their population off the farm and into the cities in 35 years. So it's a single generation jump. When they tried to go from the 1-child policy to the 2-child policy, their birth rate dropped because everybody was already in an apartment. It's been the fastest industrialization and the fastest urbanization in history. That generates growth once, and now it's over. We stretched our experience over 7 decades. They did theirs in 1, and it was fun while it lasted. Now it's gone. The Chinese Navy is constrained by the first island chain, and those are those islands off the coast of East Asia, so Japan, the Philippines, Taiwan, and so on, that they've never been able to punch through, except when the Americans are running the show and they force everyone to be on the same side. So if the Americans leave, that doesn't work. Because the Chinese demography is in free fall, they're completely dependent upon exports, which makes them economically the country in the world most dependent upon ongoing American involvement. This is a country that has almost mined out all of the resources, which makes them the single largest purchaser of every raw commodity in the world. But that requires open markets that are...
Yeah, that is like insane to me, honestly. I feel like I didn't even know that, dude. Like, holy shit, they are so fucked.
I kept on telling
so
y'all the
fucked.
dragon will never rise in China.
They're so fucked.
Damn.
Away. This is a country that imports 80% of its energy, over half of which comes from the Persian Gulf, and sales by no fewer than 11 countries that are pathologically hostile to the Chinese, not to mention that the Japanese have a blue water navy and China doesn't. There's nothing about this that works unless the United States holds up the ceiling. And we're done. They can't improve the economic situation. Right now is as good as it will be in their lives. So what they're doing is they're preparing for lockdown. They're demonizing outsiders. They're persecuting people within their own country that might be brave enough to share a different opinion. They're preparing their system for a Maoist-style cultural revolution, political and economic disconnect from the rest of humanity. It's going to be ugly. It's going to result in the deaths of literally hundreds of millions of people.
Hey, this is great news.
The Communist Party is...
Oh, what'd you say? I'm sorry?
This is great news. They're going to say, okay, hey, I thought it was bad news. Go on. Yeah.
That if they can demonize the outside world enough, that they can hold power, and that's all they care about. So the Soviets have always been leery of American leadership, especially when it comes to economic matters, because they just see it as a ploy to box them in, and they're not entirely wrong. Understand why they're paranoid. Oftentimes, Russian paranoia actually is rooted in a degree of fact, certainly in this case. But this is a country that doesn't have a good internal transport network. All the navigable rivers flow north into the Arctic, not any place where anyone would want to go. And the land is dry and the land is cold. So it's not very productive from an agricultural point of view. So Russia has always needed external investment and external technology in order to make its own system work at anything other than like a serfdom level. That's not really an option, especially when you look at their demographics. And between World War I and World War II and Soviet collectivization and the purges and the forced relocations and the post-Cold War health collapse, Russia had the fastest aging society in the world until Japan passed them up a few years ago. So this is a country that is also on its way out. Now, it doesn't have the economic vulnerabilities that China has. Because the Russians never invested their economy in the global system, when the global system goes away, they're more or less all right. Sure, they will lose resource sales, but militarily, they're in a reasonably good position. The problem is it's not good enough. Because the terrain is so open, Russian history is replete with examples of countries basically rolling in and invading. We know about the Germans. We know about the Swedes, we know about the Chinese, we know about the Persians and the Mongols, but people forget that countries like Canada invaded Russia at one point. I mean, it's not a hard place to get a foothold in. Poland almost conquered Moscow once. So while no one is thinking, oh, I want to march on Moscow right now, the Russians can't take that chance because it's happened so many times before. So if you've got a terminal demography and no real economy, the only thing that you can do to buy yourself more time is take your army while it's still functional and forward position it and plug the geographic gaps that access your lands. So the Carpathians form a border. You anchor there. But that means conquering Ukraine and half of Poland and the Balts.
Yep.
You go south and anchor in the Tianjin, but that means conquering Kazakhstan and the Central Asian republics. So this is something that Russia can do and is working on doing with as much diplomacy and arm twisting as it can. But at the end of the day, they're going to have to use troops. And if they do this, and if it works, then Russia buys itself another 30 years, which honestly is more time than China has.
Yes.
We've known that the floor is going to fall out of global demography for the last decade. We know that we've been living in this blessed period of the late order where everyone has access to everything, and we have all these young people and all these mature adults in the market at the same time, and we know that's going to go away. There's nothing we can do to change that. So we're going to go from the most artificial period in history to something that's a lot more normal. And the world before 1945 was a little scary, and now we have to do it without consumers.
Hey, there you go, guys.
That's
Wow.
All right. Yeah.
If you want to add to that, sorry, I'll meet you.
No,
Stop.
I mean, yeah, hell yeah. As I told you, party's over.
Yeah, party's coming to an end, boyos.
Party's
Hold on.
fucking over, man.
Before you restarted this, one important thing all those old demographers never were able to take into account back then. They were never able to take into account the effect of social media on demographics.
Oh yeah,
so the world after 2012, all those every estimation they had before Tinder and Facebook and Instagram came out, they're basically wrong.
And what I'm trying to say is they can make social media the propaganda be whatever they want it to be. I'm not saying social media initially is going to go away, but they'll change the narrative.
Hey, Richard Cooper, can you mute yourself? Your fans getting kind of loud.
Oh, sorry. Yes,
That's
my
fine.
bad.
Yeah. There we go. All right, let's do this again.
The provisional title is Life After the End of the World. And where Disunited goes through and talks about the future of Brazil and India and Russia and the United States as countries, Life After the End of the World will do the same thing for the economic sectors, transport and energy and finance and industrial commodities and manufacturing, and show what they're going to look like on the backside of all this change. The Twitter handle is just my name, @peterzion.com, ZEIHAN. And if you go to my website, which is zion.com, you can sign up for the newsletter, which will always be free, although I will warn you, I am an equal opportunity bubble popper. So if you're convinced that Antifa was behind the January 6 attacks or that Elizabeth Warren has any idea what she's talking about, it might not be what you want to follow.
There you go. He actually has another video on demographics. I might play it too as well, but you guys can mute yourself now. We're good. I'll play it later. But that video was really good though. Yeah.
There's like 1,000 videos like that, and they all sound the same.
Yeah. The party's over though, boyos. Like party ends in a few fucking years though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's cool because I wasn't invited.
Cope till it ends.
Is it the fall of China? I think that's the video. It's like 14 minutes long though. Let me I think that's the one I want to play. Let me look it up real quick. And
they tried to be Western, and to their horror, they succeeded. That's their problem.
Went too fast. That's the problem. Yeah.
There's no good way to do it.
Oh yeah. This is the video. This is basically like China's basically like it's fucked, dude. Like they have like zero fucking chance. They have zero fucking chance here. We're gonna do the video as well. Fuck it. Let's play this video as well.
Brought to you by Skillshare and shit. So.
Brought to you by Skillshare. Yep. We're getting free. We're getting free funding here. Fuck it. Let's do it. Oh, sorry. I don't have the audio on, do I? Here we go.
Short version. China in 10 years will not exist as a functional nation state, assuming it's a country at all. This is the Chinese demography back in 1950. This is right after World War II. They had a little baby bust as soon as the Japanese were no longer occupying them. You know, I'd celebrate too. You fast forward, however, to 1980, and Mao and his folks were thinking that there were just too many children because that boom had exploded. And this is the China that I think most of us still think of. The China that just has an endless, bottomless population of young people who can make anything for pennies on the dollar. But that's not accurate because the Chinese put in place the one-child policy. And if you fast forward to the 2000, you can see it took a huge bite out of their demography. Now, China at this time, in the year 2000, was kind of in this magic moment for a few years because the people who were born before one child were now in their 20s. So there's that bottomless labor. They didn't have very many kids, which meant that all the money that they normally would have been spending on diapers and homes, they could spend on pizzas and convertibles. So China had rapidly growing economic activity, rapid urbanization. They urbanized at 7 times the pace that we did. They crammed 200 years of economic development into 40, which sounds really impressive until you realize that you can only do that once. And at the same time, they spent all their money on high impact consumption. No offense to those of you who are parents, but the velocity of capital that comes from going on vacation is higher than what you get from buying diapers because it involves more people. It pushes it further. But again, you can only do that once. Here's China today. China, as of January 1st of this year, was the fastest aging society in human history. They're already past the point of no return for demographic recovery. And then we found out about 6 weeks ago that the Chinese, by China's own admission, had gotten the data wrong. Their birth rate has dropped by more than half in the last 5 years. And that's before you consider some of the genocidal policies they're doing in places like Xinjiang, where they're now party loyalists physically, permanently installed into each home to make sure that the husband and the wife cannot sleep in the same bed so they can't have kids. In Xinjiang, the birth rate's dropped by like 3/4 in just 2 years. We don't have a full counting of the data because it's Chinese data, but every aspect of it looks horrific by any definition. And this is now the best case scenario, because if you fast forward just to 2030, China in less than 15 years is going to have a greater proportion of retirees than any country in the world, including Japan. They're done. We're just watching them die at this point. And what do you know about politics when the old people are the ones calling all the shots? It gets brittle, it gets loud, it gets judgy, and it doesn't care at all about the facts.
It sounds a little bit like America, but we don't have the same problem. But yeah, a lot of old politicians still left over, but at least we have the opportunity to get new people in there. So essentially, the entire CCP is made of PP and Coke. Oh God,
that's one word of diplomacy. This is what a country looks like when it's going out of history. You can see it in some of the numbers. This is average wages in a number of countries in Southeast Asia that I'm broadly positive on. Here are the Mexicans right in the middle, hyper competitive. And here's the PRC. Labor costs have increased by about a factor of 12 in 20 years. It's the fastest labor inflation we've ever seen on this planet. China is no longer the cost or the low cost producer, and they haven't moved up the value added scale to become the high cost producer. 12-fold increase in labor, but their labor scale has probably only roughly doubled their productivity in 20 years. Their peak was probably around 2004 to 2006. Since then, they've been getting less efficient. And now we're in a situation where their labor pool will shrink substantially every year until the end. The strategic picture is much worse. The deep russet, those are densely populated areas. You'll notice, do I have a laser up here? I do not. You'll notice that up in northern China, north of Shanghai, that's where the bulk of the population is. That big russet blob up here, that's 70% of the Chinese population.
Holy shit.
Look at how they interact with the world.
It's North Utopia, boyos.
The only way to push out to the ocean is to go between Japan and Taiwan.
That's fucking New York.
Does all the talk of reunification make a little bit more sense now? China's not a consumption-led system. They have to export. They have to access the wider world. And to do that, they have to sail between the two countries that are most pathologically opposed to them. The only way that China has ever been able to interact economically with the wider world is under the American-led globalized order, because we put everybody in this part of the world on the same side. All the Americans have to do, if the goal really is to destroy China, is go home. Geography will take care of the rest. The lights will probably go out first. The green bars over here are where the oil comes from. The red bars over here are where the oil goes to. They're a convenient 6,000 miles apart. So for China to import oil, 80% of its oil needs, it has to sail by Vietnam, who hates them, by Indonesia and Malaysia, who hate them, by Singapore, which has an aircraft carrier berth designed for American and Japanese carriers, by India, who really hates them, and then it can get to the Persian Gulf and it can have all kinds of fun in the Middle East, just like we did. The Chinese have one aircraft carrier. It's a clone of a Soviet carrier that was designed in the 60s. Now, the Shandong, their carrier, we have 10 that are the same size. And in addition to our 10 carrying twice as many fighter craft, they also have 3,000 Marines on board. So 10 to 1. And those aren't what we call carriers. Those are what we call our amphibious assault units. We then have super carriers, 12 of them, that have 7 times the combat capability of the Shandong. So in just aircraft carriers, you're talking here like a 40 to 1 ratio. And we don't have to sail by any enemies to go wherever we want in the world. We're blue water capable. They are not. In fact, the Shandong is such a piece of crap that it cannot sail more than 500 miles from shore, and it needs fighter cover from the ground onshore in order to survive in any sort of conflict. There's no contest here. The Japanese, by the way, can probably outshoot them on the deep blue sea by about a factor of 25 to 1. That's not just us. Let's talk trade. Now, the guy on the left, this is Robert Lighthizer. Under Donald Trump, he was our trade representative. It was his job to initiate, negotiate, and enforce every trade deal on the books. And he has a reputation, which I think he would be proud of being a complete hard ass. He doesn't negotiate. He gets political cover from his boss. That's the only way he takes the job. He did this under Reagan too. He lays out the American position, and it's a take it or leave it. And it was this attitude that got the trade deals with Korea and Japan and Mexico and Canada. He started deals with the United Kingdom, but when he laid out the deals for the US, the UK, they went paler than normal and went home because the entire Brexit program has not worked out the way that they thought it was going to. They'll be back, but he wasn't able to finish that one up. His replacement is this woman. This is Catherine Tai, and she has never participated in international negotiation at all, nor led a negotiation even in the United States. So from the point of view of initiating and negotiating trade deals, she's widely unqualified for the job. But that tells me everything I need to know about the Biden team's trade policy. There isn't one. It's not a priority. Mexico and Canada are 2 of our top 3 trading partners. Japan's number 4, Korea's number 6. The hard work's done. Her job is enforcement, and for that, she's freaking perfect. She's a trade lawyer. She sues countries that violate U.S. trade law, whether it's internationalized or not. She's suing Mexico and Canada right now because Mexico and Canada thought that now that Trump was gone, they can kind of go back on what they were forced into. She's like, oh, no. And so we've got these fun things going on in trade policy with Tai because, you know, she's a Democrat. So environmental and labor regulation.
I mean, the whole world's just fucking cucked, dog. Just cucked. Like, Jesus Christ. Oh, boy. Got by the fucking balls. God.
Female rights, all that. It's being folded into trade policy for the first time. And she's already sued China 7 times this year. It's getting kind of interesting. She's applying these new values retroactively to the phase 1 trade deal. That's fun. And there's a few things going on supporting this kind of echelon approach to trade. So you guys may remember that Donald Trump on his last day in office had 2 big policy changes versus the Chinese. First, he said what was going on in Xinjiang was a genocide because, it is. And second, he said that any American diplomat or military officer or bureaucrat can travel to Taiwan at any time in their official capacity as a representative of the US government without having to first get special dispensation from the White House, which is about that far from formal recognition of Taiwan as an independent country, because it is an independent country. On Joe Biden's first day in office, he put a stamp of approval on both policies and made it bipartisan. Like one of the few things we agree on. In his first week on the job, he sent 2 aircraft carrier battle groups, one of the big ones and one of the ones with the Marines in it, to go practice amphibious assaults in the South China Sea. That was fun. They did it within sight of some of the Chinese military facilities. In sight, that's like 4 miles. Catherine Tai, her family, they're from Taiwan. The Chinese perceive this as a full court press against their interests, and they're not wrong. Donald Trump had America first. Joe Biden has Buy American. They're not that different. One of the fun things about Donald Trump is he'd come up with his policy on China. He'd bring in the bureaucrats who would be responsible for implementing it. He'd lay out what he wanted to do. When they were on their way out the door, he'd fire them. Joe Biden does the same thing, but at the end, he gives them a raise. So basically what we're getting is the rhetoric of Donald Trump actually operationalized into trade policy now. So whether you love Trump or hate Trump, he did break the bubble around globalization and trade, and Biden's just ramming it home. Different stationery, same policy. And it's going to get really fun real soon. There's any number of reasons that the relationship is in bad shape right now. But the debate within the White House right now is what level of boycott are we going to do in February for the Beijing Games? If we have a boycott, a full boycott, like a Soviet-style boycott, and the athletes don't go, the Chinese will feel that they have no choice but to react. Because the American corporate sponsors in that environment have to pull their sponsorship. So, Nike, Airbnb, United, the big guys. If they do that, Beijing will confiscate every asset they have in the mainland. And any American company that is still operating in the mainland will then be targeted by their competitors as sponsors of the genocide games. Easy PR play. And that's the end of the relationship. That could very well happen this year. The European Parliament today voted almost unanimously to support a full boycott.
Given the demographics in China and what's going to happen over the next, say, 10 years, at what point does that have implications for the Chinese financial markets and it become a potential short opportunity in terms of the decline in their equity markets?
Something to keep in mind when you're talking finance. And this can go any number of directions, and I could probably talk to you about an hour and still not cover all the caveats. But if we're moving into an environment from hyper availability of capital to hyper shortage of capital, you should also expect rancid levels of capital controls and capital flight. As long as it's yuan denominated, and 99% of the yuan supply is locked up in the mainland, any investments in the mainland, as far as I'm concerned, are like going to Macau and gambling. Not based on fundamentals. With capital controls, you won't get anything out. The Chinese have already taken remarkable steps to limit the ability of their own people to move money abroad, but they can't plug all the holes fast enough. So we're still talking like $1 trillion a year of capital flight for each of the last 10 years. At some point, foreign money that is in the country is going to face exactly the same problem, which means you can't short a market with capital controls. You have to think back to before 1971 when the capital controls were basically banished. That's the world. Some version of that world is probably what we're going back to, which means that any sort of international investment without an investment treaty is at a degree of risk of just going to zero. And on a broader scale, if you look back to the world before World War II, it was the fate of 99% of financial markets to go to zero at some point. We're not used to that in the era of fiat money, but we're going to get used to it good and hard pretty soon. So me personally, I don't invest in the PRC.
There we go. Yeah. All right, boys. We can all unmute ourselves now. Any reaction? I know.
I've been watching a lot of his videos, so that's where a lot of my comments came from.
God, it's like a literal shit show. God.
What I was gonna say
is that the Chinese government is playing too much fucking Battlefield 4. There's no way they can even stand toe to toe with the United States Army. There's no way.
Bro,
no.
all this shit goes back to the one-child policy, though.
Like, and even then, like even if there's like an infantry battle between America and China, the morale of both sides would be so low, it wouldn't be like a effective war because you got incels on both sides.
I told you it'd be an incel war, like.
Yeah.
It will be an incel war. It's like Private Chang, don't get any coochie. How'd you know Private John? That's what they're like.
Just think about it. You got China, India, South Korea, Japan, and America, and they all go to this fucking live stream. Like this. So I'm saying that's like the incel fucking World War I and shit.
Like, don't forget the fucking Slavic souls, like Vatican is from Eastern Europe. You got Eastern European Slavic souls too. You got a lot of Russian incels too.
Yeah. We have the United Nations to spare here.
Exactly.
Yeah, facts. Yeah. Instead of NATO, it's NBT0, the Northern Black Hill Treaty Organization.
China's military is actual trash. Yeah.
Well, it's like Russia. It's kind of like it's big.
It's big, but like useless. Like nobody's really combat trained. Like,
but at the same time, hear me out, Mr. School. But during the Korean War, China actually pushed the United Nations back to the parallel. Remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah, with the shitload of infantry.
Yeah, they have enough bodies to throw at it, but the problem is like your young population so damn fucking low. Whereas if you actually look at America's pyramid, it's bad, but it's not like horrifically bad. It's going to be bad in the next few years because millennials aren't having kids. As of right now, we have a young enough population to point to where okay, you could easily just like don't worry about you can Plus, we have a technological advantage that's like unbelievably fucking huge, so it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, I think it's a tech advantage more than the population. I think they're focusing on the population. In other words, I think what screwed China for was just their central planning. I don't know if population will matter as much. It was that older central planning kind of fucked them tech-wise because most of their tech is reverse engineered.
No, that's
the bigger problem than.
But I do believe that if America, I feel like since Russia and China are sort of buddy, if America and China were to go to war, all China could do is ally themselves with Russia against the U.S. and all the U.S. has is the EU.
No, that's why Trump and Putin were getting along because they're trying to. It's who's going to control that area. Putin wants to take over China. Well, at least not take over them, but to be the dominant.
The dominant Northeast Asian power. Yeah.
Yes, that's what they want. Don't you? They're still pissed. You got to remember, Putin came up in the era where he watched China, who they built, right?
Yeah.
Fuck them in the ass when Richard Nixon opened them up. He hasn't forgotten about that.
Yeah, he hasn't forgotten at all.
Oh, no.
I think he even said like the fall of the Soviet Union was like the saddest day, some shit about being like the worst day of stuff like that. Yeah.
In some weird way, just like when we had it with the Germans. That's why I said we have to make a deal with the Russians because it has to push them back. And I think they will. And if not, I think the Russians are just going to go out anyway. And maybe that's a good thing.
Yeah. I feel like America, like, has a better chance against America. China's.
What? You're doing the whole speed up thing again.
Oh, I said that Russia has a way better chance of standing up to America militarily compared to China. Like Russia has a way better chance.
Not only that, I think they diplomatically have a better chance. The United States can't open war even diplomatically with China. Russia can, though, in their own diplomacy. It's a pretty good move.
I always thought, why isn't U.S. investing as much money into military tech? I think they already know they won the game. So
wait, what you mean?
This?
Hold on, what you mean not invest in military tech?
No, there's plenty of stuff like going on in DARPA and nano suits and all this stuff. Don't get me wrong, it's still going. I'm just saying it's not as a priority anymore.
All right, because I was about to say, like, they seem to be doubling down on drones, and it makes sense if you have a shrinking population.
Right.
Like drones,
Well, I think the other problem
AI.
is also the Chinese also they do a lot of sabotage. So it's really annoying to have $100 million machine that crashes.
Yeah, the future is cyber warfare and
Yes.
probably AI and drones and
Right.
you know maybe androids.
Yes, and like defense and missile defense systems and all that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Quote unquote droid foots on the or on the ground to actually control. But no, dude, this thing was so fucking based. It makes a lot of sense in certain areas now.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and you're right, Richard. The fucking flip is coming. The flip,
yeah, it's
dude.
coming, man. I told you.
I get it now.
Yeah. I found
follow-
a video I actually wanted to play, but we'll do it later. We can do it later on. Keep going. You guys keep talking.
Yeah, but follow Jack Nickelback's right. There will be an incel war, a war of the incels. You got the Western incels and the Western incels versus the Asian incels. It's all American China war would be like incels on both sides killing each other.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell y'all how that matters. It means that the margin of error you have for actually losing soldiers is a lot lower than it used to be. Like
Yeah,
even compared to like the 90s.
There'll be more civilian damage.
Yeah. Like, but losing actual trained troops that you can't replace anymore, like that's going to be a real big concern.
No, I think because they'll just replicate it into robots.
No, Jack Nickelback, what you're talking about, it's when Mao came into power, they, you know, basically sent all the educated people to the gallows.
Yeah, because he didn't want competition.
Yep.
Exactly. But then the problem with getting rid of all the high IQ people.
Hey guys, I'm gonna be heading out. Sorry guys.
All right, dude. Thanks for coming on, my dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, good talking to
Peace,
you, man.
guys.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Yep.
But yeah, the problem with or what do you call it? Getting rid of all the high IQ cells. It's like when it comes time to recover, there is no people that can lead the charge.
You can't. You're exactly. You have power, but then you have no way to sustain it. Yep. Yeah, part of good management is delegating authority just enough. If you just completely stifle everything, yeah, you're in charge for a bit, but then eventually you're like, wait, I need people to do things, you know? So, yeah.
But do you think, I have a question to ask you, sir. I was going to ask, do you think America can win a ground war against China, like on the mainland of China? The Chinese mainland?
I don't think they'd have to do an invasion. No, they wouldn't do an invasion. No, the initial front would be from the Navy and the destroyers. That's not really the question. The question is, can you politically and economically do something like that?
Yeah, honestly, wouldn't the main issue just be Chinese expansion into these outer islands and shit? It's not necessarily trying to invade China. I don't think anybody's trying to do that shit. It's more like,
yeah, I don't think anyone's really trying to. Yeah, again, I don't think taking countries really is advantageous anymore. That's kind of old school. You're trying to get trade differentials.
I think U.S.'s main thing is like, okay, we're not trying to take over China. We're just trying to stop them from being able to invade all these border states like Taiwan
right,
and shit.
To take oil or whatever. Exactly. Yeah. For trade differentials. Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's much more effective and efficient than doing a land invasion.
No.
We learned that the hard way in Iraq. You know, when they tried to train the soldiers, it's very expensive. It's much easier to sort of like control it by indirect coercion.
Yeah, like the video said, China's surrounded by people that hate them. You don't really need your army there. You just need to support them and make sure they're strong.
Exactly.
Well, you don't have to throw bodies at India. I mean, you don't have to throw bodies at China if you have fucking India right there.
What is the old Saladin saying from the early Quran? It says the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Ah, yes.
Yeah.
Very true.
And also, you have a lot of anti-communist Chinese,
particularly in Taiwan. Because you got to remember, Taiwan is native Chinese, most of them, because they fled with Xi Jinping when they fled during the Mao takeover. So a lot of them are ethnically Chinese. They just like legally speaking, Taiwan is the Democratic Republic of China. They just call it Taiwan. It's legally the Democratic. They're still China. So, and they're very fortified, and it's an island. So if you think they also don't have, if they don't remember the blood loss, they have nuclear weapons.
What I was gonna say is that, I feel like if a war between the U.S. and China has to happen, all America has to do is give guns and supplies to the anti-communist people that are operating within China.
Yeah, but then they'll do it here. They're just sending the kids out. That there's not going to be a direct ground invasion like that. It's not efficient.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's kind of like how it's kind of like how in the 80s when the Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan and how the U.S. gave RPGs.
Exactly like that.
Exactly.
It's not going to be it's not going to be China versus U.S. Officially, it's going to be China versus some sort of border state.
Yeah, we'll
and vice
fight the
versa.
fight the war by proxy, basically.
Terrorist group, or anti-communist group.
Yeah, exactly.
Would basically be the Mujahideen with bullets on.
Right.
Oh, it would be.
Like maybe arming the Uyghur Muslims or something. Yeah.
That's the next video.
Exactly.
In the comment section. So let's get this one started real quick before I. So let's do this shit real quick. Video's on. Audio's good. Let's do it. It's the last one I'm gonna do.
We created what we now understand as globalization and free trade to fight the Cold War. It was a bribe. But the Cold War ended 30 years ago, and we have been edging away from that ever since. It's not a Trump thing, it's not a Biden thing, it's not a Clinton thing, it's not a W. Bush thing. It's an American thing. And we are past the point of no return. Now let's assume for the moment that you like globalization, that you want it to continue. Well, the question is then, what does the United States need to do if it wants to keep this system running? Well, I would argue that we need three things. First, we need global interests. We don't have that. The United States is the least involved economy in the world. As a percentage of GDP, we're just not there. In fact, if you factor out Canada and Mexico, we're half of what this even suggests. Who wants to be in the Middle East so the Chinese can import Middle Eastern crude? Just to kind of give you an example, it's not a popular sell. So economically, there's no argument to be made here. What about strategically? Well, the second thing that you need if you want to maintain a global system is you need boots on the ground. You have to keep everybody on the same side. You have to patrol the oceans. You have to keep countries from fighting. We don't have that anymore. This is total American troops stationed overseas since World War II. It's been trending down for decades. In fact, we now have fewer than 10,000 troops in the entirety of the Middle East. That number will probably hit zero this year. It's not that we've decided to leave. It's that we've already left. And what's left of globalization is simply running on inertia. What about the third thing? Well, global engagement requires a political system at home that has bipartisan agreement on America's role in the world. And while I personally would argue that that disappeared years ago, I think in the aftermath of January 6th, we all agree that we need a little bit of political retinkering here before we have any sort of big global plans. Now, let's assume for the moment that Biden is the guy, that he's the person who can bring us all back together, sing on the same page, read from the same page, put together a global plan that we can then go out and re-engage the planet. How long do you think it's going to take him? A month? His whole term? More time than he has left? Folks, this is a decade transition sort of stuff, and we haven't even started that process. So the United States, regardless of intent, is utterly incapable of preserving a global norm. That's the strategic side. That's the political side. Let's talk about the numbers. Let's talk about the economic side. Let's talk about demographics. What we've got here is a standard demographic profile. Children on the bottom, young adults, mature adults, retirees at the top, men on one side, women on the other. Mortality tends to build it into a pyramid. Now, when we look at something like Mexico, American business leaders and American political leaders really like what they see, because whenever there's a bulge in the population structure, roughly below age 40, it's all about the spending on kids, on cars, on college, on homes. This is what drives most modern economies, the economic activity of the young. Now, this also is very complementary to the American political system and the American economic system. I mean, just think about the mechanics of this. When you're under 40, you're relatively new at your job. Your value add is not very high. Well, that means that the Mexicans are good at low and mid-scale manufacturing and assembly. That's not what the American workforce does. We do the high end. We do the design. So the propensity for integration between those two systems is massive. In addition, all those young Mexicans buy a lot of products. Most of those products come from the United States. Mexico became our top trading partner in calendar year 2019. They're kind of duking it out with the Canadians and the Chinese to maintain that position, but I have no doubt for the rest of our lives, the Mexicans are going to be at the top. This is a partner. This is not. The Koreans had a baby bust 50 years ago, and they never recovered. Now,
look at this shit. I mean, fuck, dude. It's over.
Bro, I told you if your demographic pyramid looked like a dreidel, it's a wrap. That
rice
shit
cells.
literally.
Yo,
Rice cells, dog. What's going on with rice cells, dog?
bro, Jack Nickelback, when you said SK had it the worst, like you're 100% on target.
I told you.
Dude. Oh, look at this shit. Oh, let's keep going. I'm
Bro,
sorry.
it looks like that fucking top from fucking what's that movie? Shit with the dreams, Inception and shit. Like at the end.
Blade.
Yeah, when he would spin that shit and see whether he was still in the dream or not. It looks just like that shit.
Oh yeah, Inception, right? Like,
yeah, let me pause.
Oh, they've got a lot of workers who are above age 40, in fact, in their late 50s, early 60s, folks who have been doing what they do literally for decades. Very experienced, very high value added. Going head to head with the American worker. We will never have a trade surplus with a country like Korea because there just aren't enough young Koreans to purchase the stuff that their workforce produces. It has to be exported. And a lot comes here. Now, from roughly 1980 to 2015, the world was at this wonderful demographic moment. All of the world's economies were either consumption-led like Mexico today or export-led like Korea today. And because the United States was holding the ceiling up and allowing global trade to flourish, we had the biggest economic boom in the history of our species. GDP, personal growth, trade levels, all of them grew at record levels for 35 years straight. And everything was more or less in perfect balance. This is the ultra-globalized world that we all know. But it was just a moment in time. Here we've got a number.
What the fuck is Russia's pyramid doing? What the fuck? It's like a fucking like, oh, we tried here and here and here. We can't do it. I don't know. Fuck, dude.
You in the pyramid's drunk, dog. Like, Medica needs to explain this shit.
Yeah, fucking drunk pyramid. You see post-Soviet collapse of those right there. Yeah, you can see the fucking birth rate plummet like a fucking rock. Look at that shit.
Of the major economies back in the year 2000. Looks great, right? But 20 years later, we are all 20 years older. The global demographic of high consumption was already ending on its own. And the export-led economies, they're all aging into mass retirement. The worst among them is China. Between the one-child policy and rapid urbanization, the Chinese population is in a state of collapse. They're now the fastest aging society in the world. And by 2100, there will be less than half as many Chinese as there are today, assuming nothing else goes wrong. Now, here in the United States, we are a partial exemption to this. Our population structure isn't perfect, but it's a lot better than everybody else's. And it's largely better because of this specific generation, the baby boomers. Now, in some ways, America's baby boomers are just like everybody else's, and almost every country in the world has a baby boomer cadre for the same reasons. World War II ended, the soldiers came home, they got on with their lives, and they had a lot of kids at the same time that cities really got big with suburbs. In that, the boomers do not stand out. Also, the boomers are aging into mass retirement on the same schedule as everybody else, and that's changing the capital structure. So think about how you invest your money personally. When you're 35, you put a very small sliver of a small income away for the future. When you're 55, it's a big fat wedge of a much larger income. And when you're 64 3/4, every dime you can spare, you put into your retirement account. As you age, the velocity of money increases, the volume of money increases, everything that you contribute to the system increases. But then the day after you retire, you never add to it again. In fact, you liquidate your stocks and your bonds and you put it into things like T-bills and cash because you can't take the volatility. So we get this accelerating, steepening curve of capital availability, and then it just falls off a cliff. writ large, the baby boomers globally retire next year. We're only a year away now. That cliff is just in front of us. Now, in all of that, the baby boomers are the same. American boomers, Canadian boomers, German boomers, Japanese boomers, they all pretty much retire at the same time because they were all born at the same time. But our boomers, America's boomers, did one thing different. They had kids. And say what you will about the American millennial generation, and there's so much we can say about the American millennial generation. They've got one thing going for them that most of their cohorts around the world don't. They exist, and they're providing consumption to the system now, and they will be providing investment in the future. They will save us all. Let me give you an idea of just how lopsided everything is and the scale of the challenge that's just around the corner. What I've done here is I've stacked up all of the GDPs for all of the consumption-led economies in the world. US, of course, is the biggest one in the game. Here's where we are as of the data from last year, and here's where we'll be in 10 years. We have a significant drop-off in what is potential global consumption. But here are the export-led systems. They age out. They almost disappear as a class.
Look at that shit, dude. What's going on? It's like a fucking nub of a crayon. Like, oh my god. Oh, Jesus. Rust the road fuck.
And so if you are selling food products to an export-led system and the export-led system all of a sudden no longer has income, you got to wonder how stable that market's going to be. Right now, we only have one post-growth system in the world. That's Japan. But 10 years from now, we have always known that the first half of the 2020s was going to be a consumption crash. Global consumption has already peaked. But global production and capital supplies are in the process of peaking right now as well. Global consumption, global production, global capital, doesn't matter which one you're looking at, none of them will recover in our lifetimes. And that was before coronavirus came along and sucker punched everyone.
Jesus. That's the last video, boyo, so we can discuss that real quick.
Let's keep on telling y'all, feminists don't reproduce.
Yeah, I think that they're being far too optimistic about the future when it comes to our generation being the savior. I mean, fuck, dude. Oh god. And then like the boomers as well. I don't know, dude. I don't know.
They gonna pass that baton, but ain't nobody gonna be holding out their hand. Like hell.
Yeah. Jesus Christ.
Yo, that channel is like super based.
Yeah, I've been watching his content for the last like 3 or 4 days. I'm like, wow, this has really good videos. Yeah.
Yeah, me too. I've been watching this motherfucker for like the past month.
Yeah, I'm gonna be watching this guy's channel for quite a while now.
We ain't saving shit. I quit. Dang.
For real.
But really, when you actually look at the numbers, though, you can't argue that, like, man, the rest of the world is quite literally worse off than what we are, though. Like, at least from a demographic standpoint, like, we always complain about the pyramid being kind of shit. And actually, if you look at the pyramid individually, I think, like I said, I always cite that Mercer video. But that Mercer video is really good because it definitely shows a few of the pyramids by race, and the white pyramid looks like shit. But the Hispanic pyramid looks pretty good. The Asian pyramid looks like shit. And the black pyramid is kind of so-so. So it's like, yeah. So there definitely is a problem within groups, but overall, the pyramids are generally pretty good.
You know, after seeing some of these population pyramids, I might seriously considering just going south of the border and geomaxing there.
Yeah.
It's not a bad deal. The US dollar will go way further, and I just have to be much careful and avoid the cartels. But yeah, it's not bad.
Well, that's what I was gonna say is that like if Asian people make up such a large percentage of the globe, right, the world, why is their birth rate so low? Like in China and in South Korea, like why is their birth rate so low? I don't understand that shit at all.
What, China?
Wait, no, like Asian countries as a whole, especially the white Oriental ones. I never understood if they're like have all these people. Why is the population? Why is their birth rate so low? I don't get that.
Just because it's like that for a lot of developing nations. They end up having a population explosion, so they end up with a whole bunch. But because of demographic momentum, basically you don't see the effects of fucking up the birth rate until like 20 years later. So they have a whole so they have a whole bunch of people who were just born and growing up, but they won't be reproducing, but you won't see that shit. So
Yeah, because I mean, like if you looked at the world, let's say 20 years back, maybe even 30 years back, it's fairly normal to have like 3 kids, you know. And in the modern age, day today, like having a kid is pretty much enough. And you know, with you know, all this inflation, economic BS, it's just like disadvantage to have kids in the first place. Like literally,
really
people
is.
can't, yeah, people can't afford to have kids.
yeah, their children are a luxury; they're not a necessity. So why would you have them in a time of crisis?
Yeah. And
Yeah,
Jack
and
Nickelback, sorry.
like in that earlier or first video, you know, it's like China jumped 7 generations in 1 generation compared to the US.
Yeah, they just like they just went through this massive explosion and expansion of their city systems where everybody moved to the city. And it's like basically a mouse utopia at the end of the day. You throw people into a confined area, throw a bunch of resources there, they're all living there, eating food, stuff like that. It's the exact same thing. They go through a die phase now. It's like
It was a race to die, and they won.
yeah.
Yeah, I somehow doubt even if they did have, let's say, like a 3-child policy back then, it wouldn't have helped either.
It just seems like people. It seems like people go to cities to die. I think that's where, like, in my opinion, I think cities were like it's where the human soul goes to fucking die. In my opinion, like I should be told. Cities like they're soul sucking to me anyway. So
This is I need to bookmark some of these good shit that I come across, but I don't know if it was Polymatter, but
it was definitely probably Polymatter. I watch this stuff a lot too as well. He had a good video on China for sure.
Talking about that 4-part series on China?
Yeah, he had a good 4-part series on China.
Yeah, the 4-part was definitely legit, but you know, YouTube recommends after seeing some of that stuff. So I got recommended a bunch of other China collapse videos. And you know, it was in passing, so I don't remember which one. But this digs into you know, conspiracy theory. You know, take it with a grain of salt or whatever. But yeah, the earlier video, you know, it really outlined China's collapse, right? And ultimately, they're trying to close off themselves from the world and try to extend their regime's power for another, you know, 20, 30 years at most. But then the other aspect that I was digging in is, so China has this prenatal service that they offer around the globe, and you know, part of the fine print in the contract is that they have the right to collect your DNA. It's kind of like Ancestry.com, like when you submit that shit, you're giving up your DNA data willingly. And so supposedly this company that runs China's human genomic database are collecting, you know, DNA data from pregnant women across the globe, including, you know, like demographic. And so then I think one of the ultimate goals, how do you actually maintain the ultimate power, is that you would create a virus where it would affect a certain race of people, type of people, but then you would be immune to it. So, you know, it's like I'm talking Resident Evil type of shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so, you know, they would have the cure to the virus, but you know, they would just unleash it and wipe out or decimate their enemies essentially.
Yeah, as long as it doesn't mutate, though. That's the problem with those sorts of weapons. They're extremely unpredictable.
Yeah. And I could guarantee you, like, some of the Wuhan lab was part of that BS. But then,
Yeah,
you know,
Jack,
the ultimate,
Draw Luke's. Sorry.
yeah, and ultimately, people don't realize, but China is a facade. You know, it's like they tout like, oh, we're first world class and this and that, but it's just basically a third world in disguise.
Oh,
Like
absolutely.
all their infrastructure is just like, you know, copy modern day, make it look good. it's never actual like real substance.
Everything in China is like basically designed to look futuristic and look cool, but in reality, they're like what's underneath it. Like I've seen videos of like literal like concrete made of like with corn inside of it, like literal corn. I've seen concrete that has like you can just chip away at it and like there's nothing inside of it. I'm like, this is a bunch of bullshit being thrown up there. And it's like, okay, like companies cut corners all the fucking time. There was a huge article I read on one of the chans talking about how like they built a some sort of like some odd story apartment in like a 28 hours and what that. They built it super fast. Like, okay, yeah, sure, you can build so fast, but like it doesn't mean that it's fucking gonna last. Like, okay, I can build a fucking I can build anything really fast. It doesn't mean it's good. Safe to live in, stuff like that. So yeah.
I think the flooding in what do you call it, the central China is literally the telltale sign that they only give a shit about city development above the surface or whatever, because that's something everyone can see, as in, yo, there's a sky, high rise. Look at what we've achieved versus like investing in sewers and dams and proper water management. So I guarantee you, like the factor of the rains is there, but the flooding and the people dying all over the place is definitely due to mismanagement.
Yeah, for sure.
Dralos, can I chime in real quick? I actually saw photos on the internet. I don't know if this is true or not, but they actually killed some of the Wuhan scientists.
I think I've heard that too, or at least they definitely had a stern talking to for sure.
I've seen photos of these guys. Sorry, I've seen photos on the internet of these guys who had on ski mats. They had on like gas mask and all like look like soldiers for the fucking Umbrella Corporation from Resident Evil, and they had these guns and they were outside. They're going into this freaking like laboratory somewhere, this like building somewhere in China.
Yeah, like in China, it's like you just disappear, like that's it.
Yeah.
You mean a bullet in the head? You mean a bullet in the head?
No, like you'll just disappear, as in you might be home. A couple of guys will just come, they'll take you away in a van, and you'll never be seen or heard from ever again. Like it's that simple.
Jesus.
Well, it's in the name of function. Like, basically, the government does this and all that, but at the end of the day, the government gets stuff done. I think that's the basic agreement they have with the civilian population.
Yeah, basically, as long as they can maintain a certain lifestyle for their people will accept any sort of bullshit that happens around them, basically, at the end of the day. So, but I have to end the stream. I have to go to work tomorrow, and this is a 6-hour-long stream, so you guys should be happy. You guys should be happy. I did a long-winded day, so, at the end of the day, it's what it is. I did a long-winded day because next week I can't stream at all, so. All right, let's do some fucking last words. See Black running left, so Dralek, last words.
Oh, you know me, man. Stay based, buddy Williams.
All right, my dude. See you next time, my dude. All right, Richard Cope, are you here or you're not here? I can't tell. I see you're posting in the chat, but I can't tell if you're here. You got any last word for us, Richard Cope, even though you're already dead? Guess you're not here. All right, I'll do the last words for you. It will stay based, buddy boyo. All right, Richard Cope is the last words. See you buddy. All right, and Jack Nickelback, your last word, my dude.
All right, two things. One, that guy that was speaking on those early videos, that was Peter Zeihan, Zeihan. Mystery said it, and it's a lot of videos like that. But the more important thing about this, y'all need to keep in mind, demographics is fucking destiny, and this incel shit is not anything to play with. It is a world concern. So, yeah, you are the future.
All right, buddy boyo. All right, see you next time, my dude. That was a good way to end this one. All right, here we are. Last but not least, me. All right, guys. We got the last words in the chat. Share the cooter to prevent a shooter. Sounds good. All right, sounds good. Fuck, dude. This was a pretty good stream, actually. Very, very long stream, 6 hours. Hope you guys enjoyed it. It was a good stream. Lots of facts, lots of data, lots of memes, lots of discussions about various things. So, yeah, I'm glad people came in here. I think we reached about 53 people watching this concurrently, which was nice. So it was a pretty nice thing. Genes are destiny. Yeah, thank you. No problem, my dude. I think no one else streamed today. So I guess I was the only game in town, right? Makes sense. Based. What's up, dude? Share the poon to prevent your doom. Heard that. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not going to be streaming at all next week. No Saturday or Sunday night Incel. So, yeah, it's going to have a bye week for you guys. Just skip a week. But I will be back in the middle of August to do it again. Let's see. I got some time. Let's do some more. See what people got to say. I still have memes from last time, so I'll probably just use those memes for later on. Based and over, yeah. Coon before Doom. I'll see you in 2 weeks, maybe. All right, dude. Bald MGTOW Army gone monk mode. Heard that. No stream in my jeans. Yep. The sad part about the demographics is Destiny quote that not quote, I guess, but that statement that Jack made about demographics and Destiny is that really that's something that the Snow Nationalists have been saying for a while now. And at the end of the day, they were like somewhat right. Yeah, sure, they were saying it in a racial connotation, but they weren't completely wrong there. It's like shit. Like they can see the canary in the coal mine for their own population pyramid of how fucked it is. Like, oh my god, like they can see it at least from a racial standpoint. So yeah, it's pretty funny how like they said that shit years ago, and it's like, oh, now we're all saying it. Like, wait a second, they're not wrong. Like, the people you have in your country matter to some extent. So yeah, and just the sheer number of people also matters. So demographics bill, meme gene, Destiny is getting based. Yes, Dralic, protect your DNA. Have been on your last words. Yes, waifu can save your life. Who heard that? Bye, senpai. See you later, guys. Let's see. Mystery Tyrone, yeah, very nice stream. Only thing left was Saffron doing magic. Heard that. Let's see. 35 people left in here. All right. I'm going to Studi. Yep. As for you, be fruitful, multiply, populate the earth abundantly, and multiply in it. Sounds good. Heard that. All right, my guys. I will see you guys in 2 weeks. Maybe not if I survive. I think I'll be good. Yeah, so hope you guys had a good stream. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I think it was pretty based. All right, buddy boys. I will see you guys on the flip side.